there's anything going on around here. Putting up my views up. Hopefully this works. Let me see. Should be live right now. Let me see this real quick. See this real quick. Am I hearable? Hello? It's not because of this, right? Now I can hear myself. Alright, change stream. Also got this low order, that makes no sense. It's not because of this, right? Change the name to this too, so that makes more sense. Alrighty. Now I gotta pick myself up. Wait, why do I have a Call of Duty? Gotta edit this all over again. Be like, hello there. Wait a minute, why is it like this? Oh, here we go. Alright. The update. And the update. This is laggy too. I really hope it's not the stream. Does it work now? Might be a bit too loud. Does it work now? Might be a bit too loud. Alright, you know what? That's fine. That is fine. Alrighty. I really wanted to see something over here. This thing's a bit too loud. I wonder if that's good. That should be fine. Still hear myself. That's cool, I guess. Nothing is better than hearing myself. Apparently, I get too damn loud. Getting way too damn loud. As soon as I start this, and then that's how I started. Alright, we're gonna go on YouTube. And I really wanted to see what they got here. Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that? We got, oh yeah, right, USC 302 breakdown. check a look at this right here.
All right, the episode 274.
He's
I
Battle
so
of the
believe it
serious,
is.
Streets,
like that. That's
Kimbo.
funny.
And we are back in action. We just got back from Montana
Bang,
Friday
bang,
night.
bang, bang,
Sean
bang.
flew us to a private jet. We went back
He's
to
still
Helena,
thinking about Ryan
Montana.
Garcia.
And there was a good turnout
I
at the town
swear.
pump. Saw a bunch of
Hellenans.
yep, Helen.
Yep, saw a bunch of Hellenans. We were in Montana for a few days. Fresh air. Every time we
Fresh
get off the
every
plane,
day.
can't help but go. It almost just instinctual.
Yeah.
Man,
Oh.
Yep, very
That's
good.
one thing I'm jealous about.
Yep, pen flip. They'll
Pen
teach you
flip.
this at Great Falls High. It's one of the best things ever.
Yep, I never. figured
That's
that
one thing
out.
I'll say is I'm sorry, Tim, but Helena
Thank you.
is better than Great
Thank you,
Falls.
brother. I mean, it's not even like, oh, it's just duh.
It's pretty in Helena.
Yeah,
I mean, there's some hard
Where do
ones.
you
I'll
hell?
tell you
There's
that
some
much.
hard-nosed inbreds there. That's
Yup.
the man
Some
for everybody.
Couple cousins.
Yep.
Dude, speaking of cousins, I watched Dumb and Dumber 2. I feel like I've seen it before, but I actually watched it
Wait, don't
throughout the last few days, nights. Might be one of the greatest shows of all time. And Jim Carrey's the dude, just the oh man, if they came to us, said, hey, Dumb and Dumber, Himbo
Dumb
Sugar
and
Edition,
Dumber.
cool, we just gotta. I feel like I could succeed just being an absolute idiot.
Like you'd have to be improv for you. That's your issue. Is remembering lines and then
Yeah,
being the
improv I could
character.
do. You know, I could. Oh man, I feel like that might be one of my goals. I might write that one on my 2025 New Year's resolution. Huh?
And we got Schmidt. We got him on the Mac Lemonades from the
wannabe
Red Hot Java
dumbass.
House, and he grew his hair back, and it looks
Incredible.
phenomenal. He went on a date and had a kiss.
With the hat wig on. Ah,
Imagine you'd have been 69 if you wore that.
dude, you're picking her up upside down, slurping and sucking. You're fire.
Definitely get the ladies' eyes looking.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yep. But we got a big one this weekend. UFC 302.
Should we save that for
in-
Jorge? Or yeah, if Jorge coming on a little bit.
Jorge
Let's save that for
Moscano.
Oh, okay. Doctor,
Yeah,
hey
dude.
Jorge, do you care? He's like,
This guy
yeah, he
doesn't-
probably does care.
Dude,
He does.
it's a yeah. We're not even. You ruined my whole flow.
Sorry.
I was talking about. Now I don't know
Dumb
what to
and
say.
Dumber.
Hold on.
Who's
Dumb and
the
Dumber. I was gonna go
dumbest?
and explain that for a little bit. Talk about that for a little bit. Have you seen it?
I've seen it right
It's one of the. Schmitty, I know you're a movie guy. What do you think about Dumb and Dumber 2? Because that's the second
What
one,
the
right?
fuck
They
is
spell
that?
Yeah.
T-
Well, that's
T-O.
what two comes after one. So yeah, that is the second
Well, they spell
one.
it T-O, which is funny. Dumb and
Yeah.
Dumber 2.
Yeah, no, and it's weird that you just recently watched it because I was watching it the other night going to bed. And I was
Dude,
laughing.
it is. I was
Yeah.
laughing out loud. That is our
That-
kind of humor. I feel like that's why I like you three so much.
What about the
It's
first
so
one?
Dumb.
Do you like the
Three
first one?
Stooges.
I need to watch it again.
Yeah, you need to watch
That's
it
the
again.
one.
The first one is the all-time classic, one of
Oh.
the best movies ever.
So there's just the 1 and 2.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe you can inspire them to make a third.
Dude, Sean Carey, call me. Start calling me that. Maybe we'll manifest it.
Yeah, you've never watched the first one?
I feel like I have, but I don't remember.
Yeah, same thing.
We should all watch it. Get real high. Montana trip. We the vlog will speak on this, but we could give a little rundown. We had a couple
Whoa.
challenges for our buddy Sono,
That
courtesy
is-
of Tim and Brent. Well, I think actually I started it with the 4 box of Mike and I's.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey Sono, for $20 if you can finish these 4. Oh, dude, that's easy. I'm like, ha ha ha. Tim, bro, Tim, come here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. 4 boxes of Mike and Ice. He's gonna do it for $20. He looks at me and goes, what about 8 boxes of our choice?
Yeah,
See,
no,
that's
it
okay.
started off with me saying I was going to be a little naughty with the sweets.
Yup.
And then
Like, how
Sean's like,
naughty?
could you get 4 down? I'm like, easy.
4 boxes. And then we ended up doing 8 boxes, none of them Mike and Ike's, 2 boxes of Dots, 1 box
Yeah,
of
of
chocolate
Doc.
mints,
Whoa.
Charleston Chews.
Charleston Chews?
What were the big thick ones?
Ferraro Rochas.
I
Oh,
never had
God.
those. Those looked horrible. What were the other
Bro.
3?
I don't even want to remember.
Oh,
No, Sweet Tarts.
The Sweet Tarts.
Yeah,
blended
Sweet
up-
Tarts.
we
And then
had
Thin
blend-
Mints.
Blended up those. I got the Thin Mints. So there's 2 more. Schmitty's like, I would have done that for free.
He said
Schmidt.
that is light work.
Those 8 boxes?
Schmidt, no. No, you.
$100. Let's see. $100. What do you got?
Schmidt.
I'll get 100 on it.
$200. Can you do 8? No, actually, no. We decided that those challenges.
do that.
I don't know. if
Shouldn't
Schmitty-
be for me.
No,
I'm
no,
trying
no.
to lose weight.
Yeah, yeah,
but I'm
those
telling you
challenges.
right now,
But
get
could you
me
do-
high. 8 boxes
could you-
of candy are going down within 10
Buddy,
minutes.
could you do this? 10 apples, handful of kale and spinach blended up, 16 ounces.
Nothing else in there?
Nope. Water.
Dude, I blended
And
up.
what else?
You can't really taste spinach.
And an onion.
Or a little
So-
8-pack of hot dogs.
Yeah. So we got some things cooking, but that was the first night.
Yeah, the second night was McDonald's.
Well, look, you didn't finish it. We renegotiated.
Yeah.
You were able to keep your
I will say that.
beard and mustache, which we were supposed to shave off.
You guys were nice. I was supposed to get
'Cause you were confident.
mustache. And
So the
then
second night we run it back. We say, what about 4 Whoppers, 3 large fries,
Yeah.
No, it was 4 quarter-pounders.
4 quarter pounders,
pounders.
3 large fries,
10 chicken nuggets.
10 chicken nuggets.
Two
Or
was it two
quarter
sauces.
pounders.
That was at the
What
end.
do
That
you
was
say
part of
it
the end of
like
the
that?
negotiation. And a donut.
And then a donut that I thought was a maple bar.
Or-
Turns out that shit's filled.
Or Tim has to shave his pubes and you glue them on your face. That
And
was
you-
the deal. And you're like, oh, dude, that's fucking easy. You think you learned your lesson, you didn't.
You know this guy was shaving his butthole hair for that too.
Well, we had to do it. We almost had to have Garrett come and help
Yeah, I'm a little
contribute.
cleaned up. We almost needed Garrett's, what was
Pube
it?
tail. Pube tail.
Pube tail, because he's got the same size pubes as his phone.
But we ended up renegotiating again. And you don't have
Yes.
to, but you do have to do 3 sets of 15 burpees after all that.
After we blended up
And then
French
some
fries, and I applesauce French fries, which was, it just tasted like salt and grease.
But you made
Shit
some
that out
cheddar.
the next 12 hours.
We did have some compassion for you,
Yes, you did. I was very grateful for that. But the burpee, you know what the worst part was?
Chainsaw.
Shadow boxing, and well, yeah, that too.
Oh, yeah, that was
That
shameful,
too.
huh?
Dude, it goes dead silent. I felt like when I was shadow boxing in there, I'm like, I look like shit right now.
We haven't chain smoked 2 joints. And,
Oh,
he
yeah.
good fun. We went to this old Airbnb. Goddamn, the weather is still freezing.
Weather
I would say-
outside is frightful, is what some say.
Yeah. That was a good quick trip. God, it's just not. I mean, eating all that crap, I felt
We didn't even eat that bad.
She.
A little bit, probably more bread than we're used to.
Those sandwiches in the pit stop in
The
Utah.
turkey sandwiches. The sandwiches in Utah, yeah, that weren't good.
Little
Those weren't
bready.
good. Those weren't good. But goddamn, did it feel good to get home, get back to your things.
it. Yeah, it did. We got Jorge Masvidal coming on here in a few minutes, and we're gonna ask him some juicy questions. I've been a fan of Jorge for a long ass time. Even when he was in Strikeforce, he's always been a.
You remember you saying that before, like, he was,
Like,
yeah,
watch this
long
motherfucker.
time ago. Yeah, we were watching his highlights. Don't want this motherfucker.
Yeah, he's the man. So that'll be good. Schmidt, how's everything been going for you?
You been horned up lately, Schmidt, or what do you
Well,
been
he had a
doing?
date
my
and he had
God.
a kiss.
Oh yeah, well yeah, it was a nice date. She was really fun and cool. She's super sweet, so that was nice. I started doing arts recovery. That's what's been kind of game changing.
Really?
Getting your
Yeah.
mind right.
Yeah,
Really.
yeah.
Getting hot tub to plunge.
I do sauna, and I do it for a crazy long time, and I know I shouldn't.
Why shouldn't you?
People say you shouldn't do more than 20 minutes.
No,
I
when
like,
it's not, when it's that hot, you're fine.
yeah, I
when
like
it's
doing
fucking too
45,
hot. Yeah,
45
yeah.
minutes.
That's
And
good.
I just like that feeling in there. I love saunas. And then rinse off in the shower. Then I do cold plunge, hot tub, end on cold plunge.
Have you ever put your wiener on the jet in there?
Oh, that ain't
Why
even
does
on
he
my
talk
mind.
like
bro.
some
Dude,
sort
the
of-
levels of just sitting in a cold plunge, just
Get the fuck out.
getting your breath right, being able to relax, all that kind of stuff. That's hard to do. So once you can conquer that and be that, and then even dunk like you do, levels.
You know what they say? If you're sitting there for a long time, if you dunk first, it makes the whole time easier.
I gotta find my earplugs.
Yo, Sona, did that chicken lay an egg yesterday?
No, it didn't. There was no eggs in there.
One of my chickens is fucking acted super weird. This one lady said egg maybe is just kind of stuck. So we put her some Epsom salt. So we have her in her home coop right now, just kind of chilling. But I feel bad.
You do electrolytes with those?
In the summer you can.
I had fun. We went to Tractor Supply, got their little coop pimped out, and right after this, I'm going to get those 6 chickens. I hope they're nice.
Well, they've been.
You
Yeah.
think? Think they will?
I think it'll just take a little bit used to. You bring out mealworms, dude, 2-3 days in a row, they're your bugs.
I wish I could see how they're living now, because I think they pack them up in a little cage and they walk them out.
They're gonna love that.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that.
And you got how many? 6?
6 American grease.
That's how many I started out with. And guess what? I got it.
What's the over/under on how long they last?
If it was just Tim, I would say not long. The fact that it's Mariah, I think they're gonna be all right.
Yeah, probably.
Frozen water bottles. I got some nice shit.
Yeah.
Got some nice shit for their little hotel there. They're gonna be living lots.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully your cows and stuff.
Speaking of cows,
Fuck, speaking of cows, we think Tammy might be pregnant. A couple people been sliding up like, yo, she's pregnant.
thick.
She's always had a fat cat.
No, she's like oval, like wide, like she might be pregnant. And then the people that lived there before, a couple times before, had a cow, and they said Larry, the neighbor's bull, got their cow pregnant before. That bull there, fucking, I don't know how it happened,
Well, yeah, and the inspector came, but he didn't check if she was pregnant.
but he
just
did
said,
say.
yeah, he's like, she looks like she's never missed a meal.
But yeah, she's
That's
good.
what
Yeah.
they look like.
Oh, we had some big fights coming up. We can't talk about those.
You're fucking. Let's talk about everything and re-ask for her. But we can't butcher her.
Don't butcher.
We got to figure out. She leaves Tuesday. It's Memorial Day
It's
Monday. We
Memorial
don't know how to.
Day, yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't
We're
know.
trying.
I'm fucking
waiting on
asking
the text
Jesus
back.
to text fucking Jesus. We got David Clay fighting. That's a fight we talked about. David Clay's fighting this weekend, huh? Rough MMA.
Yes, he is. He is. God, no.
I need you to bring that level energy up a little bit. buddy.
CPI, brother. I think we can talk about these fights because these
let's do
questions right here. Jorge Masvidal is training on his own. He's at a camp for boxing. He's not training with.
I like it.
Dustin.
Okay, let's go.
And we can ask him the predictions of those. We don't have to
Okay,
go through all
I like
the
that. I like
questions.
that. I like that.
But some big ones. It's Islam versus Dustin. Dustin's is 2-2 in his last 4 fight.
That's gonna be
Islam's
his
on a
last
fat
fights.
streak. Southpaw versus Southpaw.
Ooh.
I rewatched him versus the last Southpaw Islam fought was Drew Dober, and the way he's shooting. Dustin's guillotine's a really good right arm guillotine, and on Southpaws he's shooting head inside the left side. So I'm curious to see.
So who you got, buddy? Because I know who I got.
Dude, I want
It's a good
Dustin
one.
so bad to be this fairy tale ending.
good
It is very, very possible. He's got 30 wins. He's got like 23 wins in the UFC or something
That's
like
crazy.
that. 23 wins in the UFC. He's an OG. But dude, Islam,
Islam's
so
crazy.
fucking strong. If I was
Yeah.
Dustin's coach, I'd say, please,
Go
just
easy.
don't grab that fucking guillotine. Wrestle and circle off, because you don't think Khabib is putting him against guys who are doing guillotine. You don't think he's gonna have the right reactions on that guillotine. Now you're willingly pulling yourself on bottom. Now you're on bottom.
I believe in
Guy's a
fate.
monster.
I believe in fate, buddy. Dustin Poirier guillotines Islam, round number 2. That's what
number
I'm
2.
thinking. No, that's what I know is gonna happen.
I hate to say it, I just don't see the guillotine.
You're
coming to
dumb.
play here.
You're dumb.
But you
Who's
know
the
what? The
dumbest?
guillotine could happen if Dustin cracked him, wobbled him with a right hook,
Back
backing
and
up,
see.
bink, wobbled him, he shot into a guillotine and slept him.
Changed his mind just like that. The power of certainty. Told ya.
We all know
Power
Dustin's about to
of
get put away.
uncertainty. I talked
So you're
about
wrong,
that.
Dustin. Guillotine, round 2.
And Dustin says it's going to be his last one. I mean, if he
What's-
wins,
KO, round 1. That's what I'm thinking.
do you think he retires?
Yo, so
No
I'm
way.
really
I think
setting
there's
this
an
shit
actual
up.
all-the-way fight there that's massive. There's a, I think the Conor fight's not really. I mean, I don't know.
Retiring when you're a champ, it's kind of like you better be really balling because you're still like once you're champ, now you're for sure getting points, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you got you. I mean,
So and then you're just decide to retire.
well, who would be next? So if he did win, who would be? That's the
There's a
issue.
ton of huge fights for him.
That's what I'm saying. But that
Sir
kind of,
Tukarian or whatever. Armin Tukarian. Yeah. Probably
no,
him.
that I mean, he's gonna want a big fight. That shit's gonna.
I mean, I say Gaethje versus him trilogy.
Oh, what about Leon Edwards? Go just move up. Fuck they are.
Or they just do that Max fight.
The
At
Max.
55 for
Yeah,
the
but
title.
Max.
There's so many. Or
Yeah.
they would probably do a rematch of Islam.
Oh yeah, they would do that. If he won like that, they would definitely do a rematch.
I was watching. I was high watching just like
High on what?
probably like 5 or 6 half-hour videos of like Khabib and his team training and how they train. It's pretty cool.
You watch the countdown?
It's pretty cool. I didn't watch the countdown. Did it come out?
Yeah.
Just came out. I didn't see that. But Habib's page is a really good page.
Did
His
they say-
YouTube channel? His personal?
Does he talk about the taxes?
Chill,
Whoa,
G.
whoa.
Have some respect
Alhamdulillah,
for
my bad.
Russian. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Russian.
I don't know. But I would love to see Dustin get it done. There's ways he can. But if I had to bet my money, I'd have to bet on his own.
You know what fight I was thinking about for our boy Jakar?
Mm.
Steamroller.
Obviously.
Wouldn't that be a good one?
I'm curious. They'll
Well,
probably
he's on
get-
a couple fight losing streak, isn't he?
Steamroller?
Yeah.
I thought just one, right? Or is it 2? Yeah, but what's his spot? What's his number?
65.
And then we got
Sugar
Sean
Sean
Strickland
Strickland.
versus Paulo Costa.
Paulo
This one's
Costa.
gonna be good. Sean Strickland,
Sean
76-inch
Strickland.
reach. Paulo Costa, when he pushes
Sean-
people back
Sean
on the cage,
Strickland.
he fucking rips off these combos
Is it
that are
5 rounds?
so nasty. You don't want to be against the cage against Paulo Costa. I think it is 5 rounds, which is changes it quite a bit.
The thing about Costa is he doesn't really gas. He slows down, but when he explodes, it's still fucking there.
Yeah, and I
Trick
think,
style.
I mean, against Whitaker, he was throwing a lot of 1-punch, 2-punch combos, trying to crack him and put him out. And I think that's going to be hard against Strickland. I'm curious to see, because Strickland's a lot of time, he's the one backing people up. Strickland didn't back up Jared Kennedy. He felt Jared Kennedy's power. He was the one backing up. Who's going to be backing who up in this fight? That's going to be a big key. to
Did he
the
really
fight.
back up DDP much?
I don't remember.
I feel like not really.
I don't remember on that.
That's a sick co-main. That's so weird that these are this weekend. Usually
I know.
big fights like this, I feel like like you're like ready for about 2-3 weeks out. I kept forgetting about this fight until I am excited for it though. I'm not saying I'm not, I am. But it doesn't seem like I don't know.
Oh, and it's a weird location.
Jersey?
Newark. Yeah, Newark.
What the fuck?
I know the brothers from CPI said, hey, I got 2 spots on the jet for you and show you guys want to come along.
From Phoenix?
Got to be here, yeah. Got to be here for our boy David, or we would probably just jump in and cruise. But this is going to be a boxing match with 4-ounce gloves with 2 scary dudes. And I bet Sean Strickland comes out, doesn't do a lot of output in that first 2 rounds, covers up, makes sure he's smart. And I bet the 3rd, 4th, 5th, he'll maybe try to push a little bit harder. But easier said than not, because Paul Costa can counterpunch
I
very
think
hard
it's
and
easier
knock
said
him.
than done.
Easier said than not.
This guy is on one. You spoke with me last night, buddy.
I did.
You fucking dork.
So if you had to bet right now, who got Paul Costa versus Sean Strickland? We got Sean Strickland. I mean, Paulo's the underdog plus 170.
Yeah, Sean Strickland.
You got Sean Strickland?
By decision?
By decision. It's gonna play out just like that Marvin Vittori versus Paulo Costa fight.
I hope someone has in with Paulo Costa's telling me treat this like a 5-round fight. How many 5-round fights has he been in? I don't even know. I mean, some, but I don't know if they're in 5 rounds.
No, he got
Is
down
he
by Izzy.
DDP or fight? Right? Is that a wait? Is that
That's
official?
that's not official. No.
And,
So winner of this probably fights. Oh wait, no. I wonder if Izzy. Yeah, I wonder if that's gonna happen. Schmitty, what do you got to say, buddy?
Izzy.
With that
I
fucking
was just,
smile on your
I
face.
was thinking about
Visual
Tim and his
Adesanya.
notes. It's so cute right now.
Isn't
I
it?
love It is.
yeah, that I mean, I got that new car. That's
Yeah,
that
Harley
thing
has
is,
that's Vlad.
bro. That thing is sweet.
Thing's crazy.
Mariah, like, I was like, all right, I'll step on Tractor Supply. And she screamed like we're going to die. She's like, oh my God, I can't believe that even came out of me. Just like,
That was probably the wettest she ever been in.
yeah, that thing was pretty crazy. 1,100 horsepower. I'm like, holy cow, what's the point of that?
Dude, speaking of horsepower, my neighbors have a mini horse.
Oh yeah, it looked like Elena liked that thing.
Not really. She wanted to go
like it?
inside.
Nipped it. Dude, one of Mariah's horses loves me so much. Like, puts his head to head to me, just rubs with me, just loves me. It's the horse that when we did a heavy dose of mushrooms, we were laying down in the backyard and that horse would just stand over us and just stare at us for a long time.
Yeah, the horse connection is something that. I've never had a connection with a horse. People
Decided to
say
see
it. Powerful.
monkeys.
You just look at Mariah like fucking. You talk to this horse.
And just guide him around, move him around. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Connor did his live. He went live, did a little live gambling. Said someone asked him, said why O'Malley? He looked up to blah blah blah. And then he said I got caught in the crosshair. It was for Ryan Garcia. Then he talked about Ryan Garcia missing weight and how somehow it was like I was involved in that. A little weird, but he also said that we could take the gloves off and fight, bitch. Which is kind of mean. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know about that either.
It's kind of mean. Dude, Robbie Lawler was talking to BKFC. What?
You should just tweet after you get knocked out by Michael Chandler. We should just have a boxing match.
Chill. Do y'all still like Connor? I tried hating him, didn't work. But Robbie Lawler was talking to the BKFC, or they took a picture of the president. Imagine Robbie Lawler being playing here at BKFC.
Not right now. I mean, Robbie's older.
I know, but
He's older
still.
now. Mike
Not gonna
Perry.
be younger. Oh.
I'm trying to think of one person who could give Mike Perry a run in the BKFC. It's hard to even think of any. That way.
Warlight?
Yeah.
That was
Yup.
good.
What the?
I let Schmitty drive that car, and he stepped on it. I was like, oh god.
It was
You
awesome.
let him?
The back alley.
Seeing Tim go, okay, slow down,
Okay, slow down, buddy. Just fucking through the alley.
You let him in the back alley. That's crazy.
Hey, hold on. He told me, he's like, okay, step on it, step on it. I
Yeah.
was driving it scared because it was the first time I ever drove a Tesla. Sean's not even letting me. So thank you. That was a cool experience.
Yeah, Tim also thought you could fucking raise a puppy. So
Oh shit.
Hey.
that
let's
was
not
too
go
soon.
that low.
Well, it's true. I'm not gonna let him fucking drive my Tesla.
It felt like a spaceship.
You let him drive your family.
Not
Yeah.
my Tesla. Ask
I
Sono
have
if he ask Sono if he drove my Tesla. I think it's too fucking
Thank you.
fast.
I stepped
Sprint
on
ram's
that
not that
thing. That Tesla, that shouldn't be legal.
It shouldn't be.
It should.
Yeah, it's like. But
There's no point.
I'm so glad you talked me out of that steering wheel.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
What is it called? The yoke steering wheel, where it's half a steering wheel. It's like
It's so dumb.
I'm so glad.
It's not a cool feature.
Is there anything you're looking to buy? It looked like those floors turned out immaculate.
Oh yeah, shout out to that fucking guy Joey. Flew down from Miami. So Vandy, one of these guys we met at the Prize Picks event in Atlanta, met him, cool fucker. Messaged me on Snapchat. He's like, 'cause, that Joey kid heard us on the pod say I want epoxy floor. Told Vandy to tell me that he could do it. And I shot him an email. Flew in from Miami, fucking busted out the floors in a week, and they look fucking incredible.
So is that going to be where your just kind of your car's cleaned up sit?
Yeah.
Sit in there.
No real plans. Kind of just going with the flow ski,
Little like TV area.
little TV area. I don't know, man. I was, what?
Do the staircase above the bathroom.
It's hard. It's that white wall right there. I like for pictures, and that's kind of the only place. But we're talking about maybe in the
A trap door dropping down.
in the mechanic shop.
Top little like.
But could Schmitty go up there?
Hey, can hold.
Yeah, but and you got your cage coming too, right?
Possibly.
I'm super excited for that because I feel like we should do some more gilded fight cards.
100%.
Because the people love
100%.
those.
But we need you guys to jump in on it.
Yeah, I know.
Schmitty versus Mike Music.
Yeah.
Sono
Yeah.
versus War.
Yeah.
War doesn't want anything.
Well, he
to do
can't
with
come
that.
down then.
He doesn't want anything to do.
It
with
is weird how scared he is. Of Sono.
I've never
Isn't it?
seen it with War.
He's like, I'll fight Schmitty. I'll fight Tony. Big guys, but
I'll
what
fight
Sono is
Sono.
just.
I don't
No.
know.
That army dog.
What about JX versus
He
Art?
knows. That'd be sick.
He's asking for too much. He's asking for too much.
Yee.
I know.
That's crazy. What
Yep.
are you asking for?
And then,
Chill.
we're moving the coffee shop. Ryan, I made that decision, and we're going to move it to this middle room, so it's its own little room, and I'm going to make it really nice. And then we're going to move the kickboxing portion over to the jiu-jitsu gyms. We have the gyms, coffee shop in the middle. It's going to be some work, and that's going to be a pain in the butt, but it's going to be sweet.
Yeah.
Did you make coffee this morning or no?
Yeah. So I don't know when I hit the stairs randomly last night. I'm like, should we just fucking bust out a couple of the stairs in the morning? I said, yeah. So we fucking woke up and hit the stairs at 8 a.m. Just walked them twice and then jogged around for a bit. A couple butt cheeks out there that were
Raised
nice.
a couple chicks.
I
got
tell you what,
numbers.
I cruised a Target for a couple extra taco toppings,
Oh,
and God, there's some chicks there.
that's a good place. Bad
I just
place,
was.
huh?
I'm like, I hung around there for a little while. And I better just leave. Just get me there.
That sounds illegal that you said that.
Well, we got the UFC champion here with us, Sugar Sean.
Hey guys,
O'Malley.
big fight coming up in the Sphere. It's official.
No, imagine.
Oh, I'm just waiting.
They're probably deciding. I keep seeing shit about it, and Dana, when he's saying it's so huge, if it's so huge,
It's gotta be 2 title fights. It's gotta be. But I just can't picture them putting on 2 champs defending their titles.
Yes,
Unless they just
Victoria?
say, fuck it.
just
Go.
say fuck it. We're gonna make
Yeah.
cash on these other spots. Like,
Yeah.
even if we take a little loss here, it's gonna
Yeah.
be a banger.
Yeah. What about you and Taporia?
Bang.
Because then it.
He versed Taporia?
No, you main event Taporia.
Oh, Rab would fucking break his own nose.
I think they could build a cool card like that, and then it also sets up maybe you two going at it after.
Yeah. I don't know, man. We'll
Just
see.
by ESPN MMA posting that, what if I'm like, bro, it's yeah.
It would be, I'm trying to think, because that's September what? September 20th or something?
I could be wrong. My senses are telling me you know.
I don't, I swear to God. Every time I've known a fight, I've told you guys right away.
different.
But if it's like September, early-ish September, Tommy fights September 3rd in Vegas. We can just go down, get an Airbnb,
Get a nice
stay
Airbnb
there for a
where you
couple
go.
weeks.
Yeah.
If, September what?
Yep.
16th.
We could do
Yep.
that. It'd be an option.
Yeah, I think that would be perfect.
Take a jet. Tommy flying a jet.
Yep. Load up in the spring.
When I'm up.
Road trip style.
Fuck.
So we got Sono single.
Single.
Single and in trouble. Can't post his own shit.
I shouldn't have posted that. My mom talked me out of
It wasn't
that.
really that bad.
Yeah, her face was out of it, so I'm like, what's wrong with it? Do you think I should have kept it up?
Yeah, it was hidden in the little dump there.
Yeah, it was at the end. We were actually maced to the end of the dump. That one guy did. Elvis. Hit him down the toilet, take a shit. To make the end of the dump. That was a good one. That went over your fucking head.
That was good. That last kill Tony with Cam and William on the stage was good.
And Casey Rocket.
Mm-hmm. He's growing on me. Casey Rocket's growing on me. He's a fun
Better than
dude.
growing in you. Am
So,
I right?
I've put my life on the line for you guys with this Marab content, just to let you know.
Are they coming for you?
They very well. Anytime I'm around a group of Russians, I look over my shoulder.
How often?
Is
are
he
you around a
Georgian
group
or
of
Russian?
You know-
He's
Same.
Georgian.
Was
He's
that
from
racist?
Georgia.
I'm sorry. I apologize. They're even more after.
Oh, shit.
Buddy, if you're scared of him,
I mean,
No,
you
I'm
gotta be ready.
I am.
That wasn't for us. You gotta be ready to rumble. Whatever comes out of your mouth, you gotta be ready to back it up.
Oh, I know. And guess what? I got some more. I got some more funny ideas I'm gonna do. in post. I'm gonna keep riding it out. I'm gonna go to the edge of war.
well, let's skip out. Let's go.
Oh yeah, we already covered that on Confidential Pod. JX Soto came on Confidential Pod. And
Really?
got a little emotional on his Patreon.
No way.
Yeah.
Tears flowing?
Yeah, dude.
Me and Jay, man. If we just had me and Jay could have a documentary about our trips that we've had. Seriously.
So you got any wild stories for us?
Oh, I got some stories. For you. Huh?
She.
Atlanta. Who's 3? Oh,
Okay.
man. So you got any... I'm going to build my bar down.
We got a Barno
hey,
coming on, do ya?
Well, how about the story of us when we popped that J before the pilot was like, hey guys, it's pretty bumpy getting in and out of here.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Never heard a pilot say that before we take off. Right when he said it, you just see Tim Sean and I go,
We just got done freshly smoking a joint before we about to head on the old jet ski. The pilot said, I just want to warn you guys, it's going to be pretty bumpy. Your head might hit the top of the jet.
yeah.
But then we all thinking that the jet was fucking this tall. Then we get in there and it's fucking this tall.
I went and take a pee right before we got on that thing, and I'm like, and I don't know why. It's never happens like this. This is a bad feeling.
It really wasn't that bumpy at the end of the day, though. It
Oh,
was
I think the way he swirled up in there,
he's a vet. That dude was
I'd
a
be a
vet.
vet. 30-year vet.
More than 30 years.
Yeah.
Been flying since he was 18 years old. We went up to my brother's house. His building way up in the mountains, a 4,000 square foot place. Yeah, it was a nice joint. Huh?
It really was.
That's out there though.
That's out there.
We gotta shoot some.
That might have been
guns.
too far out there for me. I don't know if I could do that. I mean,
You got to be a real stoic. Speaking of
Yeah.
stoic, we had Schmitty rate himself 1 stoic, and he put a 7. He put a 7 on that scale.
at least he went down from an 8 in his emotional intelligence. I feel like that's kind of similar.
Brought her down a point.
What's yours, Sean?
Depends what situation. I feel like pretty,
You know, overall.
overall, I would say I'm pretty. I don't even remember the last time I just got so mad. Pretty hot that. 8.
Oh, got mad for us.
Like mad to where it's like
I don't even-
calm, but fucking very mad. For me, when I got a package storm, when I get package storm from my house, I just want to hang somebody fucking my garage.
Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty high up there. Compared to like,
I'd say for me, 6.5.
yeah, you definitely get
Possibly.
angry.
I never get angry where you can visibly see it.
How
It's
about
in
you,
my
four?
mind.
I've seen you literally 1-2 mad.
Yeah, ding ding.
No, I don't know. Atlanta. If anything, Atlanta pushes me above more than anything.
But she was really good the whole trip.
Should've heard her
what,
last night.
What would you? Yeah, well,
Holy fuck.
why?
Because her pants were a little bit too short. She thought they were shorts. I swear to God, she screamed. I'm like, I'm not giving in. I'm not giving in. For 35 minutes. These are shorts! And she picked them. She picked her fucking pajamas. Just put them on. Everything was fine. And she started screaming, "These are short!" Like, lady, you picked them. They're pants. You're wearing them. Legit 30. Her voice is like from screaming so much last night. She got new pants.
What would you say your stoicism level is?
Probably like a 4.
Yeah, I've seen you lose it.
You know how to push my buttons better than anybody, though. I noticed it like halfway through, and I'm like, God damn it, he's doing it again. You got
When
it.
he was so full of that candy, we had an interview, and he had to chain smoke 2 joints, and he just got done throwing up. And I wanted a
Bro.
more in-depth interview with Gary Sono, and he's just saying these super surface level answers. Like, just a
Bro,
little more deep with the answers.
I'm
He
high
starts
as
bucking
hell.
himself up.
I'm high as hell.
Never
He's
good
going-
enough for you, Tim. Fuck you.
Yeah, never good enough. I saw water in his eyes. He was about to start.
Dude, he's going to, I think he's faking it. I'm sitting there going like this in my head.
Well,
like
Schmitty and
spinning.
Sono had a fucking flare up the gym the other day. I thought they were about to come to punches.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Schmidt.
He did apologize.
Yeah, I
Sono did apologize.
Yeah. I thought they were going to come to blows.
I
I mean,
did
if
too.
Schmitty would have been in a different mood,
100%.
you guys would have tussled.
Because those are fighting words. Sono was
You
saying
have
fighting
no
words.
idea what I was already going through, so you actually would think I was pretty bad. 'Cause I was.
But if Tim
already.
and I weren't there, I feel like you
I
might have
feel
been
like
there.
I've changed a little bit. You know what I mean? That fucked you.
I was impressed.
Mhm.
I was
I
impressed.
regret that. I'm sorry, Schmidt.
Yeah, it's all good.
I love stretching, man. I love stretching.
I got a fat brisket thrown on that Traeger and cook it for 10 hours. We'll see how that thing turns out. Who cooked the steaks at your joint last night?
I did. I cooked those fuckers for about an hour 20.
They were
All
good.
Yeah, it turned out really good.
With the habanero cheese.
Ooh, yeah, cut up the cheese. That's just the best dinner. Steak, cheese, fruit.
You put way too much seasoning on a steak, dog.
Do
I'll
I?
give- Dude,
What?
you know those fudge pops with
I mean,
like the
smaller steaks, you don't really need that much. Big old Haas steaks, you can get it from.
I appreciate that.
I asked Sean one day, I'm like, do you like the taste of meat at all?
Because I
Like,
put a little bit too much ranch on my steak, buddy.
Yeah, it's a little bowl of ranch, like a little ranch steak cereal.
I didn't even have any ranch last night. I had bitch inside. Should we plan a Kill Tony trip? Warlike's fucking on me about it.
He wants to go.
Yeah, he said, I'll save my money.
I feel like you got all these trips coming up.
I know. When's our next
hard.
one? June 2nd's our next one.
Kill
And then-
Tony should come to Phoenix sometime.
Yeah,
We should.
that'd be kind of fire.
And then if this September fight gets announced, it's like July.
Yeah, that's true. We might go to the Connor fight. Just kind of depends on some shit, man. But
That Russ concert's coming up.
Russ concert's coming up. Danny's birthday. Your birthday's coming up. Fucking lots of shit coming up. Your birthday.
Yeah. He's turning 28.
Ha! Goddamn. How's the club last night? I saw you snuck out. I know. And the boys are texting saying, "What's the vibe?" I'm like, I don't know.
Tags, we're at a table with him.
Yep. That boy Jay out there just fucking.
Yo.
That did great.
Did you see that the Bobby girl from the podcast was out here?
Bobby.
Althoff, her and Shabuzi. That country.
And the Shabuzi guy, which I do like that one.
Bobby,
song.
the skinny girl.
Yeah.
The drink-
podcast is like, hello.
Oh.
You should do a pod with her. That'd be fire. You and her.
I didn't know all these things. These allegations about Bobby Lee came out where he was like grabbing about Georgienko, but then other places like this, talking about all this shit, grabbing dicks all the time. I can see where George would be mad at that. If they tried to make him look like the bad guy, and Bobby Lee was grabbing his hold that out.
Yeah, that's tricky.
That's tricky.
You don't know what you don't know.
And I was telling Schmitty about my buddy who his wife read the dark humor text, like
Oh.
trying to use that as grounds for a divorce. But it happened 3 years ago, and then all of a sudden it's a woman with a divorce now. And Schmitty said there is dark humor that can go too far. And I agree.
Well, remember when we were high at the Airbnb and we were saying dark
Yeah, it got
shit?
dark.
And I
It
said,
started
my
to go dark,
frequencies
too."
are a little off,
Yeah.
fellas. That one, I didn't feel good about that one.
Yeah, we changed it up real quick.
Started just saying positive things about each other.
But it's like, come on, you gotta dark. You read someone's group chat with the boys. It's like you try to say the most fucked up shit just to get
I think there's a difference between dark humor and then the weird dark humor. And I don't think you guys do weird. I would hope that
Art?
Oh, it's
Art?
Yeah.
If it's some weird dark humor shit,
Oh,
I
it's weird.
get it.
It's
But if it's just
weird.
dark humor, like funny shit that you
Like
laugh
what?
at, like death or some shit like that, or like
That's funny to you?
dark humor vibe.
What about no? About what?
Give us some powerful knowledge of something we should that would motivate us. Just drop it. Something off the top of your head that you
Did
got
you-
right
Can't
did you see
care
those top-
what
did you-
people think about it.
Did you watch any of those Top G videos I sent you?
Oh, that's right.
I saved it, but I was at the movie theater last night. I
Remember
haven't
Sona
watched
was telling you
it. I will.
Yeah.
when we were on our run today? I was like, "Yo, did Tim send you that?" He said, "No." I'm like, "I'll play it right here 'cause this shit, I got this
Please.
shit saved on God." Huh?
But I believe it.
It's tough.
Hi, baby. Hi. Love you. Wouldn't even understand my fucking damn way in the Matrix. You didn't know how to do work.
On the last Red Hawk recap, we had our buddy on there. He's a 6-0 kid, 125. He's got a contender series fight coming up. And he said, I'm like, what's the longest you've dated a girl? He's like, 4 years. I'm like, why'd you guys break up? I watched a Top G video about having a threesome, and I went out there and I said the same thing he said in the video.
Bro, I listened to that. That was fucking funny. I wonder. That's probably
That's
happening to
probably.
so.
I mean, that's
many
probably
people.
bad for young fellas to listen to. You can't say it's not, because there's rarely.
My opinion.
There's rarely.
You gotta be a certain level of top G to pull through with
Yeah.
your main boo.
Yeah.
But Daily Stoics this morning said something about giving a fuck what people think about you. It's so, you know what I mean? I thought I was like, yeah, that's true. So, what do you think, Schmidt? You think you care people think about you a lot?
Oh God, I'm hated. Shout out to all you guys. But oh well.
But you know
what I
what's
mean?
crazy is every comment has just they have control of your emotions. Well, I'm
Good.
gonna make Schmitty mad today.
Any
Schmitty looks
publicity
gross.
is good publicity, Davey. So
But your
keep
internal.
on hating. Yeah, sometimes there is some comments where it's like, "Oh, you think you know me?" And
Why
then
do you read them?
Dude, I was doing an immaculate job at
Until
not
you
reading.
didn't.
And then one of the gym members comes in on the last pod I was on. They go, "Oh man, Schmitty, you were fucking getting hated on. I even stood up for you." I'm like, "Really?"
I gotta see this.
Yeah,
I know this is gonna make me feel like
it
shit.
was bad. I
If
was
you
like,
know it's gonna make you feel bad,
Stand
up
but you
like
know it
this.
is, why would you do it?
You're right. Well, guess what? They're all AI robots. So fuck you, AI robots. 'Cause I
So
think
the
it's
fact
one-
that you get more mad at
Skynet
AI
coming for
robots.
his ass.
That's just what I'm
Great.
telling myself. I'm just telling myself, you know what? It's warlike plugging all this in up in
It
Canada.
might be.
That's what I'm telling myself.
It might be.
Mm-hmm.
Jack's too busy, dude. Jack's too busy, motherfucker, baby. He's at fucking this, he's over there, he's at church. Donald's at church today.
Oh, I was. I'm here now, though.
Yeah, well, we're here now. Amen to that. Praise the Lord Jesus. Why you drive?
I'm excited to get back to training this week. Real excited.
How's your Achilles? Is it
Tighter and shit.
God, even though Rigo's fucking
Hold on, let me switch chairs real quick.
But I don't think it is. I think it's
Oh.
really strong. It just gets really tight.
That's all mental.
In Montana. And all that.
The
Carrying
elevation.
around a Tatanka.
Yup.
My dad gave me a full ass price in school and put down.
He did put that down.
I think it's no, it ain't illegal for anybody.
So you can put down a Tatanka? Damn.
What do you think about this whole fat thing going on with people?
I don't think you're fat. Is that what you're saying? Oh, Neil's that thing?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know enough about it. I've witnessed people that I know on it, and they definitely lose a lot of weight. I've heard some negative. I don't think you should get on it.
No,
I really don't.
And me and Tim were talking about it.
I just don't know if there's enough science behind it to get on that.
Well, see what does the biggest face.
People
Oh,
can,
big face?
if you can eat like shit still and then get skinny, it's like you can get skinny,
Well, no, they
fat,
don't eat like
suck your
shit. They don't crave.
Yeah.
You don't crave food. You don't really want to eat like shit. So so it shuts that off, so you don't really eat like shit.
Well, what if you do that but you still eat good food and still work out and do that at the same
I think
time?
it fucks you up in more ways than just turning off the little fucking sensor.
There's got to be some repercussions. It can't be just the easy pill. Now
Who was telling
everyone's fit because you take this pill.
Was Mariah saying it fucked up their stomach forever? Like they got off it, now they're like 90 pounds.
Rogan was talking about his buddy, same thing.
Yeah, I think let's just good old fashioned hard work.
What's the word?
Okay. Yeah, good old fashioned hard work. I think is the answer to that. But did you see the Neuralink guy? Watch a little video on him. He did look at the computer with his mind, play chess and shit. That was fucking weird.
Bro, what's gonna be real
What the
weird
fuck?
is when they do it with blind people because they use a camera that it's like an old style
Whoa.
video that sends the messages to your brain. So that at first it'll look like an old school photo, you know, like black and white type shit. But dude, in the future,
Yeah.
they're gonna be able to see better than us. They're gonna be able to see behind. You know, like how our car has that full view. That's gonna be blind
Whoa.
people in the future. They're gonna be able to see behind. That's just what I think.
Yeah, well, you think a lot of sweet shit. But that's actually pretty fucking trippy. Blind people being able to see.
My dumbass always thought, okay, if they're gonna fix blind people, they're gonna fix their eyes. You're gonna be able to see out of your eyes. It's like, no, that's not how it's gonna be. It's gonna be through.
I'm sure it'll be through their eyes.
No, it ain't. It isn't.
Yeah, that's probably true.
He does it. There's Elon Musk talks
true.
about it.
Actually, it's
Do you think that the
That's
Neuralink
true.
will help someday with like tubes?
With being
ear
able to
tubes?
hear, yeah,
Maybe
you
you'll
know,
be able to dunk in the old pond.
Ozone would
You-
help his ass.
you'll be able to hear, but
Yeah,
your body still has to drain your ear. I could be an ENT, Jonas. I'm Schmidt
know a
ENT.
lot about that.
Damn, that'd be sweet.
Do they know what that stands for?
Emergency
so.
mental card.
Ear, nose, and throat for the Jobins out there.
Oh, ENT. Yeah, so we got Jorge Masvidal coming on here in a little bit, man. How's the build up with Nate been? Long time. I think I've met Jorge. I met him I think I met him after a fight, the Cheeto fight. I think I met him at the club one time when I was absolutely faded. But I've never really talked to Jorge.
They're cool, dude. Just
I thought he got pretty big there. After that one
That
picture
kick
I
made
saw
him
from
look
that
fit.
stream, I was like, is he pushing 250?
eating good.
No, yeah. So he's one of the true gangsters of the sport.
Yeah.
What do you think he's wearing? I'm gonna say a jumpsuit.
I
I'm gonna
totally
say-
forgot to ask, but you had nothing to do with Tammy getting pregnant, right?
That's a good question, Schmidt. There were some people swiping
Sono,
up.
I've been seeing her on your stories a lot lately.
See, that is a good point. That is a good point. I'm gonna go throw her a piece of hay. I'm like, buddy, this is her fourth hay today.
Give me an update. Give the Jobins an update. What's with the show?
The Jobin show?
What's with the show?
I gotta meet with this producer. We'll see. Save the fucking drama for the show.
Okay. 'cause,
I'll keep you updated. I didn't even want to tell you because I didn't want you to get too excited because it's so fucking, like, it still could never happen. It's
I
just
know.
like-
I'd be a sad boy, but it's okay. I get it.
It's okay. But for real, what do we think Jorge's wearing? I'm saying a little green jumpsuit. What do you think? Well, it's hot out, so I take that back.
Shirtless.
I don't know if he's training in Miami.
Where did that at? What did he say?
305.
305.
Could be.
He's got to be in the 305.
Do you think they're going to be able to slap each other still with the boxing gloves on?
Oh,
Think
yeah,
they're
you
gonna
can
try?
slap. I mean, that's how some people punch.
The ref will yell at you for that, though.
But somehow that's how people, like, throw right hands, you know.
You think Nate's going to still try and point at him?
I'm wondering if the fight's gonna go down for
You're
real.
not lying about
I mean,
that.
there's only one way.
Because why did it get moved?
Nate supposedly just wanted to move. Or no, they didn't want to do it on the same day as UFC.
Oh,
Nate didn't want to.
because that would have been June 1st. That would have been this weekend.
So for pay-per-view wise, I mean, that's fucking smart.
Mm-hmm.
Schmitty, just tell him you can beat his ass.
No, Masvidal? Oh my God. I ain't talking shit.
Like you did Kevin Holland.
I feel safe because Marab's 4'2". You know what I mean? Like,
He's not.
But he'll put you on your back quick.
what if I shoot a knee up like Sean? Just
See, that might land.
If you had that kind of reaction time, that would be something different. But Marab will put you on your back, be dropping knuckles on you.
Oh, I know. I see Marab. I go the opposite way.
I mean, if you see Masvidal, you go the opposite way. You see any of these guys.
Oh, Masvidal, I never talk shit. I'll be like, what up? Hello?
I mean, talking shit to Rab is not much different.
Rab will kill you.
Well, I know he'll kill me, but he's gonna try and hurt my friends. So if I die for it, I die for it.
Fair enough.
Let me, yeah.
Yeah.
What the?
Oh yeah, we got Figgy
Oh,
versus
shit.
Chito Vera that got announced. Thank you for that,
Jesus.
Dick. So
Thank
dope.
you. That was clutch, 'cause that is true. I wanted to talk about that, but I forgot.
Abu Dhabi, August 3rd. That one got announced.
That's Corey versus Umar.
And you said you
Umar.
flipped through the Jackson podcast and said he learned a lot from fighting you.
Yeah, I listened. I saw him on the Jackson. I'm like, what does this guy got to say? He's still swearing by the fucking greasy hair, which is just absolutely fucking wild. But I think he's going to look at that fight and go, man, I learned a lot. Which is how you're supposed to take losses. So I'm sure he's still bitter. Losing to me would suck.
Getting embarrassed.
But
Figgy fight's a tough fight.
yeah,
How
it is a
good
tough
he's
fight.
been
You're
looking.
right.
He gets on top of people, and if you see
He's
Corey
nailed
Sandhagen
them.
versus Cheeto, once Corey got on top of him in half guard, and Figgy is strong and
Yeah.
very good at jiu-jitsu. When he gets on top of you,
You'd have very good jiu-jitsu.
you have to do something.
I'm curious. I mean, Figgy's is pretty small though
Did they
compared
say it
to.
was three rounds?
It's got to be 3 rounds.
Okay.
Yeah. That yeah.
That's Figgy. That's good for Figgy.
Figgy decision, or is that what we're thinking?
Figgy decision.
And then they also MVP versus Ian Gary. That
Love that matchup.
is could be
I don't know.
could be
But-
fun, could be bun.
I feel like
We
there's
gotta-
a good chance that's going to be boring.
No one's
I
gonna
just
really
feel
want
Too
to
much
name.
distance.
Dude, watch Ian Gary versus Neil Magny. Backing up. Venom Page isn't the type to stalk someone down and cut him off and put him against the fence and make it a fight. He
They both
stands
just back up and blitz. One.
Yeah.
It sounds fun though. It sounds fun. When was that one? That was a different date though, right? Or was that August 3rd as well? 'Cause that's August 3rd too. That's a
on the Connor card.
oh, June
But
3rd.
we gotta
Oh, okay.
hey, Colby Covington
First.
didn't take that fight with Gary. Remember?
Is that what happened? I wonder.
Maybe the UFC didn't make it or ever offer it, but they were
Because you
talking a
could-
bunch of shit.
UFC. Oh, sorry. UFC will never come out and say no. I don't think Dana could at a press or something. Say no, we did offer it to him, but Colby could. Whoever
Colby
could.
would smoke him too, so I don't know why he did that.
I feel like who would smoke who?
Colby would.
Colby
If
would
you quit
smoke
drawing
Gary.
and listening, you'd fucking know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he'd smoke him.
Yes. Drowning.
3 rounds.
Yes. Be held down the whole time.
I wonder where Ian Gary's training now.
He went to shoot boxing.
Oh yeah, he wasn't shooting boxers.
And he said it's like his family now.
Yeah,
It's pretty
remember?
much Brazilian.
He does speak Portuguese.
No, it is impressive, Masvidal though. Yeah, how many losses he has and how he's still built himself up to be the big, fucking huge star.
At one point, the biggest star in MMA.
Bro,
You could
him
argue.
sending that knee versus Ben Askren was so badass. Saying fuck it, because if he misses, he's ending up on his back. Now he's gonna have this Ben Askren on top of you. But sending that shit in that
Jorge
moment, and that
never really
landing,
got held. Ben obviously different. level.
Usman put him on the wall for a while.
held down on his back.
Yeah.
Like, he never really did. I want to ask him about cardio. I know he said what every fighter think, like at least goes through at some point in their career. Other than guys with cardio, it's like fuck. My main fear is just gas it out and win that fucking transition from that. But I want to ask about that. We got Horny Hey Masvidal on the line here.
That'll be great.
That's a radio show. Cody, and then we just go to a song for a little bit. It'd be kind of fire. Polo G, Gang With Me.
Why did they take that
Bro,
off
that shit ain't on
Spotify.
Spotify anymore. Like you said, it might have been the fucking. Oh, we did. We were hiring a goddamn kite though. We all had to sing for each other. We all had to attempt to sing with a good voice. And
Play Tim.
No. I played.
Tim did Young God by Russ, and it was embarrassing. Garrett did Ring of Fire by Johnny Gat. Sono did
God, this is
Bubbles
getting
or Bubbly or some shit.
And that was.
atrocious.
I made up a
Atrocious.
song. I'll sing it here for you guys here, but I
I'll
can't.
sing, yeah, rap it.
No, that one was not. Again, dark humor. Didn't feel good about that one.
What's it like being cheap?
So honestly, like life's been different.
I bet it was weird just going back to Helena and seeing all the people that kind of grew up with. But, I mean, obviously for them too.
Yeah.
It seemed like that long ago.
Yep.
Shane was just a little street scrub.
Yeah.
Still is.
No, I'm thug.
Were you walking around that house crying?
No, it was weird as fuck being at Whoa, loser! Are these the same ones as yours? So are these the ones? So these are the ones I thought you. Oh. So yeah, going to my childhood home. Grew up. I probably moved there when I was 3 or 4 years old. Lived there till I was 19. Moved to Phoenix, but.
You can still see the cum stains he left.
I don't know
No, I
if
like
they saw
it.
man ass
I was dude when I
or
first
man
got in. I'm like,
ass.
God, Jack,
I was gonna pretend
that was like when I first bought it.
That was a pretty house though, man.
I'll
Good
pick that.
view.
They changed those windows, the wide open windows. Yeah, man, that shit was crazy.
I got myself a pure mahogany flute.
Mahogany.
Use that to end my day.
Gorilla.
Get some good coffee there.
We made good jams with those flutes and guitar and
That was fun. That was fun. But yeah, I was talking about my house before you interrupted me.
Oh, that's really cool. How many square feet?
God, the memories that flooded going back there, though. Even just driving up, 'cause I had ran those roads, walked that from that bus stop, uphill both ways.
I did that at my house too. Which was wild.
Yeah, but no one gives a fuck because we didn't go to your house.
No, but you guys didn't cruise around with ESPN. Brett Okamoto came to town. You guys did a little
I got a
reminiscing.
flute when I was in Sedona.
Where'd you guys reminisce? That's good.
We drove past Capitol High. I was gonna invite you, but you're not allowed that close to Capitol High. We went over to the fairgrounds, did some interviews. I told them like I fucked a chick over there, and I'm like, oh, I don't know if they're gonna put that in the interview, but I did say that.
Uncle fucked me over there. You said that.
Yeah, right. Tim's uncle fucked him a lot. I
I have a
fought
fucking uncle.
Warlike.
Yeah, right. That's fucking.
that uncle's put him through some pounding.
Oh yeah, let's beat that little bussy up.
Oh yeah. So we got Horny Masvidal coming on the episode 287 here.
One of my
Horny.
favorite fighters from a long time.
He's still fighting today, believe it or not. He's boxing Nathan Diaz here at UFC 14. I want to use this radio voice when he comes online. You been gaming much? You haven't had
I
time?
have a game set. I'm gonna game today. I'm gonna get my chicken settled here. I'm gonna check on my brisket. I'm gonna sit down for some games, and I can't wait for that.
You want us to play with you?
I would love that, but don't you have a swim lesson?
4:30. But we're gonna. I think we can pop by over after.
Yep.
On some of that
This
brisket.
brisket's fucking as big as Michelle's at.
Hey,
It's a big
don't
brisket. I'll
talk
just say
about
that.
my woman like that, bro.
Sorry.
She's mine.
Does Whoppy Wendy listen to this?
Oh my god.
Oh, magnificent Margie.
Hey.
Sorry. We got
old
Jorge
Golden
Masvidal coming on.
No, my mom sent me this video about how, and this video off JW.org about how you need God and you need religion to have a good conscience.
Damn, I might
I'm having this
start
debate
working
with
on
her about you don't need religion to have a good conscience. I'm not saying there's not a God, not and the Bible's not true, but you just
But that
don't
debate.
need
Put
it.
religion and all that stuff aside. Do you believe in science? Do you
Science?
believe in like guardian angels or anything like that? Like, do you believe like what?
I don't want. I hate to say believe it because when you believe in it, then you're not questioning.
It's not
it.
believing in it. It's just you
Faith.
keep your mind open to the signs that so
Yes.
that when a sign happens, you're present. And
I
allowing
stopped
it.
at stop signs, so I
No.
fucking definitely believe in signs. I'm on
I
one
know
spot. I think
So-
I do. I believe in signs.
My uncle, right?
The one that cross-dressed.
No, the one that passed away.
Okay, sorry.
Him and my aunt were huge into wine, right? And she
Uh-huh.
bought this. Every wine glass has a different, makes wine taste different, and all
Right.
that kind of shit. She bought these really expensive wine glasses, and he kept breaking them as he washed them throughout time. As he did some of the last conversations they had while they were before he passed away, he said, "If you're ever around, if a glass breaks, I'm around." Sure enough, when we're getting everyone together to have a nice dinner and party with everyone,
Schmitty goes.
no, we were a
Sorry.
glass bottle broke at the
Lucy.
thing, and then I also was help moving some stuff, and one of the nice wine glasses fell and broke, and it was the first, and like that's a moment. Do you believe that's a sign? Do you believe in things like that?
Or is that a coincidence?
Or do you just sweep it up like you're Sean? Have someone sweep it up like you're Sean O'Malley and keep moving boxes?
Is it, yeah, it could be a sign or it could be coincidence. I know what you mean. That's a good question there, and there's only one way to answer that. Horny Masvidal, what do you think about that? That's a good question.
Have you ever
Jerk
seen the movie
off
Signs
and
with Mel
love.
Gibson?
Is it a funny one?
Simple.
It's like a horror, scary movie.
I feel like I have.
It's with him and Joaquin. Yeah, there's a scene with him and Joaquin Phoenix sitting on the couch, and they talk about that. And it's literally one of the best ways I feel like it's been sitting on the couch. Scary movie.
I feel like I have.
It's with him and Joaquin. Yeah, there's a scene with him and Joaquin Phoenix sitting on the couch, and they talk about that. And it's literally one of the best ways I feel like it's been talked into a movie. So
Okay.
you should look it up on YouTube and just listen to that scene.
Okay.
It's sick.
Schmitty had a little flare up. We did the Friends intro,
Oh.
and did you
Yeah.
delete that?
All these, yeah, because I'm like,
Did you delete
okay,
that?
how many times? Just answer this question, Sugar Shane O'Malley. I've said that idea so many times, and I've gotten told,
We never had a time to do it.
we always got.
We were
time
in
to do it.
Montana smoking joints outside, beautiful. Garrett's there, ready to
Well,
record, and
all
we're
I
like,
ask is for a little chuckle once in a while when I give it.
I can't honest to God say I remember you saying, "Hey, let's do the Friends intro." I don't remember.
I don't
that.
remember
I remember you always bring me funny things with what's the fat guy?
What's up?
That was a good one. The what's up?
I know I talked to you about
What about-
it,
what's the
and
dude- what's
and
the
I know
dude-
I've even talked to Garrett about it.
None of them remember. What's it? Charles Farley.
Chris Farley.
Chris Farley. You said there's a couple that one you want to do.
Yeah, cool. That was 2 weeks ago. Your attention span retains 2 weeks. Sorry, it was maybe a few months ago.
Buddy, sorry, I got commas on my headband.
Yeah, that one came out of nowhere, but
Just random.
yeah, I mean, there's a couple of our buddies that offered Henry Cejudo, Mario, and Kyler. They both said yes. Henry said no.
And he's out online calling everyone else out.
It's probably smart though. I mean,
Very
when you look at it, it's like, man, you don't want to fight Mario, you don't want to fight Kyler. But at
Both
one
bad
point,
fights,
he
though.
was the best in the field.
Yeah, he's probably top.
15?
Well, those are both bad fights.
Yeah, so I mean, Kyler's gonna have to have a big fight. And kind of same with Mario too. He's gonna have to have a big fight. I think
God, remember Mario's performance against Ricky? That was so fucking sweet, dude.
Yeah.
That was such a bad.
that was his most recent.
Yeah. And then yeah, I saw that too. Actually, yeah.
That might be a smarter one for him because Song Yadong's more up there in the rankings, right?
Yeah.
But then still, how do you
Song,
beat
right.
Song? He might knock his ass out.
Song
Like some-
Henry out.
yeah.
Yeah. for
Chin
sure.
floating up there.
Oh yeah, you saw a movie? I actually do
Mad
want
Max.
to. I actually do want to go to Bad Boys. That comes out
Really?
soon. I actually kind of want to go in theaters. Should we plan a trip?
Bro, yes.
Let's do a Bad Boys
You know what I was-
theater.
Again, weird. Last night I'm sitting in the theater and I was thinking about when we went and saw the Jackass or whatever it
Yeah.
was. And I was like, damn, we haven't seen a movie
What
all
if we
together.
watched? Tim was saying, what if we watched the UFC documentary that's coming out?
That would be
in the
sick.
theaters.
Remember when me, you, Brendan, and Mariah went and saw a movie? I
That was
love
a-
those
that was a
times.
crazy
Let's see a
four-banger.
movie.
That was a crazy little two banger.
We went to a movie. Oh, that movie sucked. I hated that movie. That was the dumbest movie I've ever seen.
Which one was it? Oh, Shia LaBeouf.
Hey.
It wasn't. He's good.
Which one?
But
I
that's
love
a
Shia
Honey
LaBeouf.
Bun. Honey Boy.
Boy?
That's
That
not
one-
that movie's.
Probably a little just too deep for you.
It was too slow. I was shadowboxing the whole time.
We got some comedians coming into town. We got William Montgomery coming to town in June.
I ain't never
then,
gonna
we
come.
got, then we got Christina P coming in August.
She's coming.
I mean, she's coming to Phoenix, so hopefully she can come on our show. That'd be awesome.
That'd be super duper awesome. Tom Segura. That God, all those guys would be so fun.
Yeah,
Just interview.
that'd be great.
What's your favorite animal?
Me, I like doodles. I have my two doodles.
Hey! You're telling me that ain't a sign. Go round trip right there.
Could be. Definitely could be.
Horny Jorge, can you hear me? No, we can't hear him. Horny Jorge, how we doing, baby?
What's up, brother Jorge? You just wake up? God damn it! How do you stay focused with all those butt cheeks in Miami?
Yeah, that's why I'm out of Miami, man.
Art.
My current management team wanted me out of it, so I've been out of Miami for a minute now, man.
Smart.
Where you at now?
Las Vegas.
Oh, second dangerous place.
Yeah, Vegas is crazy there. If I make the wrong left and I end up over there in the strip, it's a whole other problem.
Oh.
That's the truth. How many times a week you sparring for Nate? Sparring twice a week?
3 times a week. So I went to like, let me say like 4 boxing gyms that I thought I could do a good fit in with. You know, I went to Freddie Roaches. I got to train 10 days with Roy Jones Jr. That was amazing, man. I went to some gyms in Florida as well, and I came to Capetillo to Vegas on one of those trips. And like, man, since like the first time we did the pads, there was a lot of chemistry there. And after we did that, we unrolled like a plan and said, look, you come this way, this is what I pretty much will have you doing, you know, week 1, week 2, and he mapped it all out. And I was like, all right, that's pretty cool, you know. So I went to all these other places, and I decided I didn't want to go to Vegas, and my handlers really wanted me to go to Vegas just to get out of Miami, man. So I said, fuck, I'm going to Vegas. And as we started working, man, everything this guy has said has worked out perfectly. He goes, listen, I know you know a lot about MMA, but I want to take you from jump up to boxing. I want you to forget about everything you know in MMA. Not that we're not going to use some of those things, but I want to get you right from the ground up. I want to teach you how to punch a little different, because as everybody here knows in this chat, we punch different in MMA slightly, right? Because we got to block kicks, we got to block takedowns. So he wanted to get my stance correct from the bottom up. And another reason why I love this program is because they spar a lot. They spar 3 times a week. We spar fucking hard. Cool. So yeah, it's alive. It's very different. We run Monday through Saturday, which in MMA only when I was at 155 I would run like that, like every day or every other day. When I was at 170, I'd run maybe like 3 times a week. 2 of those were like sprints, and one of them was like a longer run for like weight management. But at 170, I didn't really run a lot, and it's not really the culture in MMA for us to run, because we got so much to cover, right? We got to do jiu-jitsu, we got to do fucking wrestling, we got to do weightlifting, powerlifting, and maybe some of us swim, you know, so we don't run as much. But over here, I'm running every fucking day. It's a different game.
That's badass, and your body's holding up pretty good.
That's what everybody asks. Well, how's the boxing grind compared to MMA? It's not no diss to boxing at ever, but what we do on the day-to-day in MMA is just uncomparable. There's no other sport fucking with it. I don't give a fuck. And it's just, if we grew up doing it, we just think like, man, this is the standard, but it's uncomparable, man. To go practice, whenever it is your sparring session, right? And now I kick Sean as hard as I can with the fucking knee. And then later on he has a weightlifting session, you know, and that knee's still fucked up, and there's no bullshit about it. You still gotta go lift them weights. And then Wednesday morning when you wake up, you got jiu-jitsu practice, and you're trying to fucking rip his heel off. You don't even know better. You're just going for that leg because he gave it to you. Now you're trying to rip his heel off, and then right after that, he still has to go run his 2 miles. We don't have that in boxing, which is pretty cool. I'm not getting kicked in my knees, I'm not getting torqued. I just run. And it's a lot more running than I've ever done. My body's taking well to it because I'm not taking that crazy overwhelming abuse that I used to have to take. You know, I'm not getting slammed on my fucking head and now I have a fucking spike. And when people call my name, I gotta turn around like this. You know. Yeah, it's different, man. So it's no disrespect to boxing, because I still think it's one of the most dangerous sports. Because come fight day, you can either punch the head or the body. There's only 2 targets. You can't do nothing else. So that's why there's a lot of casualties, definitely. But the preparation for it, I would definitely say there's nothing like fucking MMA. You know?
Yeah, dude, I've been a fan of yours for over 10 years. I remember back when we lived at Sugar and I lived at our little shitty apartment. I was like, bro, you gotta check this guy out. The way he boxes and mixes in his knees. And I'd even watch your vlogs back in the day and how you'd eat and stuff, Mickey D's. Now that you're older, have you changed your diet much? You kind of stick to that?
No, I changed my diet a lot. I right after, I'm gonna say, when I fought for Gilbert Melendez for the world title at Strikeforce, that's when I really started changing my diet. Because to that point, I was a fucking asshole, and I didn't really know better because everybody's telling me, man, you're eating shit food, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm beating everybody in the room. It must work for me. I must be different, right? But it's something I always say, just because you're the best in the room doesn't mean it's the best version of yourself. And it took me a little bit of time to really let that sink in and get after it better, you know, and push more. But yeah, I used to eat pretty fucking shitty, and I still do when I don't have a fight. I got a lot of demons, man. All of them, bro. Man.
God, yeah, I remember, like you said, when we were at the apartments, this has got to be 8-9 years ago before kickbox sparring. You throw on your highlights, you get her fired up. That's fucking sick. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
A lot of sick highlights since then, too. I remember hearing you talk about something about, and I think every fighter deals with this at some point in their career, getting tired was the biggest fucking fear going into a fight. Like, I know I have my skills, it's just like, I don't want to get tired. When did that change for you, and like, why did it change for you?
It changed definitely, but it's always still in the back.
Yeah.
I'm like, even when I'm like in tip shape and I'm like, all right, we're running 5 miles today, and I'm doing 5 miles on time. You know, it's getting time faster than ever. And I'm like, damn, all right, it's not an opinion now. Now I know.
Yeah.
I'm running this thing 3-4 miles minutes quicker. I must be in better shape. I'm lifting more weights than ever. It's still like a voice. It's like a demon or a devil that tells you that, and you have to make that leap, and you have to like, nah, I'm fucking ready for this, bro. I know my cardio's there, and it took me personally like a while, especially in the grappling department. That's why I get tired. I can throw punches all day, I can slip them all day, but like going with good grapplers, guys that also wrestle from like 7-8 years old, and they just have that continuous flow. That would always be in the back of my mind. Damn, I gotta fucking make sure I got my gas right for these motherfuckers. So that took a minute, you know. But when I really started unloading, I would say when I came back from that reality show, because it was more like, man, God's just gonna give me enough gas for what I need. I'm either gonna finish this dude if I am dead tired, or I'll just have enough gas for every bout coming forward. You know, that's how I took it, bro.
Yeah, because the Ben Askren fight, I mean, that, like Tim was saying earlier, it's like that was risky-ish, you know, like running that knee, because you could have been ended up in a body lock, could have ended up on your back, and with a guy like Ben, obviously, you never really got held down in your career, but Ben had that fucking retard strength, squeezing watermelons and shit, so it was risky fucking doing that, just sending it. That was fucking legendary, though. That was what, 3 seconds? I know they say 5. I think that was what. That's
My
3
boy
seconds.
knows.
I know that shit. They gotta stop
My
that
boy-
right from the
my
fucking.
boy knows.
Yeah.
The referee touched me. He made contact with me and waved it off at exactly. You
Yeah.
can see it right when he's doing it. So I hope one day Vegas will change it around, you know. But so then
To beat 5 seconds, even though it would be fucking damn near impossible. But to beat 3 seconds, you'd have to just be a little bit quicker than that sprint.
What up? You do a lot of caffeine, or do you do much marijuana, or you take a chill on that?
Lately I got him more into matcha. I love matcha.
Hey, okay.
I don't get the spike after as much.
Yeah.
I think it's more a little bit more controllable.
You like that? Yeah. Just to wind down a bit.
I used to abuse it a lot, brother. In all ways, in all shapes, you know. And my coaches really, especially for this last coming around after I retired, they really wanted me to cut down on it. Many weeks prior to the fight, you know, they feel that for the lungs and for the reflexes, it enhances it a little bit better to be off of it. So we've been working on it, you know. So I've been not hitting the peace pipe, you know, as much as I would want to.
What kind of stuff do you do in your downtime then? Do you watch any shows, or you just chill out?
Downtime. I mean, here in Vegas, my life's completely different in Miami. In Miami, that's another reason why my managers wanted to get me out. I didn't have too much downtime. You know? I had to go running in the morning, then I come right back to the house, take my kids to school, drop them off, get them ready for all that. Then I go work out in between that time. Then by the time they're getting out of school, I pick them up, hang out with them, grab a meal. Maybe sometimes I go to the gym at night. They stay at the crib, then I come back, they're really sleeping, and sometimes I stay with them kicking it, you know. So I didn't really have too much, like, I don't know, too much time. I wasn't really watching TV. Now here in Vegas, I'm not with my kids, unfortunately. So I go to the gym, I come back and just chill out. And right now, all I've been doing in my extra time is shit, either gambling, go to the casino real quick, you know, watching some TV. That's it, really, man.
What kind of TV you like? 90 Day Fiance?
I don't even know what that is. That sounds funny. Now,
That TLC shit. Tim loves that shit.
Now, I recently got into Blood of Zeus animation on Netflix. Got me fucked up, bro. I saw every episode till I finished it. That shit was pretty good.
You watch much boxing? Old school fights?
Watch a ton of boxing now. That's something that I watch a ton of. I used to watch in my MMA. I'm very drawn to Muay Thai. I love Muay Thai. High level Muay Thai. It's like an addiction of mine. I'm not watching it nowhere near as much now because just by accident I don't want to throw a fucking elbow or anything. I'm just mainly watching boxing. You know, a lot of collegiate wrestling I still watch. Big fan of it. So the Muay Thai collegiate wrestling is usually what I would watch in MMA. You know, now I haven't been watching as much since I don't want to.
Yeah.
Something up there.
It's weird the distance between boxing, even just like kickboxing and MMA. Just the distance itself just changes the sport so much.
Way different.
Weird. Just
and
sparring.
Also the gloves, how you could, you know, boxing, you could, if you put your little shoulders up like this and you shut up like this, you're almost unhittable, you know.
Yeah.
I can block my body, my head, and MMA, you still have massive holes. you know, this is not enough in MMA to come forward in the guys. So we have to break the distance way different.
Way harder to find people's chins with those big boxing gloves on. Especially people that know how to really fucking cover.
Yeah. Somebody that's really crafty, that's been doing this since a kid as well. You know, it's tough. And also, they live in different ranges, like where we can't be at because we'll get our heads kneed off or kicked off. You know, we're weaving right here, right by your arm. As we all know, we can't do that in MMA. So it's new distances that I'm having to learn, but I'm loving the process, man. I'm still learning a lot, and I'm still learning things that I can use in MMA.
Fuck yeah.
Are you guys wearing 8-ounce gloves?
When we spar?
No, when you fight, Nate.
10 ounce for my weight class. I think it's above it's either 147 or 154. It's 10 ounces.
And has there been any talks about, because we see Jake Paul talking about wanting to fight you in MMA, is that actually realistic at all, or is that not realistic? I mean, that's what I told Sugar. I like Jake. I'm a fan of Jake too, but I mean, a fight with you MMA wise, that's not smart.
I think Jake knows. I don't think that Jake
he said it.
He'd fight.
He said he would.
I think I know he said he'd fight Nate, which is still not great, but you know, he doesn't wrestle.
How much you walking around at right now?
Please.
Right now I'm playing like 189, 186.
Oh, shit.
Pretty fit.
Fuck yeah. The fight's gonna be at 175, so I'm a couple pounds away. So now the fight's a little closer. I'll probably trim down to about like 180, 181. Be walking around there, see what it feels like, and then just lose 5-6 pounds a week up.
What's the biggest you got?
Oh no, I done got fat, man.
230 with tits?
Yeah, big time, man. I just at the top of the show, I told you my diet's not the best. You know, I gotta have something to fucking to motivate me. You know, so shit, I done got to like, I don't know, 220.
Gee.
Yeah, but not a good 220. You know, like a fast food 220.
Fuck yeah. So we got Dustin coming up versus Islam, and fired up for that one because he's a big underdog, and fuck, that'd be a fairy tale story if he gets it done, bro.
Especially against somebody that's stylistic is not his best match. You know, the guys that wrestle grapple. You know, as everybody knows, Dustin's my brother and teammate for over 10 years. So I'm 100% going for Dustin, but I know this is a tough fight for him. You know, I know it's not gonna be no walk in the park.
I'm finna watch it live.
Just make that homework. Not just Islam puts him down, he hits him while he's on the ground, and fights over, and he walks away with that fucking belt. That's what I'm going for. Fight home run. He catches Islam, he puts him down, he hits him while he's on the ground, fights over, and he walks away with that fucking belt. That's what I'm going for.
God, Islam. I feel like Islam's boxing kind of slept on.
He's sharp on the feet.
He throws some fucking nice counters, good southpaw. Obviously, Dustin can box with anybody, but dude, it feels like we were talking about earlier, that fight doesn't seem like, I can't believe it's next week. It feels like it kind of slid under the radar, and then it's all of a sudden fucking here. But it's in New Jersey, which is fucking. You know why? Is that just random as fuck?
Yeah, for the longest time, I was thinking it was in Vegas, and I found out like 2 weeks ago. No, it's in fucking Jersey.
Yeah. Well,
how stressful has it been running your own little fight organization, or do you have a full team?
Oh no, we got a full team. My job is recruit, matchmake, and then promote them, you know. And then there's a whole other lane for finance department, sponsorship department, the arenas that we're gonna be going into the cities. But even with that, it's a lot of work, man. But it's fun. It's the type of work that us fighters love. You know, I'm looking at tapes of guys that I would want to fight for my organization, thinking about who they'd be a good fight against, and then recruiting those guys, and then talking about those guys in shows like this. So it's like a dream job. When I'm done fighting, that's the only thing I'll be doing for the next 2 years.
Have a good time doing it.
Damn, you think we ever see Jorge versus Conor BKFC?
I don't know if Conor do that.
Bare knuckle for me, I don't know, bro, because that'd be like one and done. But for Conor's ass, maybe. You know, I just fucking elbows. That's
get a couple. Or the no glove MMA.
Yeah, if it's Cambridge FC, no glove MMA, yeah. But bare knuckle boxing, I wouldn't do that at all.
I'm on the same page. I wouldn't.
I think there was a point where that fight kind of made sense, but it seemed like Conor wasn't interested.
He's never been interested. He knows I got some size on him. I'll fucking take that boy.
Yeah. We got Chael boxing Anderson Silva. How do you think that fight's gonna go down?
Anderson Silva, about whatever he wants. It's not even. It doesn't even make sense to me. I keep just thinking either Chael's gonna pull out or Chael's gonna fucking, as soon as a punch whizzes by him, he's gonna be like, fuck this. You know, I just don't see any chance for Chael whatsoever. And Anderson still got the power. The last thing to leave a man is his power always. So Anderson's still gonna have that snap.
Yeah.
Well, what do you got on plan the rest of the day? Is your rest day today?
Yeah, today's your rest day. Be with God, just pray, chill out, get myself ready. Maybe get cool. Definitely hit the sauna, hit the cold plunge. Today I like to rack them both up, as much as I can. I'll probably get like a good hour in the sauna, just sweating it out. Then I'll get in the cold plunge to fucking finish it off. And then, if I was allowed to, because they say now I'm too close.
Hit a
A
little.
little smoke.
Like a baseball bat.
Yeah, fuck. The couple times we've been to Miami, it's like, goddamn, I don't think we could live here. The cheeks are too nice. Clubs open till 8 a.m.
Nope.
Fuck, it's a dangerous place. For Suge's fight against Cheeto, we stayed in a place where you have
Y'all stayed in my place.
Yeah.
I live there.
yeah.
I was trying to bump into y'all, man.
That shit.
Right there, man. That place is nuts, huh?
That's tight.
Yeah, we had to get out of there Sunday. We left the next day, back home to our fucking normal lives where we stay away from the butt cheeks.
Yeah.
Oh, man, the butt cheeks is tough, man. Especially you get caught up in there. Like as you said, the clubs are open till 8 a.m. and then some. They have them open till like, not lying to you, 3 p.m. You start partying. You start partying Saturday, right? Like at 10 p.m. And there's a club that's waiting for you on Sunday. Yeah, they'll be open till 3 p.m. And then after that, it's a whole other city's open just for that. So it's easy to get lost over there.
Dude. What's one of your biggest regrets, if any, in your career so far?
It's a regret. It's also not a regret. I contemplate a lot. When I got the call to fight Usman on 6-day notice, me and the UFC have been going back because I wanted more pay-per-view money. I wanted a bigger distribution on the pay-per-views that I was bringing in. And they weren't really budgeting on that. They wanted to give me more. Oh, we'll give you more on this side, but here we're gonna have to this and chop. And I'm like, nah, I don't want that deal. If I bring in money, I want to get paid. If I sell 100,000 pay-per-views, then fucking don't give me shit. But if I sell 1 million pay-per-views, I want to get fucking paid. So I was going on for a while, and then finally, my little guy came to say hi.
Oh my god.
This guy's a troublemaker.
Holy.
It was like 7 weeks out, 6 weeks out, and we come to a halt on the negotiations. I'm like, fuck. Whatever, bro. I guess it's not meant to be. In Strikeforce, I had to fight for the light world title, and the UFC had already purchased the company. But I got like shit deal. I trained. The fight kept getting pushed back. I trained for like 6 months, and I literally made $16,000 to challenge for the world title against one of the guys that was top rated in the world. So, bro, if I ever get to fight for a title again, it's gonna be under my circumstances. I want to get paid out. I'm not gonna do this bullshit. So the fight came to a halt, and then as everybody knows, 6 days later, Gilbert Burns got corona. So fucking boom, his ass got pulled out of the card, and then the UFC's calling me. But now I got all the chips on my side, right? Because who the fuck is gonna cut all this weight in 6 days in the middle of corona, fly to Abu Dhabi, make weight, and that is actually a top contender. At the time, I'm number 1. So they really don't have no choice. They're like, fuck, what do you want? I'll tell you what I want. I want the same deal that I was asking before, but just better. Because I got 6 days to do it, and I got 20 pounds to go. So fucking, I went to war on him, and I fought for everything I could. I made more money than I ever did in my whole career because I made sure that everything was right. And going forward, it stayed exactly the same, belt or no belt for me. My pay-per-view threshold was very good, But that always, I didn't get the decision I wanted, obviously, in that fight. And that always stayed with me, like, man, how about if I had trained these 7 weeks?
Kept training.
Like, I was fighting for a title, It would have been completely different because I really wasn't doing much. I was just fucking hanging out. Dustin Poirier was getting ready to fight on... I just slipped his name.
Dan Hooker?
Dan Hooker. He's getting me to fight Dan Hooker, so I was coming into the gym, once a week, twice a week, just sparring and taking off, and I was just like, fuck, man, I can't believe I'm not getting this fight, and I was all fucking butthurt about it. But if I would have been in that bulldog training mode, maybe shit could have been different. So that's one that I always like, yeah, but I got the money though, at least, that I always wanted, because if I would have took their deal, so all the pay-per-views we sold, because that year we sold the most pay-per-views for any fight, we did 1.3. If if I would have done that on the terms that they were giving me, I wouldn't have made shit. I wouldn't have made nothing, but it would have got my ass again. Da, 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 you know? So fucking, it's like one of those things where I always weigh it out, you know? Was the belt better for me at that time or some serious money, you know? So that's one that I think about a lot.
If you go back right now and give your 20-year-old self some advice, what do you think it'd be?
This goes for Sean as well, man, because this motherfucker got potential, talent.
Appreciate
I
that.
know how the world is. Stay away from the motherfucking girls. that number one, dog. They gonna drain you, bro. And it's hard for me to admit it because my whole life is like, damn, you know, I like chicks, man. Big surprise, right?
Yeah.
Fucking.
We're alphas. What do we expect?
I love chicks, but they weaken you, bro. You know, even the good ones, they weaken you. You know, you can't all that we give out. That's, you know, as I keep it, the more I stage in my body, just become different. Now, as you get older, I definitely 100% see it. Like, messed around a couple of times this week. My running time, I wasn't that good, you know, but I was trying harder. Running time wasn't that good. And then in sparring, you know, I usually light this dude up. He got some shots in today, and it's far. But then the more I keep myself like that, it's fucking, you become something else. So I remember when I first started fighting, I used to read up on all the boxing and stuff. And Manny Pacquiao was 6 weeks, 7 weeks. So-and-so boxer would do 8 weeks, whatever. And I'm like, man, it's crazy, though. How the fuck? I do 20 days and I feel like I'm gonna kill somebody already, you know? So it's like, if I go back in time, that's one advice I give myself. Stay away from the little mama's food.
Yeah. So far, I've been doing a decent job at that. You know, it's definitely difficult. Definitely. And a lot of people, it's hard for some people to relate. But when you're making a little bit of money, you're this fucking stud. You're a fighter. It's like it does something to you. Start thinking, believing your own shit. Your ego. You're just like, I should be fucking everyone. Yeah, I deal with that pretty hard.
And then on top of it, you just minding your business. You're there getting your coffee at the thing.
Yup.
And then some little mama go, oh my gosh, you're so and so. Yeah, that's me. Don't worry about it. So and so, let me get the picture. Okay, and then pop, message you right away.
Damn.
And you're like, fuck.
I know, they get you. They are little fucking blood suckers, little energy suckers. But sometimes you put on a performance, you start walking around like you're a fucking next level alpha. After putting on a little performance.
Let me tell you, my brother, that you did in Miami, in my opinion, was next level performance.
Appreciate that.
Cheeto's my boy. I've known Cheeto his whole fucking life, his whole career in the UFC, and I thought he was gonna be like a tough fight for you, brother. Just because he's to be like this ain't boxing. To be the good boxer, you need to brawl with him. You don't box a good boxer. I thought Cheeto could be the guy that could give you the fucking hardest time. Just get in there, fucking make it ugly as fuck, and you fucking box so damn well. That's one of your best performances. Endurance-wise as well, it was like 4th and 5th round, you look sharper and faster than you the 1st and 2nd. So that was a masterful performance. That night, right there, you could have beat anyone fucking 35 in the world. But you were fucking spot on. I was there live. I saw the whole damn thing. Fucking the Chris I've ever seen you with.
I appreciate that. Fuck yeah, I need to carry that into the old fucking Marabski now. But
Yeah,
no, I appreciate that.
I'll be for that one live as well, brother.
Hopefully fucking Vegas. I mean, I keep pushing for the Sphere. I keep hearing, little rumors about who's fighting the Sphere. So I'm hoping for the Sphere, but I don't know if we're gonna get that one. But yeah, regardless, it should be a
Why wouldn't you guys get the Sphere? I thought you guys were getting it too.
No, that rumor went around. I know Marab went on some ESPN or UFC India show or some shit and said that we were fighting the Sphere, but he just kind of said that because I had been pushing for it and it got picked up everywhere. But there's been no talks with me and the UFC about the Sphere. I think they're waiting on some things to play out. But fuck, I hope so. That big fucking cage, because you fought in the small cage obviously before you fought in the big cage. Do you care personally too much? What's your opinion on the small cage versus the big cage stuff?
Shit.
I hate the small cage. I'll never fight in the small cage again. It's like playing half court basketball or fucking 50-yard football. It's like it's not the. I want the big cage. Give me that fucking big cage. That's what I feel.
I feel like it's for me. It's kind of seasonal. Like if I'm fighting a a good striker like you that has great fucking footwork. I kind of want that small case,
True,
man.
true.
I wanna, you know, fucking push you up in there, get you up in there, 'cause you got great footwork. I don't wanna fucking.
Literally
give
why
you
I don't
a
want to fight.
dancing. If I'm fighting like a good wrestler that's just gonna want to press me up against the cage, I'm gonna want a bigger cage, you know.
Yeah.
Who you got? Michael Chandler versus Connor. Who you got?
Shit, I mean, they both look for ways to quit, so who's gonna quit first, right? I don't know who's gonna quit first on that one, but I think, oh man, I don't know how much juice is on too, right? Fucking, that's another question too, because that motherfucker had to wait till you saw the left to come back in this bitch and compete with all of us, while all of us been training, getting tested. This motherfucker is clearly on some shit, as we can see by these fucking movies. So I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna lean towards Conor, but it's not really like set in stone.
Yeah.
I like how Connor said he's gonna fight June to September, December. It's like, God, every time he says it's, you know, it's a season, it's Connor season. I'm gonna fight 3 times this year. But let's just fight. I mean, even I like to say I'm gonna fight 2 times. Like that'd be ideal. But it's like you gotta just fucking take one fight and just fucking hope you get through it without breaking something.
Yeah. And half them Twitters, you know, he's out of his mind. You know, cocaine's a hell of a drug and
Sure.
shit. Because he be writing some shit that make no damn sense.
His voice memos though, holy fuck, they get me howling.
So, all right, Jorge, dude, thanks for coming on, brother.
Anytime, my brother.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Huge fan of you guys' work, man. Watch you guys since fucking guys started, you know, since I think your second fight in the UFC.
Appreciate it.
And you come a long way, my brother. And the speed that you have is a gift from God. So fucking use it, man. Keep knocking motherfuckers dead. It's very, very fucking amazing to watch your career. To watch the strikers is doing it, man.
Yes,
I know
sir.
you can grapple too, but you know I'm always cheering for the strikers, man.
I feel that.
Fuck
Good luck.
yeah.
Yeah, good luck with Nate. Thank you, bro.
See you soon, bro. Peace.
Thank you, fellas.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, hey, thanks for watching the show. And Jorge Masvidal is the man. He's one of the real OG legends, down to scrap anytime, anywhere. But this show is sponsored by sugarshop.co if you want some of the best slick clothing in the game. And we have a confidential pod coming out. It's patreon.com/RedHawk Academy. Years and years of content up there, and Snapchat at TimWelchMT and at Sugar Shop. So comment your thoughts below, hit that like and subscribe button, and let's get
This one seems pretty interesting. Oh, here we go. Anti-virus. What's new? Nothing new. Anti-virus. Get the fuck out of here.
Are we in a video game crash? Right, okay, so let's be honest. The majority of news coming out about gaming at the moment has been like a constant spiral of doom and gloom and misery.
That's
and
right.
it's just constant. And at present, gaming history is literally unfolding before our very eyes. We are living through something.
Yeah, I
that
want y'all to keep in mind that the Helldivers 2 fuck up, people will bring that up in 10 years. In 10 years from now, people will be like, remember whenever everybody from Helldivers got together and they made the company not do the thing, and everybody's like, yeah, those were the days. And some guy's like, yeah, I was there.
people in
No,
10,
they won't.
20,
They
30
absolutely
years
will.
ago to talk about.
100%.
Very much like we all talk about the video crash of 1983.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
I
And
was
it's a
not
very
there.
negative portion of history.
Helldivers
So I
was
wanted to
not
discuss
there.
with you basically how the gaming industry has ended up in such a mess this time round. And
Tekken.
we're already in a crash, or we're
That I'll play.
literally charging towards one. And I feel like the obvious place to start with this is back in 2020 in the pandemic. During the pandemic, gaming was literally the saviour of people in lockdown. Everyone's stuck in their homes.
I've been in
their
lockdown
fellows
for
at work,
33
they've got
years.
Nothing to do, and gaming was just doing really, really well. A lot of people needed it to escape the drudgery
course.
of being locked in their houses. There was only 3 choices: social media or TV. Well,
Oh,
you
wow.
watch sports
How
anymore,
exciting.
because no one was allowed to even play sports
Or
in the first
YouTube.
place, let alone get to watch it on TV.
Right.
Therefore, gaming was pretty much one of the only options for many people. And the gaming industry, as a result of that, was absolutely booming to an
Yeah,
extent.
it doubled the amount of people playing video.
I didn't do any of that. I just went to work. Literally, I went to work.
Video games, probably. I would say COVID probably doubled the amount of average video game players, at least during the time of COVID. Like, if there was 100 people,
And COVID times, all I did was literally construction with a mask on. Imagine doing construction with a mask on. That shit's not fun.
Playing video games for every 1,000, now there's 200. And probably it was even more than that.
I mean, sometimes
Because,
I
like,
play
yeah,
video
like, you remember
games,
Twitch
that's when I
numbers
come
were
back
super
to it.
fucking high then. Everything on the internet was, like, massively juiced.
They saw themselves as pandemic.
I think that, you know, we were just talking about Genshin Impact. I think Genshin Impact was, like, one of the main beneficiaries of that. Like, Genshin Impact came out at a time where there were no other games that were really kind of like that were very good, that had, like, that anime style. And it was during COVID. It was crazy. That was perfect fucking timing.
As in, like, the whole world was burning down around them.
Yeah.
Yet they were growing and growing. It was like nothing could stop them. Through this period, did the gaming industry gain a false sense of security? Well, one thing...
I think that every industry did, and I don't think it's a false sense of security. I think that it was just irresponsible expansion, where they saw how much the company was growing from COVID, and they expanded the company in so many different ways that it was unsustainable after COVID kind of stopped happening or fell off. And then they're stuck with all these people, and they're stuck with like all this extra stuff. And like this is happening, like you're kind of burning the candle at both ends here, where you have like obviously people that are like not having to deal with COVID anymore, but you also have the factor of AI, and you have the factor of like other types of like automation that's removing jobs that people had in the industry as well. So not only are you losing customers, in the short term, but you're also losing functionality.
Sure. According to the news, the gaming industry is constantly complaining about not making enough money.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Considering the vast amount of cost that they're putting into everything, with how many hundreds of millions this cost and how many hundreds of millions that cost. Well, of course, they're probably not going to be making the money back on it. But this has seen various companies, as a result of that, laying off thousands and thousands of members of staff to basically try to meet a shareholder promises. Multiple expensive AAA games.
Well, they're wasting their money on things that gamers don't care about. Like, I think Senua's Saga is probably the best example of that. It doesn't matter how, like, dark or gritty or realistic or something like that a game is. Like, where's the value proposition? Where's the reason that you're going to log into this game? Why would you do this? I don't think that I think that's the real problem, is that games don't understand. A lot of these like big game developers, I think that they want to make video games in the same way that people make movies, or in the same way that people like maybe make music or something like that, like TV shows. It's not a TV show, it's not a movie. Like people are like utilizing this for a different reason.
Aren't hitting the sales
play their own
figures
games.
expected or needed, essentially.
And like that's another thing too. Like I unironically think this is probably something that might get people that are like video game developers mad at me. I think a lot of them don't understand video games because they don't play them and or they suck at video games. Meanwhile, you see Kojima playing new video games every single fucking day. He's posting pictures of it constantly. So it's like he's like, watching movies, everything like that. He's like in it, doing it constantly. And it's like, yeah, of course this guy's going to outperform you. Of course he's going to do better because he's wired and he's locked in. Like, meanwhile, what are you doing? You're playing some bullshit indie game? Like, you don't even understand your own game. How are you going to do this? So I think that's the big reason. Yoshi P2? Yeah, exactly. Like, and all of the guys, think about all of the game developers that play a lot of other games. Like, you remember whenever Blizzard developers started talking a lot about how good Elden Ring was and other games that they started playing? And that was just coincidentally the same time that the game started getting better? Yeah, because they started actually playing other games. That's the issue that a lot of game devs have. I don't think that they understand gaming because they're not gamers. They're not playing games.
Games like Suicide Squad and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are like prime examples of this. I'm not even going to go into like the details about each of those. I've made a video about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Square Enix only last week. So if you want to know a bit more depthy information on that, go find that now or at the end of this video. Others are using the excuse that basically the rising cost of game development is making predatory microtransactions an essential part of gaming's future for it to be sustainable. An example of this would be Tekken 8 Stealth Dropping paywalled features only after receiving glittering, sparkling reviews, which has caused a huge amount of distrust in their player base. Square Enix released their notification of
recognition of extraordinary losses. I'm pretty sure if this happened in America, it would be followed by a public execution, or maybe multiple.
Ordinary losses, which is absolutely mental. Again, as I said, I've done a video.
That's bad.
Xbox has just the other day basically closed a load of subsidiaries for Bethesda, which was horrendous considering some of those have released games which are absolute bangers. And then Warner Brothers have announced that they're going to only focus on key franchises such as Mortal Kombat and Harry Potter going forward, and even those are going to an extent get bastardized into service games apparently.
And Warner Brothers is making the right call. What the fuck does Warner Brothers know about making video games? What are you trying to make all these new IPs and do all this new stuff? Oh yeah, we're just gonna go into this industry and make a bunch of money? How? You don't even understand it. That's the problem. It's that these people, they keep trying to insert themselves into spaces that they shouldn't be in. And they have no, they have no expertise in. And that's the real issue.
Call to action, it seems, from the execs, is that they want to make more mobile games.
Yeah, I wonder why.
They want to make a whole load of service games with millions of microtransactions so that they can have a constant feed of money coming in off of the general consumer. And they essentially want to put less and less emphasis on traditional one-player games, which you basically pay for once.
Right.
They want you to buy their games and then own nothing and then continue to feed them and then be happy with them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, to be fair, you don't own the single-player games either. Ubisoft proved that. But yeah, she's totally right about that. I think that the real reason why this is going to fail is because this is something that's not for the benefit of the customer. There are a lot of games that this works and it makes sense for, like Fortnite or like Helldivers 2. But the reason why it's a problem is that basically the way that I think that these big companies are looking at making a video game is that they don't start with what makes a good game. They start with, we need a live service, and then they work backwards from that conclusion. Like, basically, a good game, the conclusion of a good game is, okay, so how should we monetize the game? Like, how should we actually make this work? But the problem with like, new games is that a lot of times that's where they start from. That's the main focus. It's like, how are we going to make money with this? What makes money, exactly. And so it's a matter of focus. Like, nobody really cares about, like, whether a game is live service or not. And I know that I have a lot of people in my audience that are, like, live service haters. You're probably actually not. I bet with a lot of you guys, you probably play live service games. You don't hate live service games. You hate shitty live service games with cash grab mechanics that aren't fun. That's what you really don't like. Let's be real. Everybody knows it. It's about profit, yes. And so that's the real issue. It's not live service. The problem is that live service for these companies is, like, in their mind, what game do, like, you think about who are the executives at Warner Brothers? Probably people that have been in the entertainment industry longer than video games have existed, okay? Let's be real. So these guys don't know anything about games, but they know that Fortnite is really big because maybe their grandkids play it. So they're thinking, oh yeah, let's go do something that's just like this. Let's go do that. And I'm sure that some of them are smart. I'm sure some of them are incredibly dynamic and they really know what they're talking about. But too many of them aren't. Too many of them, and collectively they are not. And there is not a focus, and this is the issue again. And it's such a crazy thing that, like, it seems like so many companies are forgetting the most important thing, is that the customer comes first. And if the customer comes first, everybody is fine, everything is happy. Like Baldur's Gate 3, customer comes first. In a lot of cases, that's literally how the game worked. And in Helldivers 2, customer comes first. That's the way it works. Sony is incredibly single-player focused, and their games sell and review incredibly well. Yeah, I know, but they're a Japanese company, and I think that they are the exception and not the rule. So they're not part of the culture in the same way that Warner Brothers is, and also I think that there's not a lot of them. So yes, To be honest, most of the people you're ripping on, they do exist, but they often fail. I've seen it in other industries. The market does sort this stuff out. Well, what we're seeing here is that a video game crash is the market sorting itself out. Like, that's clearly what she's saying. Let's sort this stuff out. Well, what we're seeing here is that a video game crash is the market sorting itself out. Like, that's clearly what she's saying.
So let me ask you, bear in mind that most of these decisions that are being made are not actually in the interest of the gamers who are going to be buying and playing these games, but rather only in the short-term interest of shareholders. How is making products that we don't want and gamers don't want going to fix anything? I've come up with two different perspectives.
And you see what happens whenever you try to make a game that people like is you make Palworld. Well, people really want it. Like Palworld, what's your creative vision? Well, I don't know. I wanted to make a game that people like, and so I took a lot of things that people like and I made it into a game. And guess what? People liked it. What a fucking surprise.
To how this can both have a positive effect and a negative effect, but will ultimately end up sending gaming into a doom spiral. Okay, so the positive consequence. Short-term financial stability. Prioritizing shareholder interests through strategies such as implementing microtransactions and developing mobile and service-based games can provide a short-term financial boost. This approach may help stabilize companies financially by tapping into consistent revenue streams, thus allowing them to survive.
I think that the real problem has actually almost nothing to do with the game being pay to win, or even a game having microtransactions. I think that the big problem games are games that are bad. Like, this game is like fundamentally lacking. Like, for example, Hellblade 2. It's a 5 to 7 hour game. It's $50. What the fuck? Diablo 4. The campaign sucks. The end game was non-existent on release. It's $70. What the fuck? Star Wars Outlaws. There's no Jedi. What? You just run around as some random no-name girl with a weird, stupid pet just so they can sell probably fucking, plushies of this pet? They're like, oh yeah, this is why you're adding it in. Like, who gives a fuck? Who cares? Why would anybody care about this? It doesn't look good. And this is the problem, is like all of these games are thinking about the money that they make without even thinking about the value they create. They're not thinking about creating value. They're thinking about money. It's not about the microtransactions. Like, the reason why people are playing Wuthering Waves or Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail, if you don't like microtransactions and you're not at least okay with them, you wouldn't be playing those games. But they're some of the most popular games. Clash of Clans, look at that. Yes, they're super popular. It's not about the monetization structure. It's about the quality of the game. The quality of the game is what matters the most. And the quality of these games is just not there. That's the big problem. More than anything else.
Its fluctuations and capabilities. This financial stability could potentially enable companies to invest in new technologies and innovative projects in the future. This is what they want, but it doesn't mean that this is what they're going to get.
Yeah.
And then the negative consequences.
Because they're only thinking about it from the perspective of the seller. Well, yeah, that sounds. Oh wow, wouldn't it be good if everybody just gave us money all the time? Boy.
Long-term consumer distrust.
Oh my god.
Making products that prioritize profit over play satisfaction can lead to consumer distrust and resentment. Gamers might feel their loyalty and investments are undervalued if they perceive that their interests are consistently secondary to corporate profits. This growing dissatisfaction could lead to a decline in...
Yeah, and also, like, the games are bad. Like, I looked at Suicide Squad. I remember I was watching Shroud play it, and I was like, this doesn't look good. It's really not complicated. It's just that the game is fucking bad. It's crazy, and it's just like, And I feel like, yes, again, the companies are always thinking about the money. And again, you think about the really, really good games that have come out recently. Every really, really, really good game, the reason why it's really good is because it's not focused on a monetization structure. Like, even, like, and this is not a good example, but it's it goes to show how far a bad example can be almost a good example, is Wuthering Waves. They gave out like 2 or 3 now free top-tier characters. Gacha games usually don't do this because then they're worried that people will stop spending money. But the focus was on the user experience. The user experience is what matters, not the monetization structure. This is why Lost Ark died, I think. It's because they focused too much on making money and making whales feel good that they wasted $15,000 on a piece of shit. That's the reason. Is that the moment that you stop thinking about the new player experience, the moment that you stop thinking about what the value proposition is for the customer, is the point where your business starts to die. They did it as an apology, to be fair. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of other companies put out apologies and nobody gets a fucking 5-star. I understand that they put it out as an apology, but the point is that, and that's again, the apology is like, okay, yeah, but who cares, right? This is, oh, I couldn't play the game one day. Are you really going to think about that whenever you got a new character? No, you're not. Because again, they are thinking about it from the perspective of the player. Again, you're thinking about it from the perspective of the player. And unless, you know, again, that's what I was saying with like Kojima or like anybody else, like who's posting videos, like Yoshi P is another one. They're posting videos and like posts about video games all the fucking time. All the time. They're playing video games. And you know, you want to know another great example of this? Dan Clancy on Twitch. Twitch is like fucking 5x better because of Dan Clancy. And you know why? It's because he actually streams. He actually understands what the fuck is going on. That's the reason. And you see this with every single case where people that are involved in their business, people that understand the consumer experience, and fully, like, it's so common that, like, in professional, like, in industry terms, there's a term for it. It's called dog fooding. It's where you're effectively trying your own product as a customer in order to basically simulate the experience of a new customer and to see kind of like what's good and what's bad. So the problem is a lot of these players, I don't think that they don't dog food their own games, so the games turn out to be dog shit instead.
Brand loyalty, reduced engagement, and ultimately a decrease in the customer base. Over time, this might erode the company's reputation and financial performance, leading to a negative spiral affecting future profitability and viability. We have to be honest, though. I think we're already at this stage. So what can we learn from all of this? Basically, the overconfidence generated in the game industry from the record pandemic profits.
I don't even think it's overconfidence. I think that it is pure and unchecked, complete, what's the word? Just not giving a shit. Negligence. Yeah, incompetence. Yeah.
It's completely unfounded and ridiculous.
Yeah, it's an irresponsibility.
Because of course people weren't going to continue gaming to the very same level as soon as they were allowed back outside again, because people were allowed to go out and watch or play sports.
And then here's what's so stupid about it too. It's that this is what COVID did. This is gaming pre-COVID, this is COVID, and this is after COVID. So we're here. Actually, we're not. We're like right here. But if you do the math, gaming is still way bigger than it ever was pre-COVID. And this is true with every social media website too.
I don't know, take a shit.
Visit family and friends. They were finally
Twitch is a great example of this.
Go on holiday abroad. They were able to even go to restaurants and basically spend time outside touching grass after a year of not being allowed to. And then also something else to consider is that people in America, their stimulus checks won't have lasted all that long.
bench press. Give me a bench press. Man, these people are kind of retarded, I ain't gonna lie. Let me see, pull this up.
So they wouldn't have been able to sit there and pay for
This
their
shit
games. They
again.
would have probably wanted
Yeah,
to.
these game companies, she brings up a really good point here. These game companies need to start petitioning and lobbying for universal basic income. Because if you had universal basic income, the amount of video game players would double, if not triple, overnight.
Go out and actually spend their money
Let's
on
be
something a bit
honest.
more meaningful than being stuck indoors. So gaming, once again, at that point, would have ended up as a smaller part of life again, like it was prior to the pandemic.
Yeah, of course.
But then there's even more to it than that, because essentially the new normal is not normal. I don't really know how else to explain this, but life is different now than it ever was before the pandemic happened. I mean, for one thing, away from gaming, the greater world is struggling to bounce back after all of these lockdowns. A massive.
I do think that, like, especially for younger people, like, for me, COVID didn't change or do anything to me. Like, it didn't affect me. I didn't really care about it. You know, okay, I have to wear a mask whenever I go into some stores now. Okay. Like, it didn't, like, I didn't give a shit.
Obvious example of this is Putin. He exploited the world whilst it was weak and used that as almost like a perfect opportunity to invade the Ukraine. This has ended up leading to the oil and gas crisis that has been felt all over the world, regardless of which countries have their own reserves or not. And the general consumer is more or less a bit poorer than they were prior to the pandemic.
It's
And
not
it-
even remotely close. I think that people probably lost, like, if you adjust for, like, all of the price differences, I think that this is like me just, like, this is a vibe check, okay? Like, what the fuck do I know? I feel like people are 40% less wealthy than they were before the pandemic 5 years ago. Like, if you take 2024 versus 2019 or 18, I think people are 20 to 40% less wealthy than they were just in that time period. On the opposite, yeah, so am I, but I'm talking about, like, the average.
got other priorities to spend their money on rather than just trivial stuff like
Rich got
games.
richer, yeah.
So maybe, just maybe, we can't fully blame the gaming industry for their short-sightedness in these unprecedented times. Except we can. We absolutely can. I think that the gaming industry did know that this would happen, but they needed investor confidence. That's it. They needed money to be able to continue doing what they were doing. But history shows us that pandemics are usually 1/3 of a dark triad, with the other parts of the triad being economic downturns.
Oh, we're having that.
And wars.
Oh,
So-
yeah. That's gonna be a new patch probably coming out pretty soon too. Yeah, for sure. No, I think it's extremely common, and that's what's gonna happen a lot, right? I mean, like, let's be honest. Of course, there's a huge downturn. It's not even a question. Did you ever get COVID? Yeah, I think I got COVID like 3 days or something. Like, it was not a good time, but you know, over that, Americans spent $2.1 trillion of their savings post-pandemic. It's more than 40%. Well, I'm talking about, like, the amount, like, what is the, like, how much can your, like, how far does your money go? I feel like your money goes 20 to 40% less far than it did in 2019 to 18. And this is, again, like, as somebody who goes to fast food restaurants all the time. Like, I go to grocery stores occasionally. Like, you know, I go to Walmart or something like that. I'm talking about buying power. Yeah, I'm not talking about, like, total wealth. I guess, like, yeah, maybe I said wealthy, so it's harder to understand. But I'm really talking about buying power. Like, what can people afford? How much money can people make, right? And the thing is that, like, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but there are now more billionaires than there were pre-COVID. And I think that number went up by like 15 or 20. Now, I could be wrong about this, but that's what I remember.
when you take into consideration that this is actually
Millionaires?
the fourth
That could be it too.
time in recorded history that this has very prominently happened. Before the video game industry was falling, the Roman Empire fell. The Roman Empire, and bear with me, stick with me on this. This
Okay.
isn't a reach. I've got facts to back this up. Number one, the Antonine
Roman
Plague.
Empire, there was lead poisoning that affected the brains of the people. There's a lot of video game developers that bought Stanley Cups. Stanley Cups had lead in them, and then it's going to get into their brains. They're going to fuck up the games the same way that the Roman Empire got fucked up. Yeah, I understand. For sure. Got it.
Wait. Huh?
And the
Yep, there it is.
Marco-Manic Wars, 165 to 180 AD. The pandemic was the Antonine Plague, which was possibly smallpox or measles. It struck the Roman Empire and killed millions, significantly weakening the Roman population. Then the war, at the same time as that was actually going on, Rome was engaged in the Marco-Manic Wars against the Germanic tribes, which stretched the empire's military resources. So, put it this way, the Roman Empire fell to Gothic titties. And then economic impact. So the plague and wars together led to labour shortages, decreased agricultural production, so basically starving people, and a strained economy, contributing to the empire's eventual decline. If anyone's wondering why the Roman Empire didn't last longer than it should have. But here we go. Here's an old favourite that everybody all knows about, the Black Death. The Black Death. Has anyone considered what the Black Death might have to do with a possible video game crash in 2024 or 2025?
Okay.
I've considered it, and here we go. The Black Death and the 100 Years' War, 1347 to 1351, during the ongoing war of 1337 and 1453 between Britain and France. So the pandemic at the time was everyone's old favourite, the bubonic plague,
Oh,
the
yeah,
Black
those are in New
Death,
World.
which swept through Europe and ended up killing an estimated 1/3 of the population. The war
I mean,
is
COVID didn't really kill that many people, right? Like, not compared to the Black Death. Like, I think Black Death was like 1 in 5 or 1 in 3. Like, it was crazy, bro. Like, this shit was like a rapture. Yeah, like COVID, obviously, and there are a lot of people that also died from COVID were like fat or old or something like that. It's not like with the Black Death. I'm sure that obviously, like, there'd probably be a higher survivorship for people that were healthy, but like most people, as far as I know, that got COVID and died from it had something wrong with them already. The Black Plague was biblical? Yeah, it was.
period overlapped with the 100 Years' War between England and France, which strained both countries' resources and economies. And the economic impact of this, the pandemic caused massive... I'm not laughing at the horrible suffering, I'm just laughing that I've managed to link this to the gaming crash. The pandemic caused massive labour shortages, leading to economic stagnation and severe social upheavals, compounded by the ongoing costs and disruptions of war. 100 straight years of war indirectly caused or directly.
So we only have like, what, about like 75 left now? Okay.
By the Black Death.
Yeah.
And then there's a third part. The third one, my third example for this is, I'm not allowed, are we allowed to say this anymore? I don't know. The Spanish flu. You're not allowed to say Chinese virus, are you? The Spanish flu and World War I, 1918.
I don't really think that COVID was like really that big of a factor because, like, I mean, you think about like what would it be like if 1 in every 5 people got killed randomly in like the course of like 20 years, 10 years. Like, this would totally alter society. Like, this would change everything. And obviously, like, and people knew that this was happening, and so they were like trying to take precautions for it. Like, COVID was not even 10% of that. Like, I would be amazed if it was even 1% of that. Like, it's fucking insane how bad Black Plague was, right? And so, yeah, like a blood language genetic diversity, exactly. Yeah. COVID was worldwide. Yeah. That's at least a billion, right? Politics of COVID altered society. I think that COVID did fuck a lot of people up and it fucked a lot of things up, but I don't think that it goes as deep as, like, you know, other like worldwide shifting events. I think that COVID really just kind of got a lot of people to play video games, and that was about it. And I think it also, like, COVID was like a super like accelerant for like mental problems. Like I think that basically like the country's always had like a mental person problem, but like COVID 2x'd it.
And 1919. The pandemic was the Spanish flu, which emerged on the final year of the First World War and continued into the post-war period, which is why I said 1919, killing an estimated 50 million people worldwide.
That's a lot of people.
When you put that into perspective with COVID-19, that's outrageous.
Yeah.
The war itself was obviously the First World War, which on itself was a massive drain on resources and had already weakened the populations of many, many countries, making them more susceptible to disease. And then the economic impact of that was that the combination of the war and the pandemic led to significant economic downturns across the globe, with production slowdowns, labour force reductions, and long-term social and economic disruptions. The long and short of it,
I feel like a lot of people might not really understand what she's saying with this, because obviously I think she's European or something. Like in Europe, I think it was like 1 in 5 like men were killed in World War I in a number of countries. And also like after World War I, like countries like Germany were just like fucking deleted, like awful, like it's just fucking destroyed. So yeah, she's kind of oversimplifying. Yeah. And so like over in the US, like we weren't really affected by World War I that much, right? Like realistically, not really. At least compared to Europe.
That in dark times, opportunists will take advantage of weakness.
Oh, this is
That's what
true.
Putin's done.
Yeah.
That's what people are worried that President Xi is going to do with Taiwan. It's just something that happens every single time. That's why I called it a dark triangle, because you don't get one without the other without the other.
Well, I think that she's definitely right about this. Like, and I don't know, like, I mean, whenever you make these analogies to like world events and like world leaders, it's kind of hard to justify it being about video games and it being a one-to-one. I feel like it's like not very good messaging to do that, because it confuses people and it makes people think too much about like the event itself and not about what's being said. It's an overreach, right? I think in general, and it's misleading by doing it. But that's my opinion. Anyway, besides that, I think that this definitely is true, that the pandemic allowed a lot of game companies and a lot of these other companies to do things that people would not be okay with, but people became more okay with because they were just constantly at home and they didn't give a shit. So yeah, I think that the like COVID and all that stuff made it happen way more.
That's literally it. Also, I feel like if I can get all of that information from just doing a quick, simple Google search, then I'm pretty sure that the board of directors at all of these massive gaming companies can do the exact same thing. But apparently, comforting shareholders and reassuring them about their profits and this wonderful gaming utopia that they have constructed because of the pandemic is so much more important. I mean, after all, with all of this inevitable problems that are going to arise from pandemic and war and economic downturn, of course people are going to prioritise buying a video game.
Well, I think also you have to keep in mind that that's what the shareholders want them to do. And they're elected by the shareholders. They are beholden to the shareholders. So it would make sense that they're going to do things that are in the best interest of the shareholders. It's really just that simple. Like, again, this is like an American thing. And so she might not really be like as connected to this. But like basically, like a lot of the monetization, a lot of like company value is not entirely tangible. Like it's very much like based off of like theoreticals, possibilities, and like a weird fudging of the numbers, right? This happens quite often. And I think also like quarterly profits are very important too. So I think that's also the big issue. Fiduciary responsibility. Yeah, and by the way, you want this to happen. Everybody says, oh, I don't want this to happen. I don't agree with this. This is bad. Yeah, but what about whenever your company that you're invested in doesn't make any money? Well, then you're complaining and you want to go into a company that makes more money. So it's like everybody simultaneously hates this, but also benefits from it and wants it to keep happening. I think that people have like a very disconnected view on this in general. It's that people obviously want this to happen, but they want it to happen to things that they like, and they don't want it to happen to things that they don't like. That's about it.
To answer my original question, are we in a video game crash? I guess on paper, no. But I personally believe that it's certainly imminent. So thank you very much for watching the video. Thank you very much as well if you have stuck around to this point and humoured me with my bonkers theories and ideas. I swear I'm not some kind of anti-conspiracy theorist. But yes, if you enjoyed this video, then subscribe, and if you would really like to support me in a more personal way, then please consider checking out my Patreon. Thank you very much, and see you next time.
That was a pretty nice video. I think that whenever you start talking about like world events and stuff like that, it can be kind of hard to compare them to games, and it's hard to follow. You know, like how Putin has to do with like Ukraine, which has to do with COVID, which has to do with video games. It's kind of hard to understand that, like comparing times. I think definitely a bit much lost look there. Yeah, I think so too. I like the video. Like, video was fine. I've never seen her videos before. Lady Decade, I've never seen it at all. But I think that this is going to be something that, like, video games are definitely like 100%. AAA is going through a decline. Yeah, I think AAA gaming is going through a decline. A lot of other games are not. Like, I think indie games are growing. I think that the individual, like the actual, like collective gaming space is growing tremendously. But the difference is that whenever the gaming space grows tremendously, that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody else is going to grow with it. I think AAA games have like this, and the reason why AAA games have, I'm disappointed you didn't talk more about the microtransactions, because I actually think that it's true that because video games are getting so expensive now, what ends up happening is that these companies feel like they have to spend money on like making every single game like this AAA, like fucking, you know, a blockbuster video game. And the problem is that whenever you put all of your eggs in one basket, well, sometimes the basket doesn't float. And if that basket sinks with all your eggs in it, like Suicide Squad, for example, then you have to completely rethink your entire company strategy. So that's the big issue. What happened to Quadruple A? Yeah. Define indie games, please. Baldur's Gate 3 is an indie, but it's also AAA. 400 devs, but also create a $100 million budget. I don't really think, like, I mean, defining it, like, what is an indie game, what isn't an indie game. I think Baldur's Gate 3, like, you could say it's an indie game, and technically it is, but I think that whenever people say indie game, Baldur's Gate 3 is clearly not what they're thinking of. When I'm thinking of games, I'm thinking of games that are smaller in scope, smaller in scale, that are developed by a very core team of people that are trying to create one specific experience, right? It's AAA. Yeah, it's a AAA game. Yeah, and people said Larian is a AA studio. And so, yeah, I think that's really what we're talking about, is that these AAA games have become too big to succeed and too big to actually, like, have any real functionality. That's the big issue, I think, more than anything. And like, I think that you see this with Diablo, you see it with Suicide Squad, I think you're going to see it with the new Assassin's Creed game. I think that we've seen it with Immortals of Aveum. You've seen it with Hogwarts Legacy the other way around. These games, like, you invest so much money into these games, and if it doesn't pan out, you're fucked. And I think that's what happened. AAA games are a natural result of evolution of capitalism. AAA means safe investments, so naturally companies invest as much money as they can. It means safe ROI, but it ballooned too much now and it's going to implode. Well, I think it's because their costs rose too much. That's the main issue.
I want to react to just some of your cases.
What are you talking about?
What was up with that one?
If there's any thought, better think of me.
The one, the only, James Young. Man, how long have you been a voice?
Since 2018.
And how old are you? Bro, you look like you were in your 20s. Yeah, bro.
It's a good Asian team right here.
Man, you have taken TikTok by storm.
Have I?
Bro, every video goes viral that you post.
Well, I'm just doing it just to make sure that they want this movie to be heard. I'm very proud of that.
You know, they be saying some stuff. They be like, this dude out here releasing super villains back into the streets, and it's like, you know, it's like, oh no, bro, totally guilty and stuff like that. So like, what's your view when you hear case dismissed in your head? Is your client like innocent completely?
As soon as the clients come in, they're always gonna be innocent. Like lately, you're innocent if you get charged with crime. I'm innocent if you get charged with crime. It's just if you're found guilty, that's what you're guilty. So I don't discriminate. It's how you do it. Wherever I it's all about the presumption of innocence. So I think
Yeah.
I don't have anything against race, sex, doesn't matter. As long as you're charged with crime, you're gonna be like that.
Okay, so did you come through the route of being like a state defense attorney?
Not state defense attorney. It was so I graduated law school, and then I wanted to be a prosecutor. Those are the people who lock people up.
So you want to be a prosecutor at first?
Yeah, I did, because that's what I studied when I was in law school. Like I was looking at how to build a case. And I never did anything for this. And then I said, oh man, this is hard. This is weird. And then after the case that happened, changed my mind.
So what was the case that like made it all change where you were like, oh, okay, forget being a prosecutor?
The case that happened.
Yeah.
He had a suit on, going to court, and he found guilty. Seen again, wearing right? And he was just like, lying. He was like, I'm lying. And he was like, and then why me?
Don't do what?
Don't do what?
Yeah. So dang. So did he get a retrial with that new information?
The last time I saw this dude, he was walking around the court, and he was very adamant. He was very adamant about going after the DA's office or whoever trying to bring this allegation in. Threatened his life. And that's essentially what it is.
Yeah.
Your life was threatened, and you go back 20 years for something you didn't do, and it touches you. So it's like having a gun to your head. You can't forget it.
Yeah.
Right? But this time it's deep. Yeah, I saw him, and he's just walking around like as if nothing happened. But for me, it's like a walking miracle. I'll tell you that.
Nah, man. So that's crazy. So do you think you being a prosecutor at first helped you? Okay, I can you.
No, let me correct you. I was never a prosecutor.
You were never.
I interned at the DA's office.
Okay.
So it's kind of like I got to watch how they do things. I actually got to go through
Yeah. You're a defense attorney now.
Right.
How many cases have you done?
Man, it's too much. I'm talking about
like, bro, you're Saul Goodman level famous, bro. Like, you know, like, people don't really know, like, this is like almost like O.J. Simpson. The only reason why you know O.J. Simpson's lawyers is because of the case that they were with. That's the only time you know a lawyer is the case that they're going with. But, like, you're totally different because we know you. We don't really care about the case you're on, but it's like we know you. So, how's, like, getting this fame affected you from before you had it to now? Like, how's it affected business? How's it affected relationships with the judges, the prosecutors, clients?
Not really much with the prosecutors, not really much with my clients too much. Like they say, hey, I saw you on TikTok. That's about it. It doesn't really affect me. I did get more people on.
Yeah. Is there any beef with you and lawyers? Because like I could like it's like you're popping right now. Like has there been any beef with lawyers?
No, not really. I just do my own thing. Say, hey, I saw this on video. There was really like
Yeah.
The way law works is like we know where the officer is. Like where the papers.
Yeah.
I love this shit. I can't believe this.
You seem happy. Like every video I see you on, it like you seem so happy that you got your client like the verdict that they were wanting to get.
Yeah, definitely. Like, especially when you don't think that that's gonna happen. Like, well, I don't think it's just they don't see it, and I have to like explain to them. Like, you're in a tough spot right now. I know you're there. Your family want you to come out, and you're missing your job, you're missing your kid, but just trust me. For me to just see them walk. What's the family?
Yeah. Your hood points have to go crazy. Like, you must be good in every hood in Houston. Like, bro, could you like call some of your dudes who probably like got a dismissed murder charge and like, yo, man, I need you to watch my back real quick. Like, are they on speed dial like that?
What you're saying? Just come hit me up wherever you're from, whatever hood you're from, or whatever suburb. Just hit me up. Y'all have any criminal cases? I'm ready. Help y'all out.
What is your ratio in the court? Like, wins versus losses. What's your win-loss ratio?
I don't really keep up with it too much, but I just know what I consider a loss. It's like anybody, I consider that a loss. It's one of those things. The deal is not like the best deal, right? It's something like the prosecutor will get it.
Yeah.
But it's always up to my client. I consider that a loss because it's going to stop. Go to the trial and kill. That's what I say. That's the case. I consider like which I want to go to trial.
Every time you want to go to trial.
Oh yeah, every time. Because that's the way that you can get respect. Because you have to set the top.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna name anybody, but if you have a reputation that you're just gonna roll over and get bullied, then they're gonna keep doing it.
Like this dude right here, man. When you were talking, this reminds me. This reminds me of this one right here.
Scotty. Yeah.
What the
So what'd you do? You can tell me.
Allegedly, you know, Shouty goddamn got popped. But, you know, I picked up the gun.
I know.
I like this guy.
Hey, we got good and bad news. Good news, we got your payment. Bad news, they gave you life. Sayonara.
Do you know?
Yeah, I fuck with this shit. Like, I like it.
No, I was like, do you know defense attorneys like that?
I'm not gonna name any names. I don't snitch. But there are people who do that, and that's anywhere in life, man. If you let anybody push you down, you're bound to run into the same problem. So I never want to be a type of attorney where I rely on like somebody like me.
Yeah.
Because eventually one day they're like,
Yeah.
you're gonna run to that problem. So I might as well start from the beginning. Like, hey, we're in trial for this. What happens? It's here. They don't leave the trial. So the way I am now, I'm very cool. The trial is different. The only way you can see it is if you actually see it.
Do you be seeing fear in their eyes? Like when you're like in that courtroom, do you see the prosecutor like not as like confident?
No, sometimes they'll watch me and they're like, wow, like the way I ask the questions because it's just all in tune with how I do my
Okay, wait here. Let's do like a mock one real quick. Okay. Let's say okay, let's say like I stole some cookies, right? But I'm also gonna pretend to be the prosecutor. We found your client stealing cookies. We have them right here in 4K. Those are the cookies. We also have DNA evidence of his fingertips on the cookies. He's going to jail. What do you have to say?
That's all y'all got? Anything more?
I heard somebody say my name.
I mean, what else do we need? We got DNA and we got 4K.
Can you prove to those 6 people, those 12 people that he actually did that shit? Can you prove that? How you gonna do it?
It's in 4K,
And
right?
then I'll leave it just like that. If they keep blabbering with me, I don't do that. So just send the trial. We're just going in front of the judge. We're just send the trial.
So you just gaslight?
No, like because I don't tell them my trial secrets. I just say, okay, this is what it is. But you want to believe me, then go forward. And that's how I always do my thing. I don't sit there and try to argue with you. That's not a fight.
Yeah.
It's more like we just but the trial is where you actually fight. So when you go to trial, it's public. You can see it, watch it. The office will be able, their office will be able to see how I do it.
Yeah.
And then they'll say, this shit. Something like this case. Then imagine how it's gonna be.
Yeah.
Fighting possession of marijuana case like that. I'm not gonna fight. Legal. That's my way of.
Okay, let's say I was an eyewitness, right? I saw this defendant steal these cookies. Yeah, at 4:20 p.m., I saw him go inside the cookie jar. He was bad built, all top, no bottom.
On top, no bottom. Like that right there, baby.
Yeah, crumbs in his beard. I remember it vividly.
Okay. Alright. Those glasses were fake. That's all I gotta say. And then I'll be like, were you wearing those same glasses?
Yeah.
He just spat on me, so I think he's lying. That's the way I do it. That's what I do. No. You have to see it. Like right now it's comical, but the way I am in trial is more like I'm more serious.
Is it only you in your law firm?
No, I have a group.
Bro, how did they get? They got you with the Saul Goodman.
Look, whoever did this shit, I swear to God, bro. I swear to God, man. Like, yeah, who would do this? I swear, bro.
Are you sure this ain't your law office, actually?
That's not my law office. No, that is from Better Call Saul. Like, what the hell?
Better call Yoma.
No, exactly right.
But my dude, he was saying that we should read your Google reviews.
Okay, I haven't read the Google reviews.
We're gonna read your reviews.
Yeah, I've been so busy like taking more cases, so.
Just wanted to come here and say that Jay Oma made my court process go very smoothly, quick, and even had both of my cases dropped within a few months. I highly recommend Jay Oma as your criminal defense attorney.
And who's that?
This is Julio.
Okay, I don't remember your name, Julio, but thank you. I will tell everybody, like, I don't waste people's time. I don't waste your money. So when you pay me to work on a case, I'm trying to kill immediately as soon as I'm hired.
Yeah.
So if I see an opportunity to clear a case, I'm gonna fucking do it.
Yeah, Jayoma is great. He got my 10 counts of war crimes dismissed in 24 hours. Yo.
Who's this? Who's this?
10 counts of. Did you get a Nazi?
Where the hell is that from?
Virtually RS? Yo.
This from the Middle East? Like, what the fuck is this?
Were you doing the Nuremberg trials, bro?
know,
Like,
man.
who'd you get off? Was charged with bombing of 4 countries and he got dismissed like it was nothing. Much love, Jayoma.
Wow. I don't recall that, but whoever wrote that, that's cool.
Like, you say you sleep
What
at.
is this? Like,
Bro, these are your clients, man.
I don't know if these are my clients. Let me see. Anderson Brown, if you can think of a faker name than that. Like, what the? I remember this.
Right here. Corey. Jayoma is a 5-star attorney that will stand with you and for you. He is the best of the best.
I remember that. Like, she was another client. Yeah. Parole, people in charge, threw in jail, all violence. And so the new charge they had to be dismissed. He had to plea on it. Or he's going to jail for all violence. And I remember how important this case was. If I got this case dismissed, all violence is wrong. So I'm working on blood out. Good amount of time. He's not even used to this. And I remember I just was relentless and trying to show you're gonna lose, prosecutor, you're gonna lose on this case if we go forward with this trial. And then once the prosecutor like saw that they were gonna lose, then what happened was, eventually he got released, and he was sitting in jail this whole time.
Really?
Yeah, he couldn't get out, and he's sitting there. You know, there's so many different things. I don't know people who've been in jail, but some people think about, you know, bad things. Yeah, you? Yeah. Yeah, you think about bad things. You're away from your family. You don't think there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Remind him and his family, like, just keep trusting the process. It's working. And so she had good patience with me, and the results came out great. And I think you'll see his video.
Man, that's fire, bro.
So that makes me feel good inside that I was able to help him out of some situation.
This guy saved my life. I got charged with attempted murder, 3 charges of murder, and it got dismissed.
Okay, who the hell is that?
This is Fortnite.
Was it on Fortnite?
Oh man.
I'm thinking it's probably on Fortnite.
He was probably like, you know, team killing, you know?
Yeah.
Spawn killing, man.
It's been a while since I played Fortnite.
He almost got that Jarvis ban. You saved him from the ban. But you got a whole subreddit.
I didn't even know that.
I think defense attorneys have bad reputations anyway. I think people equate him with being another slimy lawyer first. Whole subreddit. He almost got that Jarvis ban. You saved him from the ban. But you got a whole subreddit.
I didn't even know that.
I think defense attorneys have bad reputations anyway. I think people equate him with being another slimy lawyer first, rather than another slimy. Wait, what?
What? Slimy Asian. Look at that.
Dude, just doing his job. People worship Saul Goodman, but the moment an Asian lawyer does the same thing, he becomes a villain. Have you been getting hate, like, the more you've gotten up on TikTok?
I think you'll get hate no matter what you do. So I know when I took this role of being this it needs to be changed. I'm not representing bad people. I'm representing people about it. It's a crime. Just like if you go to Subway and they discriminate against you, you're like, you're a bad person, I'm not going to serve you this thing. Right? No. They see that you have a need for a sandwich, and they make you your sandwich. Right? The same way I do. Somebody has a charge. They need my help, like my particular help.
So, you said that you're not representing bad people, you're representing clients.
I represent people who have been charged and accused of crime.
I want to react with you to just some of your cases.
Hi, G. What are you charged with?
Indecency of a child.
What was up with that one? Like, what was the case behind that one?
I can't get into specifics, but I was charged with indecency of a child.
Music sound. Okay.
Sexual assault of a child.
Right. Same thing. Charged with this, charged with possession of marijuana. No matter.
I was charged with assault on a family. Assault on a pregnant person.
Those are state charges. State charges. That's what you do.
A pregnant woman.
Anybody can be charged with that. You can be charged with that. You know what I mean? Like, it don't matter. If you have a charge, we're working.
Bro, okay, the crazy thing to me is like, it's like it doesn't even flinch you. Like, do you ever just flinch whenever you hear the charge?
No, it's just the feeling that I get is like you get charged with possession of marijuana. It's like, okay, here's the charge. Here are the elements that must be proven by the state, and I do my job. It's like making a sandwich. All right, what do you need? You need a 6-inch foot long, or whatever tuna sandwich. What do you want? You want mustard on it? Right?
Yeah, that. But then add in a side of assault on a pregnant woman.
But that's what I'm saying. Anybody can be charged with that. So it's like it doesn't matter.
I have been charged with some BS. I'm gonna show you.
Yeah.
And how much prison time do you have? 10 years, bro. And why am I not still? Got my case dismissed. Dismissed.
I like that remake. Hey, for all those who's remaking my videos, I like that. I actually really do. I enjoy that one.
Bro, you're a superhero, man, to everybody, bro.
I'm trying my best.
Have you ever had a case, and like, keep it a buck, you don't have to say who it was or anything, but have you ever had a case where it was just so grotesque, so horrible, you were just like, I can't take this one?
The way I view cases is like, I just get charged with crime. I just have to show other people. There's nothing that make you need help. Just like anybody who's out there needs help.
I'm not gonna lie, like, I totally respect that, and I get it, because if people were biased, then the law system wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, like bias.
And I feel like people would, like, people that are truly innocent, it may look like, oh dang, we're down 3-1, and I need someone to take this case. I need someone to be my LeBron. I need someone to chase down, block James from behind. Ooh, I need a Kyrie to bang one in Curry's face, but they won't do it. So you're that guy.
Yeah, pretty much. And people come up to me. Sometimes they'll have an attorney already. And their attorneys that they have, they're not going to
Set
satisfy
free
that attorney.
Diddy. Come on.
Saying, hey, I need you to clean up when this happens. There's a couple things like that.
Yeah.
So, regardless of where you're at in the criminal case, I'm there to step in whether it's the beginning or the middle. But it's better to get me in the beginning because you don't know what's going on. It's better for me to just see what's going on there because then I can attack against deception.
Yeah.
There's other avenues to kill right there. So,
Because you keep on saying case dismissed. So when I hear a case dismissed, that means it didn't even go to trial.
yeah, did not go to trial. And that's why it's good, right? If my client gets to walk and go back to their regular lives, and they avoid the whole risk of going to jail. Right?
Yeah.
But to me, it's kind of like, this is, when you hear that not guilty, it's kind of like, when I say they have to prosecute they do to your court, once it goes through, they go, oh, okay, I'm ready.
Are you the first Kobe lawyer?
I don't know, but I try to do the best I can. Anytime I get a case, it's like trying to kill me.
Hypothetical.
I go.
P. Diddy knocks on your door.
With clothes on? Without clothes on?
Huh?
With clothes on? Without clothes on?
This time, a towel on.
Meek Mill right there too or no? Just him.
Meek Mill was telling him to get up. He might have slipped and he's like, get up!
Hey, pause.
Get up! So, do you think you could get P. Diddy off? Like, case dismissed. Do you think you could get a not guilty?
Yeah, of course. Like any type of case comes through, I always believe 100% of myself.
Yeah.
It don't matter to me what other people think about me, what people in the chat think about me, what the world thinks about me. When I see a case, my mindset is I'm gonna kill it. And there is no. And sometimes I'll get these questions from my clients when I speak to them. Like, what's the chances of us winning? What's the chance? Like, no. There's a 100% chance to me.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna give 100% of my effort on each case.
Yeah.
Like, there is no like outside influence. I'm relying on myself.
Super
rely on
villain.
me being buddy with anybody. All I care about is the case. Can cross me. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm offering my strategies, the way that I attack my cases, and how I speak in front of this jury. So that's when I get to game time. I'm drowning everything out and going for the win. And that's how you have to attack the case. Every time you do anything in life, go for the fucking win. Don't settle for second place. Don't even think about second place. Just go for it. And you can out. Right?
Once you get him off, would you go to the Diddy party or stay back home?
You coming?
Nah.
I don't know if it's gonna be Asian girls over there.
Nah, I'm good. I'm staying home. I would stay home.
I got it.
All right, so before we do the guess the murder, I've been arrested 5 times actually. Yeah, let me show you some of my mugshots. I've been arrested 4 times in the state, or 3 times in the state.
Wait, out of state?
3 times in Texas, 1 time in the UK, and 1 time in Paris.
In the UK.
Yeah. But in the UK, I was
Did you
detained.
put seasoning on their food? Is that what you did in the UK?
Nah.
They saw you put some hot sauce and said, no.
I ran out on a cricket field. And then for Paris, I put a picture of me as the Mona Lisa next to the Mona Lisa.
Right.
So in Paris, I spent the day in jail. Actually, they went on my IG and he was like, is this you? And I was like, what? He's like, and I was like, what? He's like, and I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, niggas in Paris.
Oh my god.
And he like, cause I was in front of the Eiffel Tower and I just put the instrumental in the back, and like he just straight up said it. I was like, oh. I was like, yeah, that's me.
Alright, that's cool.
I was like, that's me.
Let me see the Texas.
So this is my mugshot.
That's not you.
That's me.
That's not you.
That's me.
Bro. No, it's not you, bro.
That's
you look
me.
like you're about 50 over there, dude.
Bro,
No
chill,
way, bro.
chill.
That can't be you. That looks like you on 9 days straight, bro. What the hell is this?
This is me. That's DeMarcus Cousins the third. My bad. It's not Jadion, it's DeMarcus Cousins.
And you smiling? Why are you smiling, man?
Because I knew I was about to make a bag off the merch.
Oh my god. I love it. I love it.
So that's this was the last time I actually got arrested. I got arrested because I did a video at U of H where I was we were proposing to teachers on Valentine's Day, and we left before they trespassed us. But they said that we trespassed, and they had a warrant for my arrest. And I got pulled over for speeding. They saw I had a warrant, and I got arrested.
How was that experience?
I was in that. This time I was in jail for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
My first time in Orange, you know. All the other times I never had to change, but
How was the food?
food, I didn't get any food, sadly. And I had like 5 officers in there take pictures with me.
Did you get to any fights?
Nah.
Nah?
No, you know what's crazy? So let me show you. So this was the first time I got arrested. And guess what I got arrested for?
Dude, I don't want to say what's on my mind, dude.
What's on your mind?
Really bad. I don't know. Something with anime. You were watching something and you got caught.
No, so I took a dump in a IHOP.
Alright, IHOP. That's where the place is.
And
Oh,
I
it goes down.
lit a bunch of candles, and I took a bunch of laxatives, so like it would go crazy. And I got trespassed, and we didn't leave in time, and the cops came. And when the cop came, they tried to charge me with arson, vandalism, and trespassing. Didn't leave in time, and the cops came. And when the cop came, they tried to charge me with arson, vandalism, and trespassing.
Crazy charges.
Didn't do anything.
You see? What you got charged with.
I got charged
Can
with
you
it.
imagine if I said, nah, I'm not going to represent you? Nah. I'll work the case out.
And this one right here, I got.
That's you?
That's me.
That's nice.
I had makeup on because I was banned from I was trespassed from what's it called, the Galleria.
Dude, you look like those guys in downtown Houston, I swear, dude. It's like constantly like, hey man, you got a quarter. Anything will do.
I was actually in what's it called? What's downtown?
You look like
Harris.
Kimbo. If you would have grew your beard, you would have looking like Kimbo Slice, just a little bit, bro.
Bro,
You look just
violated.
I like that though. Where you said the merch? Like you put your face on the merch?
Yeah, I put my mugshots on merch.
Okay, that's cool. Hey, just letting y'all know, I'm gonna get my merch soon. All right, I'm working on it. It's coming through.
Bro,
I'm gonna get you something.
Thank you, bro. My man, if you ever get a commercial, you think I could be in it?
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah, for real.
I'm being for real.
Yeah, I'm being for real. I got you. All right.
That's love, bro.
Y'all saw that, so it's on you.
Locked in. So let me show you. Here. This is where I got arrested. So this time.
Fox News?
Nah, I edited it like that. Do you think you could have got me off of this, man? Like, I didn't know about you back then, man.
Hey, I want to pause this. For some reason, it feels weird for a guy to say, "Do you think you could have gotten me off?" Like, it sounds weird.
Oh.
I just have to clear. Can you just say, "Get my case dismissed"? Because getting you off means something different in different.
You
communities.
know what I
And you know,
mean.
Houston is very diverse. If I say yes, I can get you off. I don't know.
Okay.
All right, get my case dismissed.
You think you could have got my case dismissed with this one? So the backstory was I did makeup to make me look like a 60-year-old man.
Okay.
So I could sneak back into the mall. So I snuck back in.
He told her to go away.
Is this the Galleria?
Yeah.
All
She
right.
making my
I was
episodes go
trespassed.
off. I'm getting flashbacks to Nam. I need help from a fellow munch. Attack!
Being attacked by a fellow
Oh.
munch. What?
Yes, sir. What's the problem, bro? Officer, what's the problem? Oh, you gonna arrest a senior citizen? Get out of here, Vito. They didn't arrest a senior citizen.
They arrested me and my
Vito,
family.
you gotta go. So you'll get arrested. Get out of here.
They arrested me for filming. Can the cops do that? Can they arrest you for just filming?
I think from the way this video looks like, it looks like private property. So the owners, like I don't give legal advice, but it just looks, from what you're showing me, it looks like it's owned by somebody. And it's just like this is your property, this place right here. If you tell us to leave, we have the right to tell us to leave. If we stay, then you could possibly leave. Right? So I think it looks like that mall is owned not by others, but by somebody.
Yeah, it's private.
Look at his pants though. Look at that.
Had to dress the part.
You heard him what he said earlier. He said,
People screaming.
I'm being attacked by a fellow munch.
They were cheering for me.
5 officers?
Bro.
Just for you?
Just for me. All the HPD's finest. Just for me.
Switch chairs real quick.
Was she wearing leather, like shiny pants? Those look like leather shiny pants.
I don't think so.
No, it's blurred.
Yeah, of course.
Hashtag Jadeo on TikTok.
I don't think so.
No, it's blurred.
Yeah, of course.
Hashtag Jadeo on TikTok. Jadeo on TikTok. I don't want to go to jail, officer. I just want to go play my bingo. It's fine. Get this on 4chan.
So yeah, they arrested me here.
You gonna bail me out?
I'll bail you out.
I was in jail, and then I was in there for like 18 hours, and then I had to make my one phone call.
Get off the phone, nigga.
Bro, you gotta run that shit, bro. You already know what they do to people like before. You know, he didn't snitch last time, he ain't gonna snitch this time. You saw him.
This is a collect call from an incarcerated individual at Paris Campus Jail. You may start the conversation now.
Yo. Hey, just like last time, bro. You can't bitch up. You already know what you gotta do, bro. Bro, you gotta run that shit, bro. You already know what they do to people like you in there, bro.
Get off the phone, nigga.
Bro, every time I go to jail, someone recognizes me in there. Like the first time I went, there was this dude, he kept on walking by me, just eyeballing me, and I was like, bro, I'm about to get into a prison fight. Like, I was so scared. He was like, DeMarcus Cousins III? He's like, yo, man, I love your videos, dog. You hilarious. What you do to get in here, man? You did one of the pranks, man. You so stupid. And like, whenever I would go to my court cases, like, it's like, bro, I would like connect with people. Like, what are you in here for? And they would say some pretty crazy charges, but like, you know, it's like, yo, you be safe, man.
Yeah, they real people.
They real people.
Everybody that's in the jail is the same people that you meet outside. You dating them, seeing them at a car meet, going to McDonald's, all the same. Just they're in that position. So I'm glad you're out. You know?
How would you have got this case dismissed if you were my lawyer?
Man, you fucking snitching yourself a little bit. You recorded it, the whole thing. Like, why would you do that? Nah, but how would I have done it?
Yeah.
More jump on your case. Just put my name on it and see what that does. And then we can get the evidence and then start working on something. Right now, I'm only seeing video short.
Yeah.
I have to see the other videos that the cops have. They're always recording. Right? Whatever you say, whatever you do, that's what you say.
Yeah.
And also, just whatever you say. Just, I gotta see what you said. I gotta clean up what's and then from then on, work on these things. But there are other ways.
Bro, I have clients for you. I got other YouTubers that do pranks. I don't do pranks anymore. But I got people who do pranks, man. They have? Really? Really?
Yeah.
Who hit you up?
I run his Instagram, so like, I don't even remember. It'd be people that use it.
Did Canel?
Yes.
Canel hit you
No,
up?
actually no. Canel did. What's the dude with the beads from Kansas?
The Adrian Harden.
Yeah, he's a bunch of them.
He hit you up? Oh man, I gave my life over to Christ now, man. So
That's
hopefully
good.
I don't get arrested no more.
That's good. That's good. Well, if you ever do get arrested, you get a charge. Call me. You know, like, and then you can pray afterwards. Just call me first.
Bro, I promise I'm gonna be sending so much business y'all way. Like, someone hits me up, I'm gonna be like, I got a guy.
And I love like, I work a lot of times. Like, I think I only sleep like 4 hours a day. I wake up, I feel like it's a dream. I'm actually like living. Like I get to do this.
Yeah.
For a living, and it's been a blessing ever since. So anybody who wants to get out there, go to law school. I strongly encourage it. It's fun, regardless of what side you are. But if you're on the prosecution side, you see me, it's coming. So that's how I do it.
Yeah, that's an edit right there. Yeah, someone just edited it. I can already see, boom. Would you represent yourself if you ever got charged with something?
No, I wouldn't. And it's not because I don't believe in myself. It's more like if I speak, if I'm charged with a crime and I speak, that's considered evidence. I'm not gonna do that. But if I have somebody speak for me, it's considered argument. So I'd rather have them
Yeah.
I still know what the hell's going on, so my mind's moving to the case too, and I'm more with it, so I have more of a different set of eyes than just a regular person.
Yeah. You think we can make a TikTok?
Yeah.
Like, I want to do like, who am I here with? And then it's like,
well, I'm
what were you charged with? And I would just say some like crazy stuff.
I got you.
We'll do it. It'll be crazy.
It's all funny. I love it.
What's this?
He's coming to meet a 13-year-old girl.
The last video was lit. That one was funny. What'd you guys think? That shit was funny.
And he wants to break her. That's what he said in the chat log.
Have you ever had your hymen broken?
What's a hymen? Do you care that I'm like 14? Really? Yeah.
I was not going to do anything with anyone younger than 17, which is the legal age of consent. Can I get a ticket and go deal with my children or something, please?
Hey Brian, have you heard this song? A minor.
Playing Kendrick Lamar.
Chat! I know a lot of you guys are like, Dion, I thought you said you weren't ever going to make a video again. I thought you said you weren't ever going to be outside again. But I'm happy to see you guys, man. Thank you guys for everything you have done, everything you will do. Thank you for the support. I need you guys to meet probably one of the most realest creators. So, first thing first, man, I'm going to be streaming on Twitch. I'm going to be going crazy on here, man. Hey, Siri, how many days has it been since January 13th, 2022?
It was 854 days ago.
That's how long it's been since I've last seen you guys. We're back, man. Going crazy on here, man. Hey, Siri, how many days has it been since January 13th, 2022?
It was 854 days ago.
That's how long it's been since I've last seen you guys. We're back, man. Justin, if you can, I want you to show them the setup. Show them the hidden camera. So he's gonna come in through the door. Hey, how you doing? I'm a predator. Oh my gosh, nice to meet you. Oh, you want me to sit over here? Okay. Not even knowing, boom, 4K. You guys can't even see the camera. He's in 4K right now. So he's gonna come over here. Is this a camera? Oh, is this a camera? Oh, where's the camera? I don't see the camera. And then he's gonna sit down here. Boom, 4K again. So we gotta do who has 2 kids.
4K again.
He's coming to meet a 13-year-old girl, and he wants to break her. That's what he said in the chat log. And so we're just waiting for Brandon to put his kids in bed, and then he's gonna come. He wants to watch Shrek.
But ask him like what his stroke game is like, and ask him like, "Does he remember the pillow?" And you're like, "Yeah, just show me your stroke game. Like, kind of have some fun with him."
He said that his favorite scene in Shrek was the donkey and the dragon.
What now?
Remember the pillow. And you're like, "Yeah, just show me your stroke game. Like, kind of have some fun with him."
He said that his favorite scene in Shrek was the donkey and the dragon kissing.
That's a good one.
Chat, stop asking for her Instagram. Stay focused. She's a 14-year-old girl. You're weird. Bro, when is he coming? Chat, he's putting his daughter to bed. No one's ever done this on Twitch. I talked to Twitch reps, and I was like, has anyone ever done this on Twitch? And they were like, no. They're like, the only person we could think that would do this is Ice Poseidon. So this is your first ever catch, right? So how excited are you?
I'm more nervous than excited.
You know what's so funny? It's the funniest thing because everybody was like, I knew he was gonna come back. He's such a sellout. How can you do this? And they'll be like, what about Jesus? And then like, it's just so funny because they just look like they're defending predators. And it's like I don't even have to say anything. I just read the comments and it's like, so he can't catch predators. And then they're like, wait, no, that's not what I'm saying. It's just, and it's like, bro, it's like a hill you're gonna die on. Like you can't fight that battle.
I mean, it's God's work anyway.
That's what bro, that's literally what my pastor said. Oh, wait, can you tell them some of the things that the Predator was saying?
What do you say? He said the most interesting thing.
It's like a hill you're gonna die on. Like, I knew this is Ice Poseidon. So this is your first
Ice Poseidon.
How excited. You know what's so funny? It's the funniest thing because everybody was like, I knew he was gonna come back. He's such a sellout. How can you do this? And they'll be like, what about Jesus? And then like, it's just so funny because they just look like they're.
Jesus did come back in the 3rd day, so anybody can come back.
Defending predators.
That's a different story.
Like I don't even have to say anything. I just read the comments and it's like, so he can't catch predators, and then they're like, wait,
His
no,
eyes tell me
and it's
everything.
like, bro, it's like a hill you're gonna die on. Like you can't fight that down.
It's God's work.
That's what that's literally what my pastor said. Oh wait, can you tell them some of the things that the predator was saying? Did he actually like have a conversation with you, or was he just on the phone? You can't say. She meant to say simple. Twitch, come on, please, Twitch, come on, like Twitch. This is my birthday, bro. Come on, Twitch. We doing God's work. Twitch, please. It's been 858 days.
Hello? Has your son gone to bed yet? Is he gonna be home alone?
No.
Well, I have stuff ready, so whenever.
I don't know, I'll try to get my butt over there.
Okay, sounds good. See you later. Can't see you.
Your first call?
So what do you want to talk about?
Should I ask a question?
Yeah. Well, what are we gonna do tonight?
What do you want to do?
I mean, I want to watch Shrek. Whatever you want. I mean, I want to watch Shrek. Whatever you want to do.
Cringe. Who brings that up right before whatever y'all would do? It just makes no sense.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? I want to know what time you're ready, but...
Well, I just been kissing until first grade. How do you know that?
Have you ever had your own record?
What's a hymen?
It's like one pizza. I came out of the
Hold on. Wait a minute. What the fuck is everybody talking about right now? You can tell she's irritated.
I'm strong like the dragon from Shrek. Was that funny? Well, do you want to be my donkey? Sure. What's up? Let me think. Yeah. Why would that be surprising? I didn't. He came too fast.
I probably would too.
Oh, why is that?
You're tall, you're skinny, you feel alive.
Somebody put it behind bars right now. What is this?
Aww. Well, do you think we're gonna go all the
We're
way?
really here to watch Shrek.
I guess. Okay. I just don't want to get like peckers. Oh, okay. I want to see one. I've never seen one before.
Really?
So is your son in bed yet?
He's laying down. I'm just waiting for him to pass out.
Well,
I mean, if you want to send me your address, then you can read it.
a few minutes? I'm gonna send it now. What?
Why is she talking like that?
So my thighs?
Yeah.
Why do you not?
Yeah,
I mean, if I give you permission. Okay, well, see you later.
I'll let you know if I want to.
Okay, yeah, let me know.
Yeah, buddy. You're done. You're done. You're done.
You're done.
You're done. You're done.
You're done.
I know it sounds graphic, but I didn't want him to release and then get clarity. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But you busted one? Oh, hell no. I don't even want to know.
Read it.
Just put it behind bars.
The moment he messaged, he's been like, babe, did you hear that? You hear what the dude was telling the girl?
Be right back. You're not watching, are you?
Welcome to my career. She's hanging out with her guy best friend right now. And I'm like, hey. I'm like, why are you hanging out with him? Like, y'all can hang out tomorrow. Y'all can hang out like, why this way? Like, I don't care if they hang out, but it's like, why today? It's a little bit. It's not crazy. But like, he's over at her house, and they're like watching movies or something. Like, why tonight? I'm not watching movies. This is better than yeah, babe, why are you hanging out with him tonight? Can y'all at least watch it together? Let me talk to Jamal.
He said, "The sun's asleep. Do you still want me on my way?" I said, "Yeah, sure." He said, "You sure?" And I said, "Yeah."
Yo, everybody, like for real, like no joke stuff. Say a prayer for protection, man. Just believe in God, y'all. We're gonna get this dude off the street. I know we've been joking a lot, but like, bro gotta go. Alright, everybody, like, make sure your phone.
Make sure your phone's on silent or vibrate.
Did you just leave or?
That's it.
Okay, so how far away are you? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure. No, it's okay. I mean, like, when are we gonna watch Shark 2? Well, I've been on the TV. No, I don't smoke. I'm down to try, though.
I have my pen.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to park on like the side of the road or?
Did you just get here?
Can I answer your question?
Yeah, what's up?
Why are you in the open air? For the guy with you.
I just feel like I'm pretty mature for my age, so.
Did you shower?
I did, yeah.
Not that you're gonna be like, oh, you're short.
No, it's okay.
Where are you?
In my house.
It's empty.
Okay.
You want me to come in front of that?
Just park on the front. Oh, yeah, I see you. Hey. What's up? I just have Shrek on. You can just sit right there. It's okay. Nothing. Do you care that I'm like 14? Really? That's cool. Hey, I do have a question though. I was thinking like I wanted to see like your stroke game, so could you like take that pillow and like put it on the floor and like show me it? I think you know what I mean. I don't know, just like stroke down the ground. I'd rather you take the just that red one. Plus look what it says. Isn't that so Skibbity Toilet? Wait, say Skibbity Toilet. Do you know what that means? Me neither.
Stop
like
resisting!
Me? I'm strange?
Oh, what the hell?
Like, on the ground. Yeah. How is this weird? No, my phone's not going on. No, it's okay. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go get like a cupcake or something.
Look at that right there, Gucci.
Do you want some Predator pasta?
Look at that, Gucci. Gucci, man. Gucci, Look at that right there.
And that's why I was so confused about her telling me, like, why are you telling me to do that?
Brian, can you sit down first?
Yes, sir. I know about the whole child predator
Well, they already
stuff,
caught him?
and I am not trying
What I
to do
miss?
child predator stuff.
What
I'm
I
not
miss?
involved in that.
Like on the ground. Yeah. How is this weird?
How's this weird? You see, that's weird. Tell him, Leah.
My phone's not.
Tell him it's weird.
doing anything. No, it's okay. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go get like a cupcake or something.
So weird.
Do you want some predator pasta?
They even got the feds here. Why they got him dressed up like police? Is that the real police? Oh, okay, it's the real police. That's lit.
I was, like I said, I was just trying to come over and hang out. I'm not telling you anything sexual. I did not have any sexual contact. You know, I'm feeling talk to her. And that's why I was so confused about her telling me, like, why are you telling me to do that?
Brian, can you sit down first?
Yes, sir. I know about
you
the
say,
child
sir?
predator stuff, and I am not trying to do child predator stuff. I'm not involved in that. I would not do anything with anyone younger than 17, which is the legal age of consent. I understand that fully. And
What do you have that in your memory, babe? So bad.
because both my ex-fiancés were 17 when they got pregnant with my first child. No, at that time I was, and I did not.
What is he talking about?
Yes, I wasn't realizing she was 14. I thought I was going to ask her ID.
That's
if
cap.
anything happened, and I would No, cool. Involved.
Brian, do I have permission to see you?
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
¿Qué pasa, man? ¿Qué pasa?
Do I have permission to leave, sir? After you take my picture of my
We have some more questions.
Because I didn't realize, like I said, I didn't realize that about you. I do not have any interest in anyone younger than 17, age of consent, with proper age of consent, with proper identification. I am not into that type of thing.
It's kind of weird that, you know, you have to come into a swamp with a 14-year-old girl.
I have 3 kids. I understand.
So at what point did you realize this?
On the phone, I believe on the way here, she said it, and like I said, that's why I said it. I'm not going to do anything.
Okay.
And
So on the way here, where did you see this for?
I probably should have turned around, like I said.
You then proceeded to go ahead. Come on inside.
I was, like I said, that's why I was asking if I wanted to make sure if I you see messages about the car. I didn't want anything to happen. I wanted to make sure.
So you wanted to make sure that
I was going to make sure. I was going to ask for the ID. I was going to make sure before you even walk inside. You know, there's nothing inside. You can watch that. I think.
yeah, nothing wrong with walking this right.
No, I'm not trying to drag an egg off the cooking over.
You said the dog is right.
She said that. No, I said the dog in the dog in the drip. The whole backstory is that's what I'm saying. I probably should because I'm I'm not trying
Who the hell is this?
Let's go. I have one that
Detain his ass
I'm
away.
not touching the felon either because I'm really traveling to me.
Was that me or was that thing glitching?
I'm not trying to become sexual figures.
But it's so boring.
Let's go. I have work at 6
Oh, yeah, it was already
I'm not
glitching.
touching the felon either because I'm really
What the hell? You even got Shrek playing. That's how you traumatize this fool.
That's also why I would try to do this.
What'd he say?
Touching the felon either because I'm really traveling to me. No, it's not. I do realize that, and I was trying to do it process. Like I said, all I was trying to do was get Chris now. That's also why I would try to do this.
So we have all this in 4K, but you're gonna tell us a different story.
Listen, can I please, I promise you, sir, I have nothing involved with anyone you ever.
Okay, can you straighten that out for us? Because from these chat logs, you can go to jail for it.
I understand, sir.
So for a long time.
I understand, sir. And I'm not trying to go to jail. And like I said, I'm not trying to do anything about it. I apologize for this. I had a proper exit. I knew about everything about this. I understand the whole aspect. I'm not trying to get it.
Okay, let's start from step one. When she revealed her age, whether it was on a phone call or whether...
Why did I continue with it? Simply because I thought that maybe it would be just strictly nothing because older man and younger woman can just walk in.
Okay, so you get that. You get that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not trying to... No, sir. If she was over 18, over 17, yes. I
hurt my ears. I hurt my ears completely. Holy shit. Just put him behind bars already. Jeez. Everybody's saying hell.
Well, here, let me talk to you.
Chat.
Sandra, give me
I know you guys are going to post that online. I know you guys are
more likely.
Well, we're not going to post it. This is the wrong guy. So we need you to help us out.
And then she said,
We got the wrong guy. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Because I watched you guys walk out here and I watched the video.
Oh, you watched our video?
Yes, I do actually.
Who am I? I'm Tyson now.
I know your videos off.
Bro, you know me? I get started like, hey.
Yeah,
Bro.
Well, get started with me real quick. Hey, yeah, that's me.
What?
So you watch me, but you're going to be doing all this.
I'm not trying to do all this. Your video's coming on TV.
This is Jingle. Ryan, who's this? How would you feel if a random 27-year-old came over when her parents were gone?
I would feel absolutely sit downstairs.
What would you do?
I'd probably go ballistic.
You go ballistic? Okay. So we just protected
a younger woman from that exact.
Oh, hell.
I'm not trying to see nothing doesn't explode for anyone here.
I want you to listen to the chat.
Yeah, like I said, I'm talking about this.
Oh, you got her.
But your response is everything. With all of this, yes. Yes. I'm talking to 3 or 4 people right now at the same time.
Oh, whoa. Man, you're the original, man. Got the little black note.
He's the original.
You speak to the toilet?
That is a good one. But no, like I said, I'm not trying to do anything with anyone else that makes me. I'm just going to ask for a review. I'm only going to want to subscribe. If anything would have happened, I wouldn't have been on my own call. And that's also what I was saying. Yeah, obviously not the 14-year-old. The 14-year-old doesn't have legal consent. Because I would have been sitting here and nothing would have happened.
You would have been watching Shrek, like you said?
Yes.
What we can do right now? We can watch it.
I'm fine with watching Shrek.
Oh, sit down, man.
It's just I have anxiety. So
Bro, this is my favorite scene. This is when they first do the walk.
Baby's conversation.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no, you won't even post your. It'll just be your.
Hey, Ryan. I'll send you.
Send me a bill. It's just I work at commercial buildings in the area.
So you can't do this.
I'm not trying to be a. I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to.
Listen, we gotta make sure that make us know. How are you gonna reassure? Because
Yeah, why can't someone massage me? My neck hurts. That's what they do to me. Let's calm. Let's get that phone. It's public mode.
I thought it was something that was sent. And I'm not trying to do it.
His face is like shit. That's a real officer? Bro, for a real officer, she's cute.
I thought it was 17. Right? I wasn't gonna. I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask for that idea. I wasn't gonna do anything with that. Just I wasn't gonna. I have, like I said, I have daughter that uses and stuff. So yes, but I do not. Yeah, I'm not trying to do it. I have no. It's a little concerning, I agree, but I'm not sexually attracted to 14-year-old children. My nieces and
What is this?
Okay, but I'm not trying to be intimate with.
What the fuck is this?
And I'm not trying to be I'm not realizing that she was as well. And then yes, I am. Yes.
Y'all can hear me?
It wasn't the text that
I hope so.
It was more the calls. But at the same time, I kept forgetting I was making I was talking about different women at the same time. So
I'm not sure what's going on here, but I just wish I would not hear myself every fucking second. He just doing that folk shit. Did he just hit his foot? Alright, I thought he hit his foot. I'm about to say.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the lady.
Hey, Brian, have you heard this song? A minor.
Jitty on, bro. What the fuck, man? Man, just puts on Kendrick Lamar. I'm done. You should have put the part where it was certified lover boy, certified pedophile. That's what you should have put. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it.
I was thinking of that. For the holiday. Yes.
An officer before you came here, he also asked how many condoms should I bring, and he admitted to us that he has condoms in his car.
But I didn't bring them. They're in my car. They are, but I'm going to use, like I said, I keep them in my car for other. Because at the time, I didn't realize I was not going to talk, hang out. Can I get a ticket and go deal with my children or something, please? Or can I get a court summons or something? Just because of my children. Can I need to go?
Can't call us.
Is there any way that I can still go be able to go home tonight?
Right now, that's something I said that I talked about on that. Do you have a video?
Yes, sir. We have everything. We have it all in the Google Drive as well. That's all thanks to Speed Preparatory Investigation. So this is some of the voice messages. We also got a lot more today while waiting for him. He asked her if she shaved.
Oh, I did? No, I don't.
My bad. He said he has short-term memory loss.
I was going to
Oh
He also
my
asked
God.
if she's ever tried
Short-term
AA and
memory
AL.
loss.
He also asked and said,
Because
"Are you
she-
sure you're ready for it? Because it's gonna really hurt."
Because she said she's been with older men, and like I said, I'm not trying to be with a younger woman. I was gonna ask for the ID before anything happened. I didn't believe that she was 14. She doesn't look 14 in any photos. I probably should just stop talking to her.
He also asked, has she ever had her cherry pop before?
I probably should not
And he
talk
wanted
to
detail
her.
about that.
How many girls have you asked?
I've asked that to quite a few because to me it's
Where does it typically go after you ask?
to me it's just one of those things. Typically, just over the phone is absolutely meaningless for me because I can go. That's no, it's not. But
That's how we would call them.
what's the reason?
See, that's skibbity tours.
Skibbity toilet.
I'm not trying to
She's almost skipping toilet.
alone the second she said that she was younger. And
When did you say that? When do you recall saying that? I was like,
I said it 2 days ago, and I probably should have blocked her.
since you recall.
So I probably should have blocked her after at that. I went way too far. And like I said, I probably should have just stopped. And that's what I need to learn is to just stop. And then this right here is
Does he have a gap pin on him? He was gonna give.
no, I wasn't gonna. No, I smell it. No, I never. No.
I know I'm a snitch. I'm sorry.
I no. No.
You did that! You did that! Have you ever seen anyone dig themselves in a hole like that?
No, that was bad.
That was terrible.
It's like he admitted to everything else, but the donkey and the dragon thing. No, she said that. I did not say that. So we're waiting for the police to do their stuff. They got a bunch of evidence, so they just need to get a thing from the DA, and hopefully he should be going to jail. Cop IG, stop. Out of all the cops, she was like the most on it. Like I gotta give her all the props.
Fact,
I think she was back. She was like, she just wanted to like.
I got scared when like I was playing the song and she was like, cut that out. I like paused it immediately.
Bro, she asked the same thing as Pete does, like, so you don't understand why this looks bad. Because you just hang out 14-year-olds all the time.
No, when I knew she was
like, bro, she asked me the hard hit.
When I knew she was chill, she was like, it's not illegal, it's weird. It's just weird. How do you, bro? I think that was the best one we've ever done together. Twitch for bringing our boy back. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Shout out to Twitch, man, because the first thing I asked was if we could do this. And they said, we're not giving you a yes, but it's not going over TOS. He said, as long as nothing bad happens, you know, we'll play by ear. So shout out to Twitch, because they could have shut it down right off the bat. So, yo, Twitch in the chat, man. And they really helped me get back, you know, even though they had me locked up for 858 days. They helped me get back. So I gotta give hold up, I gotta give some other people a shout out, man. So I've submitted like 8 appeals. Got all of them denied, right? I've been submitting appeals since June of 2022. And after you submit an appeal, if you get denied, you have to wait like 6 months. So after you do the first is 3 months, and after the 3, it goes to 6. So the last one that I just did, it ran out, and I was about to submit it, but I was like, you know what, man, I gotta ask for help. So I hit up Kai, man. I hit up the King of Twitch, the Yo Kai, man. You know, he put in a good word for me, and he hit me back later, and he was like, I'll put in a good word. And I was like, I'm not gonna lie, I gotta go a little bit harder, because I know Miskiff has some connection. Me and Miskiff are cool. We be talking on stream and stuff. So I hit up Miskiff. I was like, yo, Miskiff, man, if you could put in a good word for me, bro. And Miskiff was like, you know what, I got you.
It's gonna be
Then I was like, I need more firepower, bro. I got a hot case. So I hit up the one, the only Pokemon. Hit her up. I said, Pokey, girl, can you please put in a good word for me? I really appreciate it. She left me on deliver for 3 days. Then I just get a text message, and she was like, you should be hearing some good news soon. And I was like,
Pokemon real one, bro.
I appreciate you, Pokey. And then next Monday, boom. So I gotta give a huge shout out to Kai, huge shout out to Mizkif, and a huge shout out to Pokey. Especially a huge shout out to Mizkif too, because he got me in contact with some reps to at Twitch to just make sure like everything's good, and you know, 'cause I don't want to get banned again, you know. And so I'm gonna be talking to reps now, just, you know, making sure everything's okay, man. So man, just huge shout out to them, man. I just want to show love. I almost forgot to do that. That's all. Pokey definitely carried. I'm not gonna lie, like out of everybody, I do think Pokey carried. Like,
And she hit you back and was like,
yeah. Because none of them hit me back and was like, definitely. She hit me back with the "you should be here." So she did carry, but bro, I have respect and love and thank you for all. So I have to show love to that.
That was funny, especially when they said something about.
Hey there, Andrew!
Oh
my God! Oh, we need to get some new cigarettes. What else do we need? We need some. Oh. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot where I left off. Okay, let's take care of this first. Oh, we need some tires. We need some cigarettes. We need some tires. We need some cigarettes. We need some tires. We need some cigarettes. Excuse me.
Shit, that burned my ears. Back. Back is popping. Neck is hurting. Imagine having an e-girlfriend. Let me see. History. I was gonna watch the fucking Andrew Tate shit right here. Come on, man. Come on, man. What was this? She was at 4 hours. Let's see. It's 1 o'clock. What can we watch?
And why you think, and try and be a positive influence and have children, and I've done all of those things. My mother and father broke up when I was 10. We moved to England.
How did that affect you?
I'm carrying boxes of fish in a fish market at 7 in the morning for $40 a day. I'm not a rich guy. I'm just a poor guy with lots of money. People who misunderstand me have deliberately misunderstood me because they want to try and tear down my character. My soul is not for sale, neither are my principles.
I asked your thoughts on President Biden.
You're certainly trying to get me killed.
What are your thoughts on the upcoming election, President Donald Trump?
Putin nailed it. It's the last hope for the West.
If President Tate was enough, Donald Trump.
Because they want to try and tear down my character. My soul is not for sale, neither are my principles.
I asked your thoughts on President Biden.
You're certainly trying to get me killed.
What are your thoughts on the upcoming election, President Donald Trump?
Putin nailed it. It's the last hope for the West.
If President Tate was enough, as crazy as that sounds,
I think the world would be a dramatically different place in 20 years.
You getting thrown in jail.
I was put in the same cell as Tristan. We were put together so they could bug the cell. I had prepared for it the best I could. I wasn't ready for the level of Matrix attack I was subject to. Making money is very important when you fight a war.
Recurring revenue.
Hundreds of thousands do.
Did Andrew Tate ever try monogamy?
Where else have people who have inspired millions who spoke against authority ever ended up besides jail or death?
The Matrix is calling.
Time's up. Hi, my name is Andrew Tate. I went from a single mother household to a kickboxing world champion, to thrown in a Romanian jail cell, to trying to help you all escape the Matrix, and I am one of the passionate.
I'm gonna speak this religiously. They say Matrix, I say Limbo. They say Clown World, I say Monkey World.
I really enjoyed the interview, though.
They say black and white, I believe rainbows.
Omar, today, I think it's interesting when podcasts deep dive on certain subjects, but also I think it's interesting where they touch on lots of subjects and inspire people to do a deep dive themselves and see how the topics and the subjects apply to them specifically. I hope people enjoy it.
Before we delve into this interview, you have to know that a few days after we filmed this, he was actually arrested again by Romanian officials facing UK extradition on new charges. He shares things he's never shared publicly before at great risk to him and his safety. So I want to encourage you guys to really pay attention to the very end because we talked about it all. Also, if you want exclusive access to the raw, uncensored, and unfiltered conversation of this two-part interview, you can have that 100% free by texting the word Tate to 323-919-8510, and you'll get instant access to it there. You can also check it out in the description down below to subscribe for email. And with no further ado, I want to encourage you guys to sit back, relax, and enjoy this incredible interview that will blow your mind inside the soul of none other than Andrew Tate. Hey guys, welcome to this episode of the Passionate Few podcast. It's your host, Omar, and today we have the privilege in Romania to sit down with none other than the man, the myth, the legend himself, Andrew Tate. Thanks so much for being on the show today, Andrew.
Good to meet you, sir.
Oh man, appreciate you hosting us here in Romania and having us come to you. Beautiful country, and excited to get into this today.
Yeah, I want to show you guys around. Romania's got a very bad reputation internationally in general, and also because of what they've done to me. But to be fair to the place, it's actually a very nice place. It's a very nice country. It's safe. By all the metrics you can measure a society by, it's pretty good, except for corruption. But then, you know, we've just started the podcast, so I don't want to start off too strong and start screaming at the camera that America's the most corrupt nation on earth, and so I'm going to calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a good place.
Well, speaking of America, we actually know that you're a big fan of Airheads, so we actually brought you some from the States.
Thank you very much.
And I wanted to ask you, why Airheads?
You know, I've always loved these as a child, and then when I left America, I think I was 11 or 10. I missed them. They didn't exist in England, and I've never really had them since. And now I keep getting given Airheads. I'm going to end up fat. My entire my physique, which I've worked on my whole life, is going to be disappeared because they're so addictive. It's kind of interesting. You just said, I know you're a fan of Airheads. I know this is going to get me in a lot of trouble when I say anyway. That reminded me instantly. It made me think of a bunch of jokes about bimbo women.
Yeah, I know.
And I thought, thinking, what do I mean instantly? It made me think of a bunch of jokes about bimbo women.
Yeah, I know.
And I thought, thinking, what do I say them? My brain was running quickly. You said, I know you're a fan of Airheads. And I thought about 30 jokes going, jail, that put me in jail, that put me in jail, that put me in jail. Let me just take a hand.
Before we get into it, you know, we'll talk about a lot of what's going on. Obviously, you know, not just what you've been going through with the Matrix.
Yeah.
But before we get into that, for people who may have not heard the origin story, talk to me a little about where you grew up.
Yeah.
I know you grew up in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
But talk to me about young Andrew before you became literally the most viral person on earth. Talk to me, what was young Andrew? Where did he grow up? And where did the formation for this ambition really begin for you as a kid?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was born in D.C., and then we moved to Indiana. We lived just outside of Gary, Indiana. And my father was a professional chess player, and I understood I had to work hard and I had to do each of my last name. And from as young as I can remember, I was told, no, you have to be exceptional because your last name is Tate. It was very clear to me. It was never any other type of life that was laid out for me. I never expected to have any other easy life or never expected to have a normal life. My mother and father broke up when I was 10. We moved to England.
How did that affect you?
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the reasons. If I had to self-analyze, when I moved from America to England, obviously you start all over again. You go to a new school, you have to make new friends. And back then, I don't know how long ago that was, 20-something years, whatever. If you're American in England, it was slightly more unusual. Sure. And the kids would make fun of your accent or whatever, and you have to learn to stick up for yourself. You have to learn to fight and to be brave. And if I had to be a psychotherapist, if I believed in these things and had to analyze my past as to why I am the way I am, I think the fact that at a fairly young age I was ostracized and forced to defend myself and forced to stick up for myself and was happy to have a different point of view because I knew nobody could pick on me. That probably has something to do with the reason I am the person I am, if I had to analyze it. So, got me thinking now, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I need to take all my kids and pluck them and just drag them out of school and drop them in Mongolia somewhere.
Yeah.
And see how that...
Was it something like a series of events? Because I can relate to that, where you feel like an outcast. You don't quite feel at home here. You don't quite feel at home with this group. So it teaches you to kind of stick up for yourself and fight for yourself.
I think it was just my brother and I. We turned up. Everyone said, haha, you're weird American kids. We said, yeah, we are. Say something to our face. And they wouldn't. And that was it. And it just became us two.
Against the world.
Against the world. And
nothing's changed.
Not much has changed.
Yeah.
And I think that's the way it's supposed to be. It's very interesting when you understand the brutal dynamics of humanity and also the brutal dynamics of opinions in general. But unless you're prepared to defend your opinion, usually physically, especially outside of the internet world, you don't have an opinion at all. If you can't defend your ideas, if someone comes to you and says, I disagree with you, and you're afraid of that person, well, then you're not going to have any ideas different than what the Matrix wants you to hold. It takes a lot of bravery to stand up and say, I don't care, I know I'm right, despite the fact that the whole group or society or the consensus is saying this, because you're going to pay for that at some point. I know we live in a world now where physical confrontation and physical violence alone is not enough, but I still think it's intrinsic inside of the human condition. When you know that you are capable in that realm, you're more likely to stand up against the system. But you can't have an opinion if you don't defend it. If you can't defend it, if a guy comes up to you and says 2 + 2 is 5, and he can beat the shit out of you, I mean, maybe you'll end up a bloody pulp, or maybe you'll give up sooner, but sooner or later, 2 + 2 is going to equal 5. That's the reality of the world. So
if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think, just to talk about the childhood thing, I understood from a young age I had to stick up for myself and defend my ideas, and my ideas were always different, and I was always an outcast, I guess, to a degree, and that certainly played a part later on in my life, because it's been very easy for me to look at the programming the Matrix is trying to push down my throat and just say no.
Did you discuss a lot of philosophy with your dad growing up? Was he a confidant in that way? I know he's a chess master, but was he somebody you pitch and catch with, or was it mostly you and your brother that kind of pitch and catched a lot of these things early on?
My dad had his own philosophies. I don't think, we definitely never read any philosophical books. We didn't study any old philosophers. But he'd say things now, which you can even still see his Twitter. If you want to see a philosopher, you can go through his Twitter now and see all of the things he was saying when he was still alive.
Yeah.
But I think life is actually pretty simple. There's action and reaction. There's cause and effect. There's brave people and there's cowards. A lot of people are self-interested. And if you understand the basis of these motivations, it's not difficult to work out why the world functions the way it does. And cause and effect and action and reaction are very real. And I think one of the largest plagues we have in the world today is a lack of action amongst people. And deciding not to act is an action in and of itself, right? And that's the only philosophy you need for life. If you want something to move, you have to move it. If you sit and wait for somebody else to move it, you're a coward. Yeah. You're just hoping it's going to happen.
Period. Absolutely.
And that's why I don't understand when a lot of people who see where the world is going and see the future that's going to be laid out for their children kind of just hope and pray when they really need to be taking a more active role, even if it's as simple as discussing every subject with anyone who will listen and try to
open their mind.
Open minds, correct. Yeah.
Now, real quick, I want to touch base one more time. The young Andrew Tate, when he was coming up and having these sorts of thoughts, what were you like as you got into your teens? Were you a ladies' man? Did you have a girl break your heart, that first one? I'm sure the stories are famous.
Everyone's had their heart broken by a girl, haven't they?
Do you remember the first one? That really did it for you?
Yeah, everyone's had their heart broken by a girl when they're a teenager. I can't say her name because I'm famous now. She is.
I can't remember.
I can't make her famous or anything. But I think everyone's had their heart broken by a girl, and that's an important part of life. I'm sure every girl's had her heart broken by a man. I don't think it's gendered. I think that's just how the society functions. That's how it goes.
Well, the reason I ask too is because a lot of people that we've interviewed, a lot of high-level entrepreneurs, billionaires, a lot of people who've done big things, a lot of them had a chip on their shoulder early on. Even Will Smith talks about the fact that he wouldn't have been the biggest actor in the world if that first girl didn't break his heart, because he swore to himself.
I think his current girl's breaking his heart. I don't think he was worried about the first one. He's worried about the one he's with now. Bro, chip on his shoulder, he needs to get it back. Jesus.
But was there ever anything like that for you? Like something when you were young, you're like, man, I'm going to prove to the world. Like what started that fire inside early on? Or did it kind of just develop through time and get hotter and hotter?
Well, I think everybody has a fire inside of them, but it's pacified. It's deliberately extinguished by society because, one, the Matrix wants you docile, which is the first thing. And second thing is people live lives of comfort. A lot of people, I think all men are born with a masculine desire to conquer Earth. And I think you're only going to be happy if you're conquering. But if you're living a semi-comfortable life and your mother is nice to you and you're not under any pressure and the Matrix is telling you it's fine to just be average, well, then you're going to be sitting there being average. I was never comforted. I was never given an easy life. I never had anyone in my life who was saying, don't worry, Andrew, it's okay to just be this guy. I was told the opposite all the time.
That's why I religiously speak on construction workers.
I don't know if the fire inside of me is any bigger than it is inside of every other man. And I think that every man at home watching this, if they don't have the things they want in life, should feel a degree of resentment towards themselves or disappointment, understanding that they have the same desire and drive that I have. They just allowed themselves to be psyoped out of it. They've allowed the Matrix or whoever to convince them it's okay to not be the man they could be. And I never allowed anybody to do that to me. I've had a lot of people try. I've had girlfriends say, Andrew, you're rich enough, and why are you going to jail, and why all this stress? Why can't we just relax,
Sing
just
Kumbaya.
be quiet, just, you know, and my mom has said it, women usually, because they protect, that's how a woman will protect you, right? A man will die beside you. A woman can only protect you by trying to convince you out of going to war in the first place.
Yeah.
And I could sit here and listen to them and say I've done enough and I'm rich enough and blah, 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 but then I wouldn't be me.
Absolutely.
You know, so, and I think that people fall for that trap early on in life. There's many stages of life. You can be 5 years old and your mother doesn't want you to go boxing because you might get hit, and the dad might be like, yeah, I guess. A lot of it is feminine energy. And then another huge part of it is the Matrix-led propaganda, because they don't like masculine imperatives, because it defends the society, which they're trying to destroy. But I lived in a household where my father was in charge, and my mother wasn't allowed to baby us, and we were always pushed to be the same way.
Has Andrew Tate ever had a job?
Oh yeah, I've had jobs.
What were your first jobs? Walk people down that lane.
I'm not a rich guy. I'm just a poor guy with lots of money. I am, no, but I mean that. I've had jobs. I started off my first job, I was carrying boxes of fish.
How old were you?
15.
50. That was your first job?
Yeah, there were like 25 kilo boxes of fish with ice in them, and I was carrying them from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. at a fish market. That was my first job. I've worked in sales. I was an IT technician at my school.
No way.
Yeah, I've done loads of things. I've done loads of jobs.
Andrew Tate was on sales calls?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I've done loads of different jobs. And I'm very glad I grew up in the real world, because I think that there's no light without dark, and if you're born rich or you're born privileged, you're going to have a particularly unique experience of misery, because you're not going to be truly happy, you're not going to understand why, and no one's going to ever feel sorry for you or understand it, because of course you're from a privileged background, you're living this great life. But you need to have had bad things happen to you for you to appreciate any of the good things you're ever going to have. So, in fact, when my brother and I talk, often we talk about the stories from the bad days. Our best stories, our happiest memories are when we were completely broke. It's kind of funny how the good old days are constantly being lived and you don't appreciate them till afterwards. But yeah, I've worked a bunch of normal jobs. I've lived a very normal life until I reached the highest echelon of finances. And I guess that's where you learn all the lessons on the way, where you start from a single mother household on government housing all the way to the top, to having companies worth billions of dollars, and you pass through all the different stages along the way, and you see all the different attitudes of the people as you go through it.
What were some of the other jobs, if you don't mind me asking, that you had? Fish, sales?
So yeah, I worked in the fish market for a while, which was fun, but it was very physically intensive, and I was training at the time. I wanted to become a kickboxing world champion, so I decided to get an easier job. I got a job as an IT technician at my own school, at my old school. I was 17 then.
You went to college?
No, I did go to college. I went to college in England, but I'm not sure how it matches up with the American educational system. So
sure.
I finished high school at 16. I went to college 17 and 18. When I was 18 and I finished college, I went back to my old high school and worked as an IT technician, but I got fired for sleeping with one of the students.
Was she hot?
She was very hot. She was 16, I was 18, I got fired. And then I got fired from there. And then I went and got a sales job.
How did sales sharpen you? Because one of the common denominators, some of the most successful people in the world, has always been sales. I did door-to-door sales.
Yep.
I used to work selling solar. I later worked at Tesla. And it was always in sales, and it sharpens you to a whole new level. How did sales?
I think the best salespeople in the world are double glazing sales.
What is that?
Windows double glazing sales.
Why is that?
I think that must be the hardest sales job, because if you sell cars, for example, somebody turns up on the car lot, and they've turned up at the Audi dealership because they have a degree of respect for the Audi brand, and they maybe want an Audi, and you have to convince them it's better than the BMW and make sure they can afford it and sell them the Audi. Okay, fine. But if you're going to sell somebody windows, they don't have any, they already have windows in their house. You're not turning up to some crack den with no windows. So firstly, you have to make them want the windows.
Right.
That's the first thing you have to do. You unsolicitedly knock on someone's door and say, I'm here to give you windows. And they're going to say, I have windows, I don't want windows. And then you're going to sit there and convince them that they need windows. And then once you've convinced them of that, you have to convince them to choose you over all your competitors and spend thousands and thousands of dollars, $20,000 or $30,000 replacing plastic and glass that they already had in their walls. I think that'd be a very hard job to do, and I think that would make you a very good salesman. But life is sales in general, right? You have to be able to make people understand the way you think. And I think that's all sales effectively is. It's having thoughts and being able to project them in a way that people follow them logically and want to agree with you or are inclined to agree with you at the end. So I think life is sales. Getting a girl to fall in love with you to a degree is sales. And convincing a judge you're innocent is sales.
And it builds tremendous character and resilience.
We have to get used to being rejected.
Yeah, hundreds and hundreds of times over. Yeah, it builds character.
And it's amazing how if you start a sales job and you're rejected in the beginning, it's such a big deal, but after a while, the rejection just doesn't sting anymore. Yeah. Which perhaps answers back earlier when we were talking about my confidence to sit here and say things that get me in trouble. It just doesn't sting anymore.
Did you?
This will come out and the BBC will type up something about what I said and how bad of a person I am, and I won't care. It just doesn't matter anymore. So I'm that guy now. I just keep knocking at the door of fate. I keep knocking at the door waiting for them to eventually grab me and throw me in the cell. So we'll see how it goes.
Switching gears a little bit, let's talk about your desire to grow on social media. Yeah. How much of it was to grow the business through e-commerce and online with infinite scale versus get your message to the world? I'm sure it was a little bit of the two, but when you were sitting there planning your social media 3-step plan of attack, what was the primary motive for you?
So the primary motive is that COVID pissed me off. COVID annoyed me. I lost faith in humanity during COVID. I couldn't stand people anymore. I decided to become as well known as possible deliberately so that I could get canceled, so that I could drive traffic to my own social networks, because I kept getting banned everywhere. I've lost like 12 Twitter accounts, I lost my YouTube, I was banned on everything. And then of course, making money is very important when you fight a war, and having traffic driven to my e-commerce products or my Hustlers University is good because it allows me to fund myself in the war. But I was already rich, I already had a lot of money. And the reason my school exists isn't for me to make money, that's not why it exists. It's interesting now you've asked me this question. It's an amalgamation of lots of different ideas, but I always had the intention of getting a network of people who understood how the world really worked and a place where you could truly speak freely. And then I want those people to be as powerful as possible. I don't want the people who understand how the world works to be brokies. I want them to be rich because that allows them to fight against the matrix and have some kind of influence. You don't want a whole bunch of people broke working wagey jobs. They can't do very much unless you want to have a violent revolution. You want people who earn money online or geographically free or have large platforms or could speak aloud, who aren't afraid of being canceled to fight an information war. So we ended up with this amalgamation of building my own social network and then me trying to teach those people to make money and me being able to speak freely inside of the network, and that's kind of where the whole university came together and formed into its current state. We have over 200,000 members now, so we're very large.
How important do you think it is for people to make money online with e-commerce?
Hey guys, we'll get right back to this video in a sec, but first, I have a quick question for you. Given that the e-commerce industry is growing by the trillions year over year, have you ever dreamed of running your own e-commerce business like many of the guests we've interviewed on the show? But maybe you felt overwhelmed about where to begin? Lucky for you, today's sponsor, Zendrop, solves this exact problem. You see, with Zendrop, you simply select high-quality products, add them to your store, and they handle shipping and fulfillment while you make the profit. No more guessing games on product sourcing or dealing with inventory hassles. Zendrop's platform is designed with you in mind, making it incredibly simple to launch and scale your dropshipping business in a one-stop shop. Plus, they're offering an exclusive deal. Sign up today through our link below, and their team will personally craft your very own store to kickstart your e-commerce journey. They even have weekly coaching calls.
I want to ask you this, control over your own...
And freedom of speech, because a lot of people can't say what they think.
I want to ask you this, and it's related to the business side of things, switching gear. A lot of our audience, we've interviewed a lot of billion-dollar entrepreneurs, a lot of high-level people. We've had Patrick Bet-David on the show, who I know did a great one. I want to ask you this.
Make you do that. A lot of people book scene. It's very hard for you to it doesn't allow them to be canceled and controlled. It doesn't have to be e-commerce. It doesn't necessarily have to be online, although that's easier. But the main reason that they're going to control you is because you have to pay your mortgage, and they're going to hit you financially. And so if you're working a job and they say take the vaccine, it's very hard for you to say no when you have a family to feed and a mortgage to pay. I would argue that a lot of people begrudgingly took it. I probably think the majority of people begrudgingly took it because they had bills to pay. So if you make money online, sure, it's harder to make you do that. But you don't necessarily have to make money online. You have to make money in a manner in which it's harder for the matrix to force you to do things you don't want to do.
So you have freedom and control over your own
And freedom of
future.
speech, because a lot of people can't say what they think.
I want to ask you this, and it's related to the business side of things, switching gear. A lot of our audience, we've interviewed a lot of billion-dollar entrepreneurs, a lot of high-level people. We've had Patrick Bet-David on the show, who I know did a great, wonderful interview with you. He's a mutual good friend. A lot of people wonder about how you built your empire. So I want to get into some of your mindset. Before jail and all this, talk to me a little bit about how you went from 0 to $1 million, $1 million to 10 million, and whatever you're comfortable sharing, just so people can see your mind frame, you know what I mean, like business moves you made early on. just because a lot of our audience is entrepreneurial minded, how did Andrew Tate go from 0 to a million to 10 that you're comfortable sharing and beyond?
Sure. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to address this webcam thing because everyone asks me about it, and a lot of people conflate my current scenario and the situation I'm in with my old webcam business, even though they're not related at all.
Was that your first business?
No, I had lots of different businesses. I did lots of different things. I can give some general lessons,
sure,
which I think perhaps are better, and we can talk about general.
Come here, doggy. Come here. I'll take you for something bit. We switch chairs too, because I kind of switch chairs. She got a little bit more uncomfortable. Just gonna get my pillows. Make sure I'm cozy. Just in case it's too cold in here, I'm gonna get my sweater. Because I swear to God, it gets cold. Let me see this.
Entrepreneurship, but I want to address the webcam thing quickly because a lot of people think that was how I made all of my money, and that's not true at all. You make money by being perspicacious and indefatigable, and you have to find disruptive industries to a degree. You have to be in before everybody else. And I was involved in the webcam business long before it was mainstream and everybody else was doing it, which is why it was lucrative for me. I am from the streets. I'm from the ghetto, effectively. I'm from a very bad area of England. I grew up in a single mother household, and everyone around me was dealing drugs and killing each other and stabbing and breaking into houses and stealing cars, and all I did was drive traffic to web pages. And I did what I had to do to get out. And now, based on my Islamic reversion, I'm not particularly proud of it, but it's one of those things, and you learn lessons along the way, and I know I haven't done bad to anybody. I don't know I shouldn't have to be sorry for it, because the people around me were doing far worse. It's like Jay-Z sold crack. Nobody gives him a hard time.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So that was one of the ways I made money.
Was that the first million?
No. Was that the first million? I think I made $1 million before that, but turnover, and certainly not profit. But the first $1 million in profit, the $1 million I had in my bank, probably came a little bit after that. But it's amazing, I guess the overview lessons I'm going to give. It's actually amazing how general business strategy can apply to anything. It doesn't matter if you're running a webcam business, it doesn't matter if you're running a car wash. If you understand the realities of how money moves and you understand the realities of business, you'll always be successful. And you need to be able to apply yourself and work hard and all these things, the basic cliches that everybody understands. But I think in the world today, a lot of business has changed, and I'll be honest with you, I actually think we're entering a brand new stage of how money is generated. And I think all of the old models of how money is generated are going to fall to the wayside pretty quickly.
Such as?
I even think social media is going to have to change. And I'm going to say this here in case I'm totally wrong. Maybe.
I agree. Everything in social media has changed. It actually has to change. Absolutely everything about social media. Please, it's about time.
Maybe I'll look like a fool, or maybe I'll look like a genius. But up until this point, social media and all these large companies have made money by stealing your information and understanding how you act and operate by spying on you and then selling advertising. And I feel like the advertising model is even starting to die. I feel like people who are most successful now using social media are doing it by garnering attention virally. So they're getting free advertising effectively. Right? And the old model of just pure advertising campaigns doesn't work anymore. And as AI comes into play and as video content can be created from anywhere, as people decide to create their own realities and their own video games and their own movies they want to watch as opposed to watching anyone else's, I don't know if anyone's going to be sitting there consuming these adverts like before, or even responding to them. I don't know who even responds to adverts on Google or YouTube or these things anymore like they used to. I just think the whole advertising model as a whole is going to fall. And they're going to have to find a brand new way to monetize. I do believe it's an attention economy we live in. I think you need to garner attention and find a way to monetize it off the back of it. But I don't think that the traditional advertising model of these social media companies is going to continue for a very long time. I think it's starting to fail. And the reason I say that is I know a lot of people who run advertising campaigns now on Google and YouTube and these things, and the returns they talk about compared to somebody who lives true to themselves and has attention garnered via virality are minuscule. And I don't think that the advertising models can continue to work for a very long time. To make money in the world today, you need to prove brutal competence, and you need to find a USP, which has always been the case. You need to find a way to garner attention, which has always been the case. I feel like
When you say USP, unique selling proposition.
you need a USP, yeah, you need a unique selling proposition. But we're entering a very interesting stage, and the reason I'm talking about this specifically is inside of my school, Hustlers University, we teach artificial intelligence, and I think AI is going to come and wreck the majority of people in the next 10 to 15 years, maximum, maybe even 3 to 4 years if you're not implementing it in your business now. Crypto was a disruptive industry, and crypto was a play where if you believed in cryptocurrency early enough, you could have become monumentally wealthy. But I think the proposition of believing in cryptocurrency would have been a hard leap for most people to make. If you talked about Bitcoin early on, it would have been like, okay, internet magic money that's outside of the banks, and it's going to go up, and I'm going to make money. That's hard to believe.
There's no mental reference for it.
There's no mental reference. However, AI is a much easier jump. I think most people at home understand that AI is coming here, and it's going to be here to stay, and it's going to change every single facet of how our world operates. And you'd be a fool to not believe those things. So you need to be in AI early like people got into crypto early. Crypto is a hard decision to make because it's a hard jump to make, but AI is an easy jump. And anyone who's not trying to build AI into their business right now, whether they're a plumber, whether they're a barista, you can name anything. There has to be a way to get artificial intelligence involved in the company you're currently running and learn how artificial intelligence works, because I think that's going to be the future of the people who truly make it and those who don't. And the reason is because they talk about removing the link between your time and your money, because if they're linked, you're going to run out of time and you're never going to be able to get rich if you sell your time for money. But the machines never sleep. And I'm already testing a whole bunch of theories and methods which allow us to use artificial intelligence to make a lot more money than we currently do. But I can give you endless examples of it. I'll give you a very simple example. Let me give you a hypothetical, because I don't want to give away too many of my secrets. I'll be careful what I say. Let's imagine right now I had a sales team, and I had a sales team of 10 men. I would try to build my own version of ChatGPT or my own chatbot, or I'd be trying to make sure that the artificial intelligence mind knows what it needs to know to answer questions, and I would compare it against my lowest salesman, my worst salesman, to see how it does. Because firstly, it's free, effectively. Secondly, it never needs to sleep, it never needs holiday pay. And let's say it's only half as effective as my worst salesman. That's fine if you can feed it double the leads. If you can find leads now at low enough cost, you can make more money from a free machine than you can your lowest performing person.
And deal with the logistical complexity of management.
Absolutely. So is that worth a try? Yes, because across the next 2 to 3 years, that machine is going to get better exponentially. Is the person who has been working for you for 10 years and is still your lowest salesman ever going to truly get better? Probably not. And I think getting in early and being involved in this disruptive industry at a point now where it's not mainstream is going to be the difference between the companies that survive into the future and those that don't. Because just like Bitcoin, when everybody starts doing it, a lot of the opportunity is going to disappear. And I think that it doesn't matter what industry you're thinking of getting involved in now or what you're thinking of doing, you should be looking at how you can use AI right now to make as much money as possible. And that's the advice I'm giving to people. And that's what we're teaching inside of our school as well at Hustlers University. Every single campus, we have a specific campus around artificial intelligence, which we teach. And every other campus, all the other money-making methods, we also teach how to integrate AI with them. Because I think the future is actually going to be people who can't make any money at all, and then people who know how to make the machines make money for them. That's where I think we're going to end up. Perhaps that's the future I'm betting on. And if I'm wrong, I've already got enough money, so we'll see.
Sam Altman from ChatGPT talks about he believes that there'll be billion-dollar companies that are 1, 2, 3 person led companies.
Why not?
Power of AI. Let me ask you this: how important do you think building a personal brand is in 2024, 2025, and beyond to growing a business?
It's credibility, which is one of the most important things. It's authenticity, which is one of the most important things. It comes with a lot of heat and a lot of smoke, which I don't think many people are prepared for. And it depends what you're selling. I mean, a personal brand is exactly that, a personal brand. If you have a company, then your company is the brand you use. So you have to, what's the point of a brand in the first place? The point of a brand in the first place is credibility and relatability and authenticity and trust. So it has to be done at some regard, at some level. You can decide if you want to hide behind a company to protect your personal life, or if you can be the face of your company yourself and suffer. There's advantages and disadvantages to both. Your personal life suffers when you're a personal brand. But
especially when you're on your team.
well, yeah, in my particular case, but then also there's been massive and monumental benefits. There are some good things about it.
Right.
So it depends what you want to do and what industry you want to get involved in. A lot of people ask me about personal branding and come and say, should I do a personal brand? And I'd often argue that it doesn't matter if you should or not. First, can you? Can you do a personal brand?
And what are you reverse engineering, or what are you optimizing for? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but I mean, can you do a personal brand? What about you as a person is going to get people vested? And if you actually go down the rabbit hole and analyze it, you're going to realize that unless you've suffered and had a difficult life and have a bunch of interesting stories and war stories and all the things we're talking about, all the bad things, you're going to suffer to build a personal brand anyway. If you're born into a rich family and your life goes well and everything's fine and now you have a bunch of money and you try and start a personal brand based on the fact that you have money, nobody's going to care. Nobody's interested in all the good things that have happened to you. And nobody's interested in how nice your life is. Nobody cares. Maybe if you show enough money, you can get some temporary interest, but not for long. The only people who can build a brand off having a perfect life are women. Look, I'm beautiful. Look, I'm in Louis Vuitton. Look, I'm skiing. Chicks can do that because they're physically attractive. Men can't. All the men you can name with truly strong personal brands have very interesting stories. And interesting stories usually involve danger, risk, pain, suffering. Those are the things. Triumph over. Oh, exactly. So you say, oh, should I build a personal brand? Well, can you? And if you can, then perhaps you should consider it. But if you can't, then you have to sit and say, well, how could I? And the only way you could is to suffer. Are you prepared to suffer in the real world, not on the internet, not pretending to suffer on Twitter? Are you prepared to suffer in the real world, the genuine consequence and the genuine risk that it's going to take for you to be interesting enough for people to sit and want to listen to you, for you to have a strong personal brand? That's the actual question when people say about personal branding. Because Batman's personal brand is kicking everyone's ass, and he only did that because his parents got killed. So you have to decide, do you want to have would you choose to have your parents killed to be Batman? At that level. So, because I think a lot of personal branding, especially at the beginning of personal branding, you could buy a fast car and that was it. You could rent a car and talk some shit. But everyone's bored of that now.
Right.
I kind of feel like I've raised the bar and kind of ruined it for everyone. It's kind of
1,000,000%.
It's kind of hard now to like be interesting. To like, yeah, but did they throw you in the dungeon in Romania? Boring.
Do you have a Bugatti? 59 cars.
I kind of ruined it. Yeah, do you have a Bugatti? Lambo broke.
Yeah.
No, but like
the reason I ask is because we have a big part of our audience. We have a newsletter. We have a school community, and we teach different parts of personal branding. So I'm curious if you have any tips. Obviously, no one's going to have
Yeah, there's my tips for you. Go suffer.
Share those stories in an empowering way.
Go suffer and tell people all the lessons you learned along the way, and people will respect you knowing that you've been through something which is difficult. Respect has always lied on the other side of fear. It still does right now. The reason we all watch the big boxing match and have so much respect for the men who get in there is because it's scary to do. And even if you don't cerebrally sit and think, I would be scared to fight in Madison Square Garden in front of all these people, well then go sign up for a fight and you'll learn very quickly that you are scared, because now you've even just started training for it. You're nowhere near the event and you're nervous all the time and you don't want to do it because it's terrifying. Respect lies on the other side of fear. So people are going to respect you if you do things that they'd be scared to do themselves. And then they're going to say, well, I don't want to go through that because that sounds scary. That sounds terrible. Let me at least try and get the lessons from it. And he's going through it so I can learn from his experience, or I can learn from his mistake. I think as AI, we're talking about them replacing salesmen. Well, AI could replace a lot of personal brands too now. ChatGPT is pretty good. Some people are so basic and so vaporous and so thin that ChatGPT could talk the same kind of garbage they talk. Unless you have some suffering to anchor to, how can you have any kind of personal brand at all? And maybe I'm just talking from my own experience because my brand is built on pain and suffering. Maybe I'm trying to cope my way through having all the bad things happen to me that have happened to me. But if I didn't have them all, I don't know what I'd talk about.
Would people listen? Would people care?
But what would I talk about? I have a fast car? Okay, I have a fast car. But the coolest thing about me having a fast car is I grew up with absolutely nothing. The coolest thing about me having a fast car is that they tried to take it off me and threw me in a dungeon. The coolest thing about me having a fast car is when I'm gonna get back in it after they failed to seize it off me when I was on an Interpol red notice for garbage. That's the cool part of it.
Yeah.
Without the dark, there's no light.
Yeah. There's no appreciation for the light. It's interesting. It's like, kind of like, we're working on getting Dana White on the podcast, Conor McGregor on the podcast. And so many people love Conor's story because it's classic. He was a plumber in Ireland.
Yep.
And he came from very humble beginnings, dirt poor, was trying to figure out how to make it work. And now the story is, people champion him because they see versions of themselves in him, right? In their little situation, their little challenge. And then today, he's, obviously been the biggest thing ever. What are your thoughts on Conor McGregor?
I like Conor.
Have you ever talked to him or connected with him?
Yeah, I have to be careful who I say I know, but
Gotcha.
I've yet to meet him in person. But I like Conor. I have respect for anybody who stands up for what they believe in. And truthfully, even if you disagree with me on every single subject, if you stand up for what you believe in and you act remotely honorably, I have respect for you as a person. And it takes a lot of different types of people to keep the world functioning. I don't like snakery, and I don't like deception, and I don't like dishonesty. But I feel like Conor, I'm sure we don't agree on everything, I feel like he's an honest person. He probably says what he means what he says. And that's enough for me to get my base respect as a man. And he has another fight coming up soon. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Maybe, who knows? Maybe after we'll organize a little round table, me, you, and Conor.
That would be a very interesting conversation. We'll see how that one goes.
I'll work on it.
But yeah, you're right. His affinity was with the common man because he comes from a common place, as do I. But I feel like if you're trying to build a personal brand, I think people now are looking for, I think the internet landscape is also changing because I don't think people are looking to be just entertained anymore. 3 or 4 years ago, even 5 years ago, you could be entertaining and people cared, right? Because life wasn't perhaps as difficult as it was. Inflation wasn't so high, whatever you want to call it. But they just watch a show and go, okay, he's being a clown, I'm entertained, fine. I think people are looking for answers now. I think people are looking for solutions. And they're only going to believe and trust in the answers you give them if you've tried and tested them, which requires suffering. I think that the internet landscape is changing. People aren't so interested in watching people just have fun anymore. People aren't so interested in watching these idiots just put on makeup anymore. Now they want a solution for their problem because their rent is due and it must be paid. Well, how do we find a person we can trust and why can we trust him? And the easiest answer is, well, because I've been through X, Y, and Z. That's how you prove you can be trusted. How do you prove you have discipline? Run a marathon. Then you can prove you have discipline. So for all the people who listen to your newsletter who want a personal brand, okay, go do something extremely difficult and tell them about it, and tell them what you learned, prove you did it, and then do something else and continue to compound all those difficult things in your life until you become a better version of yourself, which makes you more competent, which also amplifies your success, and everything works together, and before you know it, you have a huge personal brand. But if you don't suffer, if you don't go through pain, I don't know how you're even going to have one.
Well said, well said. Now, what industries would Andrew Tate get into? Obviously, if you didn't have the heat of the universe and the matrix on you, and you were the average common man trying to come up in present day, imagine you're in your, whatever, 20s, 30s, 40s, restarting, what industries would you look at as the biggest opportunity in 2024, 2025, beyond?
Yeah, I think that...
Aside from the double window industry, you're saying, right?
Yeah, double glazing.
Double glazed window.
It's interesting because I feel like a lot of the attention geopolitically is going to be moving towards the global south and the second and third world. I think a lot of people understand there's always been more opportunity in the second and third world than in the first world where a lot of things are wrapped up. I think the internet is giving a lot of access to these places that perhaps didn't exist before. I think artificial intelligence involved in these places is also going to be extremely important. I feel like selling information or being the barrier to information is a fantastic way to get wealthy in the world today. There's a lot of people who selling information or being the barrier to information is a fantastic way to get wealthy in the world today. There's a lot of people who want things explained to them in a very concise, very quick, very compendious way. Right. And if you can take information which is perhaps freely available that takes an hour to explain and explain it in 30 seconds or less, you're going to find a way to monetize that. Right. Especially if you can draw attention to yourself and make it clear how much time you can save people. Right. Especially if you could use artificial intelligence to do that 30 seconds down to 25 seconds. Right. There's actually endless opportunity if you're prepared to work. I don't think the the problem is a lack of opportunity, and I don't really even truly believe in saturated markets. I still think that a lot of people will look at a lot of internet businesses and go, oh, it's saturated. Let's take something that people have been doing for a while. Copywriting. Copywriting, everyone's been trying to copyright, everyone's done it. Well, I would argue that there's a bunch of people right now making money from copywriting as we speak, who are idiots and who are lazy. And they're still making money. So there's no such thing as a saturated market, because there's always a huge subsect of that market which are very easy to outcompete if you try your best. And they're living from it, which means you could take most of their business. There's always a bottom percentile. So I think that you should be looking to, when I say, I've said this on many podcasts before about selling information or garnering attention, but I don't want people to confuse that with being a clown, which is very different things. I think that if you're prepared to suffer and you're prepared to show that your brand or your personal brand stands up for something, and you have information which people then believe they need, you're going to be very successful.
And I love that you bring up not only AI, but second and third world countries, because geo-arbitrage is something very huge, right? For example, I'm a partner in a recruiting company called A1, and we help people get people on their teams at a much more cost-effective price compared to a lot of the labor in the U.S. So people overseas, whether salespeople, admin assistants, customer support, right? There's a reason these billion-dollar companies are doing it, because they see the value in it. Where do you see the labor force of second and third world countries, and using that to grow the business? What are your personal thoughts on it?
My personal thoughts are, I don't know how people in the first world aren't extremely concerned. You were being replaced by effectively foreign call centers for a while. That's something that's been going on for a while. And now we have artificial intelligence coming, and those people are so boring and uninteresting. They have not suffered enough to be unique. Therefore, they're going to be boring. That's something that's been going on for a while. And now we have artificial intelligence coming, and those people are so boring and uninteresting. They have not suffered enough to be unique. Therefore, they're going to soon be replaced by a free chatbot. Right. It's a free chatbot that could already replace a large subsect of the population as we stand right now. Imagine we're going to be in 2 or 3 years from now. I think the average person in the Western world hasn't woken up and realized that everything's becoming more expensive, and the currency's inflated, and there's no chance that anyone's going to fix it for you, and they're out to replace you, people from the second and third world who will work harder than you for less money.
Do a great job.
And do a great job.
English, yeah.
Absolutely. And the robots are coming, and they're going to replace you for even less than the second worlders want. And you're sitting there thinking you don't have to be exceptional, you don't have to learn to think outside the box, you don't have to suffer in any way to become a unique person. You're just going to somehow, pay your bills? No, you're not. You're going to get destroyed.
Hey guys, real quick. Do you agree with what Andrew and I are saying here about the power of hiring second and third world talent to grow your business and buy back your time? If you're a business owner, you know that one of the biggest challenges is finding good quality, hardworking talent you can trust. Fortunately, there's a solution. A1jobs.com. A1 is a global talent company that specializes in recruiting best of the best when it comes to finding, sourcing, vetting, and placing key hires inside of your business. Link in the description below and apply to book a free call with the A1 team now. You can also go to a1jobs.com to learn more. Thanks to A1 for sponsoring this video, and now let's get back to the show.
Destruction's coming for you, and then you're going to become a useless person because you're not going to have a job that you're prepared to do at the price that people are prepared to pay. And once you become a useless person, you have to sit and go further down the rabbit hole of history and see what's happened to all the people of Earth that were useless. What happened to all the people who had dreams and aspirations and expectations, and they were no good to those in power? I can tell you. Yeah, work that one out. You're going to see very quickly that you're not going to exist for very long. And bro, when I saw that Sora AI thing, this is to all the cameramen in the room, including my guy. I saw that Sora AI thing. I was like, bro, even camera guy's going to be gone soon. Hollywood's gone, actors are gone, script writers are gone. Right. Everyone's going to lose their job. Everyone. You have to be sitting there, and I don't know if the average cameraman is sitting saying, they're going to replace me with this. Maybe not now, maybe not in a year, but certainly in 2. They're going to be able to ask a robot for the thing I would take months to film, and the robot's going to spit it out instantly. So how do I, A, integrate this with my skills so that when they want to use the robot, instead of asking the robot directly, they ask me because they can get a better result via me. How do I use AI along with my camera skills so I can continue to retain my job? Or two, how do I diversify? What can I do that this robot can't do currently, or I don't believe it will be able to do into the future? But the average camera guy doesn't give a shit. Oh, camera guy, Sora, yeah, that's cool. Do-do-do, do-do-do-do, off the cliff. Oh, I didn't see it coming. How did this happen to me? Why am I unemployed? You're a useless eater now. Enjoy the concentration camp. That's what's going to happen. So you have to be paying attention and thinking worst case scenario. They're coming for absolutely everybody and everything. And a lot of these personal brands, unless they're built on the back of a whole ton of suffering, I think they're going to suffer also. I don't know how they're going to have a personal brand based on just talking motivational quotes. I haven't even done this. Someone should go to ChatGPT and say something philosophical and motivational, which inspires me. And I guarantee you can start reading things and go, crap, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
oh no, that's pretty good. It'll be scary to read.
Yeah. It's an inevitable reality that people have to.
It's an inevitable reality, and I don't think most people are even considering that they're replaceable or going to be replaced.
And seeing it early enough to pivot and make it work. Yeah, absolutely.
It needs to cross your mind. Yeah. The one good thing about something like artificial intelligence is if you position yourself now, if you get in a position where you can use it before other people can, then people will hire you to use it for them. Work with the machines. You don't have to work against them. You can work with them. But firstly, you need to learn how to use it. And we will teach you inside of Hustlers University, which you can access. But once again, most people are stupid, lazy, or arrogant. Artificial intelligence is not too hard to use. You can join our school, and we'll teach you exactly how to use it. Only 5% of people will be too stupid to do it. The majority of people are too lazy to do it. They're too lazy to join my school. They'll sit here and listen to this whole podcast, and then I'll say, I have a school which will teach you how to use the machines to print you money. And they're still too lazy to go and learn, and they're going to wonder why they're broke forever. Or they're too arrogant. I don't need the AI. Oh yeah, it's probably something that'll exist, and it won't affect me. Good luck, friend.
Oh, that's a good point, and I love that you guys make it an affordable price point.
It's $49 a month. There's absolutely no excuse at all. The only reason people do not benefit from Hustlers University and make enough money to escape the matrix is because they're lazy or arrogant.
You guys have hundreds of thousands of students. Recurring revenue.
223,000, I think.
I'll let people do that.
Yeah, we're doing okay.
All right, now switching gears a little bit. You know, everyone knows about the famous story of you getting thrown in jail.
Yes.
Talk to me about that story. Did you see it coming? Were you warned, or was it just boom, like that one day everything changed? Talk to me about the day you went in jail.
I knew they were going to try and put me in jail for something. I didn't know it was going to be as insane and crazy as it was. I had prepared for it the best I could, but I wasn't ready for the level of Matrix attack I was subject to. I was hit with an Interpol red warning. Like I was hit with #1 terrorist level attack, which was very interesting. But yes, I was in Dubai. Life was relatively good. Life was too good. I said to Tristan, life is too good. Something is going to go wrong. He didn't actually agree with me. When we got to jail, he understood I was right. But we were sitting, I remember, we had this mansion, and we had haggled for this mansion. This mansion was, I think it was $100,000 a week for rent. And we rented it, and then some guy came and offered $150, and then we offered $200. And in the end, we ended up paying $250,000 a week for this mansion.
So $1 million a month.
Yeah. So we had this mansion on the Palm, because whoever this other person was trying to get it off us. And my brother, being my brother, had found these, 20 girls from God knows where, and they're all in the pool. And we had our staff and our cigars and our shisha and our masseuses, and my Bugatti's outside, and I bought a McLaren and a Ferrari just because I was bored, and we're in Dubai, and everything was going perfectly well. And I said, Tristan, something bad has to happen. He goes, why? I was like, look at this. Look where we are. Who are these girls? What are their names? Like, everything is too good. Yeah. Something has to go wrong. That's just how life works. It's like, what could it be? I was like, well, what's the worst case scenario? The worst case scenario is that one of us dies or gets in trouble. So we agreed. It's like, okay, for the next 6 months or so, we don't go anywhere alone. You go bathroom, I go bathroom. You go restaurant, I go restaurant. We roll as a team permanently. We're like, okay, good.
Ride or die.
Ride or die. So we had decided something bad was going to happen. And I had already told many podcasts before that and made it clear that you get 3 chances, and the second chance is put you in jail. And I was like, they're going to try and put us in jail. But how can they do it? I don't take drugs. At this point, I stopped drinking.
Had you ever taken drugs?
Never in my life. I've never tried a drug in my life.
Never
I've
smoked-
never even
smoked
tried
weed.
weed. Never.
No
And
interest.
I know somebody that's going to sit and say caffeine and nicotine are drugs. Correct, technically. But I've never tried any illegal substance in my life. Never tried steroids, none of them. So I've never tried drugs. I've
No-
always been...
no test.
Nothing. I've always been firmly anti-drugs. Maybe
Why?
it was... It's a good question. Maybe it was the DARE officer. I don't know what it is, but... I don't know. I've always been super anti-drugs. I just felt like if I try the drug and I like it, I now want the drug,
Right.
which has to be bad for my life. And if I try the drug and I don't like it, I'll wish I never tried the drug, so why try it? So I just never tried it. Plus, I was a professional athlete for so long. And when you get to a certain age, having never done drugs, I got to 31 or 32 and I retired and I'd never tried drugs. Do I really need to start now? Plus, some of the drugs, speaking as somebody who's a complete layman to these things, I don't know drugs. But some of the drugs look semi-appealing, but some of them really don't. Like cocaine, I look at and I think, okay, if that gives you confidence and makes you feel hyper and happy, I can understand why that's attractive. But everyone I know who's ever done cocaine acted like an idiot, and I didn't want to be an idiot. So I've never been tempted by cocaine. And then MDMA or whatever these other ones are, or ketamine or whatever, you just lose your mind and jump up and down and sweat a bunch. That doesn't look fun to me either.
Right.
Weed is the least appealing of all because people say, oh, but it's only weed. But why would you want a drug that makes you just want to sit and watch TV and eat food? I could do that without drugs. I could be a lazy idiot without drugs just fine. I mean, magic mushrooms, okay. I think anyone with a brain would sit and go, the idea of taking a mushroom and the whole room changing would be kind of cool. But I still refuse to do it. But the drugs that most people take, I don't even understand why they take them. Most people have such terrible choice in life, such terrible choices, that even the drugs they choose to use are crap. I don't get it. Magic mushrooms enter an alternate reality, fine. But to smoke weed just to eat Popeye's delivery and watch TV, I do not. So I've never been tempted by drugs, never did it. So I couldn't understand how they were going to put us in jail, but I knew it was coming. We left London, flew to England. I did Piers Morgan, called him an idiot. Left London. He is. Left London, and I was deciding, do I go from London directly to Dubai, or do I come back here to pack a suitcase? And I flew back to Romania to pack a suitcase. I was here for 8 hours, called Thunberg stupid, with the pizza, and then got picked up in the morning. My jet was on the runway, fueled. Police picked me up about an hour before I was supposed to go to the airport, so they had been intending on arresting me for a while.
What time was it that they came to catch you?
5 in the morning.
Were you sleeping?
I was asleep, and you know, when I have armed security at the house, and when I heard my door being busted, my instant reaction after being woke up, when I heard my door getting busted open, it was like they killed my guards. Because I didn't know if it was the police or the other team.
Right.
And I got my weapon and they busted in the door, and obviously a bunch of them, they're all masked up with shotguns, etc. When I first saw the police, it was genuine relief. I thought it could have been you. I mean, I'd rather the police than crazy Albanians.
Right.
I really thought it might be the other team. So when I first saw the police, I was like, thank God it's you. What do you want? They're like, oh, get on the ground. I'm like, yeah, I'll get on the ground, whatever. Like, what do you want? And then I worked out I was going to jail for human trafficking and all this insanity, and I've told the story a bunch of times, but I don't think I took it that seriously for the first 3 or 4 days.
Tristan was there with you.
Tristan was with me. When we first went to jail, we were separate, but during the arresting process, when they were searching our house and stealing all of our stuff and taking our cars and taking all our diamond watches and everything, my brother and I just kept looking at each other like what is going, this is some sort of mistake, but this is garbage, we'll clear it up quickly. Yeah. And we learned, obviously, that wasn't the case. And they dragged us to jail, and they threw us in separate jail cells, and because of the time of year it was just before New Year's, the translators weren't working, so all the paperwork was in Romanian. I didn't even know why I was in jail. I just knew I was in jail for human trafficking. I didn't know who, I didn't know when, I didn't know anything for almost a whole full week until I found out the true insanity that they had stuck on me. And I knew it was a Matrix attack, but I guess to this day, even now, I'm still kind of impressed how they managed to construct such a garbage narrative out of me and my brother telling people we know what time to do TikTok to be popular. I mean, that's crazy. But that's how the Matrix operates, right?
And they didn't even show you, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the paperwork when you went to jail was not even in English.
Oh, it's all in Romanian. Yeah,
So they intentionally did it in a way to minimize your ability to navigate.
Well, the truth is this. I don't think most people at home understand, especially if you're a man, that all men are guilty all of the time. Every man in this room is guilty of a sexual crime. Because the sexual crimes are now so subjective and they're so open to interpretation that if you upset the government and they want to attack you, they will put you in jail for one of those crimes because it damages your reputation. And a lot of these crimes are so subjective that it's impossible to even quantify what they are anymore. They can call you emotionally coercive. What does that mean? That means you're nice to a girl so that she does something for you. So if you say, please, baby, can you make me a coffee? You're emotionally coercive. I mean, that's what they could do if they wanted to. And when you understand that they use the process as a punishment, I say this to people and they say, oh, but they can't put you in jail for asking your wife to make you a coffee. I said, no. They probably won't put you in jail with that, but they will accuse you of being emotionally coercive. They will arrest you. They will put you in the media. They will slander your name. They will make you pay millions of dollars in legal fees. They will make you waste years of your life on bail. And then you get to walk. Oh, great, lucky you. The damage has been done. The process is the punishment. And any man who's living any type of life now in the world doesn't understand that he's permanently guilty of sexual crimes because all of these things now have been extrapolated to subjectivity, and women are living in a society where they have all the power but no responsibility at all for their own actions. That a woman can go through life and use her own agency to make her own adult decisions, but if she regrets those decisions years later, she can find a man to blame, and that man's going to get wrecked. You see it endlessly. Mia Khalifa did porn, had sex with hundreds of men, made a bunch of money, and now that she regrets doing porn, she blames her manager for tricking her into doing porn. And now it's a man's fault somehow. And that's the world we live in. So, but I'll be honest, I'm a little bit mad at myself for not seeing it coming, because before they hit me with this Matrix attack, I really did consider, understanding they're going to try and put me in jail, that they're going to try and attack me with sexual crimes of some sort, but I couldn't work out how they were going to do it.
Right.
And then they made up the absolute garbage they did. Their intention was to put me in jail, drum up a real case, knowing that their initial case was garbage, and they failed to do that. They called 2,000 women who knew me, and none of them said anything bad about me, and this all failed, and they were forced to proceed with their first initial accusation, is that I told girls what hours to do TikTok. Here we are in the middle of the judicial process with it being thrown away little by little. But the process is the punishment. I've still been in jail for 3 entire months in a Romanian dungeon. I was still locked in my house for 5 months. I still haven't seen my cars or my diamond or my gold or my bank accounts ever since.
How many cars did they seize?
16, I think. Which is upsetting because it's almost 20% of my collection. Very upsetting.
Yeah.
Upsetting.
How many cars total?
I have 59 now. 50. No, sorry. I had 16, and now I have none. Let me get that correct. But yeah, so the process itself is the punishment. You still spend millions and millions of dollars in legal fees.
Right.
They don't care. They don't care if you're innocent or guilty. They have no interest in that. Their goal is to teach you a lesson and to punish you. I think anyone at home who doesn't agree with the following statement is an idiot. If I wasn't so monumentally famous, this wouldn't have happened. This is a simple statement. If I wasn't so well known, there is 0% chance the Romanian state would have tried to make an example of me via proxy by putting me in jail for telling people what time to do TikTok. They did it because I am famous, proving in and of itself that it's not about law and order, it's about damaging my influence, because it's Matrix attack. That's all it's about. And anyone who thinks that the judicial system at the highest levels has anything to do with justice is again a fool, because it isn't. It's about damaging influence, and it's a big theater show. I think there's another really famous person who's going through a bunch of garbage legal cases right now. What's his name? He was president or something. Can't remember. But he's being hit with endless garbage, and they're just wrecking him time and time again. Is that about law?
Right before the election.
Yeah, interesting. Is that about...
Jesus Christ. May the Lord have Savior on me, because I swear to God, I would have died.
Them doggies was hurting all my legs and biting me as if I was chicken wings myself. I'm like, oh, what the hell? Apparently the Bostons are winning. As if I was surprised. Let me see.
Law, is that about what's right and wrong? No, it's about damaging a person's influence. The judicial system is a weapon. The goal of a judicial system is to preserve a degree of sanctity amongst the populace and to make sure that certain narratives are enforced amongst the population. So the whole point of a judicial system is that people wake up underneath that system and feel safe or believe in the government or don't act completely crazy because of the law and order. So by extension, if you have people at the top who are disrupting the narrative and causing disruption to the population by making people think things they're not supposed to think or say things they're not supposed to say, it is the job of the legal system to stop those people, right? For the same reason you wouldn't allow somebody to start a cult which had heinous intentions. You don't want an influential person to stand up and talk against your narratives which you're trying to instill to poison the minds of the children of the people who live inside of your country. Now, I know what they're doing is evil. We're not talking about right and wrong here. We're talking about the goal of the legal system. The goal of the legal system is to preserve the government's control and society's function. That's the whole point of it. So if they're trying to do evil things and I'm talking against it, even though I'm in the right, it is the legal system's job to deal with me. That's the whole point of the legal system. To make people, the legal system is supposed to make you act how they want you to act. Don't speed, don't kill. Cool, we all agree with those two. We don't agree with the don't talk, don't think part. But they want you to do all of it. And if you don't, you're punished with the legal system. So anyone who sits and says, oh, it's about law, is a fool, because that's not what it's about at the time. It's about damaging your influence, because if you have a massive amount of influence, you're a threat to them. You're a threat to their narratives, you're a threat to the information war. And that's what we're living in. We're living in an information war.
So 2 quick questions as it relates to the day you get thrown in prison. Obviously, when the cops bust down the door, it's you and Tristan there. Do you remember the last thing you told Tristan, or the last exchange?
It wasn't just me and Tristan. There was also some girls in the house, and they busted in for human trafficking. There's girls in the house, my brother's girlfriend, my girlfriend, whatever, they're in the house with us. They didn't ask the girls how they are. They didn't say, girls, do you need help? They didn't try and take the girls away, nothing. You know the first thing they said to me? Where's the Bugatti? First words they said to me.
Where's the Bugatti?
I swear to God. Because their intention was to make an example of me, and that was symbolic of my success. At the time, the Bugatti was everywhere, so they wanted to put it on a truck and say, ha-ha, we took it off him. If they cared about human trafficking, why didn't they ask the girls how they were? Why did they drag girls from bed and put them in handcuffs by their hair? Why beat a bunch of women up? I thought we're worried about women here. I thought I'm a misogynist and it's human trafficking. Now you got a bunch of women and you're hurting them. Whole thing's garbage. Whole thing's garbage. They knew it was garbage. Everybody knows it's garbage. The intention was pure. The intention was to take all my stuff, make an example of me, put the Bugatti on a trailer, put it all over the news, ha ha ha, no one's more powerful than the government, don't talk against the state, throw me in jail, once I'm in jail, call everyone who knows me, drum up a real case, and screw me over. They failed at the last part of that, drum up a real case. Their current case isn't a case. They know it's not a case, and they're forced to see it through now because they couldn't find anything else. Which is also why it's so important that you live pure if you're going to talk against authority, because they're going to come for you. And they're going to come for you for everything you've ever done. Every woman you've ever slept with, every loan you've ever taken, every sniff of cocaine you thought nobody would know about, which is on some CCTV camera you didn't spot. All of it is going to come out. All of it. So next time you're sitting there thinking, I want to have an opinion, but at the same time, I want to do these haram things or do these bad things, and no one's going to know. They are going to know. That's why it's so important you live pure. I'm sure they're very, very disappointed that they didn't find the things they were looking for on me. And anyone who attacks me and my character also isn't intelligent enough to understand that I've been examined by multiple federal agencies at the highest possible level for over 3 or 4 years. And what have they found? Me making misogynistic jokes on YouTube? Oh, well, Throw me in jail. They didn't find anything weird. They didn't find any pedophilia on my laptop. Didn't find any drugs in my house. No. What did they find? Andrew said women can't park. Oh, well, you should go to jail. And there's people so stupid that they'll buy into that narrative. No one has a brain enough to sit there and go, they've hit this guy. England's tried, America's tried, Romania's now trying. They've gone through his entire life, all of his electronics. They've been spying on him for years. Everything he says, all of it. And what they found is old YouTube videos. That's the open and shut case that I'm a bad guy. I would argue if you were to get most men on the street and go through their lives and find all their deepest, darkest secrets, you'd find a lot worse than what I've done. Maybe not even worse legally, but worse reputationally. You'd find him begging for some woman to take him back. You'd find him with a tranny in Thailand. Something weird. What have they found on me? Nothing. And there's still idiots out there who don't understand that. So the legal system's job is to keep society functioning. And if they want society to function with everybody afraid to talk and homosexuals in charge, and you have to sit there and allow them to psyop your kids, well then I am a target of the legal system because I'm against their narratives. I'm a fugitive. I'm a thought criminal. The reason they hate me so much is because my influence is massive. Your ability to talk freely is directly correlated to your insignificance. A lot of people sit and say, oh, we live in a free country, you can say what you want. Well, you can because no one listens. Interesting. So we'll start talking large enough for people to listen to you, and you'll realize that you're not allowed to do what you want. And this whole guise of freedom we live under is a scam anyway. None of it's real. You're free to do the unimportant things. Sure, you're free to chop your balls off. Congratulations. But you're not allowed to you're not free to keep them. You're not free to keep your balls to stand up for what you believe in and protect your family. You're not free to do that. But you're free to chop them off, which is why they come along and say, oh, look, we're a free society. You can chop your balls off. Say, well, I don't want to do that. I want to keep them, thank you very much. I don't want you to try and convince my son to do it either. Then you're going to realize that it's all a scam. We live in a fish tank, and you can swim around, and the walls are glass, so you don't really understand you're in a jail. There's glass walls, and you can see outside of the glass, and you see all this big, beautiful room, and you think everything's fine. But if you try and go too far, you start bumping up against the glass wall. You start to go too far, all of a sudden your banks don't work. All of a sudden you're dangerous for any service provider to allow. I'm banned from Uber. They think I'm going to, what, get an Uber and convince the driver? Yeah. What am I going to do? Hey, bro, the Matrix. And he's going to tell his next passenger? Like, why would you ban me from Uber? Not that I took Uber anyway. Right. When I got banned from everything, you know the biggest try-hard loser company on earth? Airbnb. I'm going to say it now. Airbnb are losers, here's why. When I was banned, the day they deleted all my banks, they deleted all my things on the same day. So on the same day I was banned from Gmail, Stripe, Facebook, Instagram, 5 or 6 different banks, Uber, like every app on my phone just started logging out.
The same day you got arrested?
No, this was actually during my first cancellation.
What was the time difference between the money and account cancellation and then being thrown in prison?
August is when all of my apps stopped working.
August 2023.
Yes. And then I went to Dubai. And then when I got left Dubai, I was arrested and they took all of my physical assets.
And how long was that after?
I was arrested in December.
So you kind of saw the writing on the wall a little bit.
I went to Dubai for work and
a little play?
Yeah, I mean, I have good friends in Dubai and I like the place. And I went there for work and I'd just been canceled. So I knew that they weren't happy with me. I didn't expect to get picked up so soon. I thought it would take a year or so, or a couple of years. I thought I had more time to prepare for it. But yeah, I mean, it's when they arrested, they took all of my physical assets. But when all of my apps stopped working, when they deleted me off absolutely everything.
Can I say this part?
We'll save this one. I'll save that story for when I'm no longer in the judicial system.
Sure. Part 2.
Part 2. Yeah.
Part 2.
And that's another thing that's very frustrating for me. Is there's so much I know I have to be careful what I still say because I'm still at mercy to the Romanian judicial system. But yeah, I did find the Uber thing interesting, and as for the Airbnb thing, so when they deleted me from everything at once, I got an email from Airbnb. The same day I was getting cancellation emails from everyone. Airbnb emailed me, says, sorry, Mr. Tate, because of your views and our community standards and our guidelines on inclusivity and blah, blah, blah. You're no longer welcome to use Airbnb. Then they canceled me. I thought, I don't even have an Airbnb account. So I looked it up and I realized that I was wrong. I did make an Airbnb account 4 years prior and had never stayed in Airbnb ever. Never even stayed in one, never even booked one.
Right.
And on the cancellation day, they jumped on in and stopped me from their service. Sorry, Mr. Dick, because of inclusivity. And I felt like replying, I've never even booked a fucking house through you clowns.
Yeah.
And you're coming along trying to cancel me. So I don't know, I can't tell you exactly how it works. I've heard theories that it's a cascading effect. I've heard theories that after one company cancels you publicly and the media announces that cancellation, the other companies don't want the smoke of not canceling you.
Oh, yeah.
And I've heard other theories that there's actually someone higher up who makes the call and we're pulling strings. Yeah. I guess we're going to find out. But it's certainly interesting, and I don't think most people at home understand. Imagine opening your phone and every app just logging out. You want to, people say, oh, the Matrix, is it real? If you want proof the Matrix is real, the day you open up your phone and everything starts closing down, you're going to see the Matrix is real.
Now, talk to me about the first moment you guys walked into a jail. Have you been into any kind of prison or jail before?
I've been arrested in England before. I was arrested on some garbage, and I was only held for a day or so. But
first day in jail in Romania, what was it like? Walk us through what's going through your mind. You walk into the cell. What happened?
Jail is just condensed life. You need to be strong physically so no one else picks on you, and you need to be strong mentally so you don't pick on yourself. And I was also pretty understanding that if you show respect to people, they're going to show respect back to you. I wasn't scared. Part of me was a little bit nervous, but my genuine concern was for everybody else on the outside. I know everyone was worried about me, but I was worried about all the people I have to pay and my kids and my families and my mother and everyone else and all the heat they're getting and the smoke they're getting and them all being upset. The first day I walked in there, there was still a chance that I would be out relatively soon. So I thought that this is a temporary hiccup and it's garbage and something I could deal with quickly. It was only probably after a full week that it really began to settle in that I'd be stuck there for a long time. And I was hearing a lot of horror stories from people around me who had been stuck in the system for years.
They gave you no context of how long you'd be there?
Everyone was telling me I was going to be there for years.
Really?
Other guys in my room when I first went in there, all of them had been there for between 1.5 and 4 years without trial.
And when you walk in there, is everybody like, holy shit, Andrew Tate's in the house, or was it not that kind of reaction?
They knew who I was, but not really. I think a lot of them, after a lot of time in jail, maybe not in a Western jail, but in the jail in this part of the world, you lose a lot of your, what's the word I'm looking for? Sentience. You lose a lot of your sentience because the only way to survive it is to just be half asleep.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're kind of numb.
And not even asleep physically, but just mentally half asleep. They were like, oh, Andrew Tate. Yeah. They didn't, no one cared.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, just like, welcome to the club. You got shafted by the system. And it's amazing because systems are imperfect because they're run by people and people are fallible.
Right.
And of course, when you call the police after someone's committed a murder, you want that murderer to go to jail, and the judicial system does its job. Some people who do bad things are in jail, which is what you want. But there's also a bunch of people in jail who are just in jail for some garbage. And of course, the person you're asking why they're there, are you hearing the real version of events? Who knows? Sure. But in every single jail on earth, I would argue there's a percentage of the population who shouldn't be there. There's at least between 1%, perhaps up to 30, 40, 50% of men sitting in a room stuck there who shouldn't be in jail if all was fair in the world, and the world's not fair. And after I started to realize I might be there for years because a lot of the people in there, some of them, and I won't tell their stories out of respect, were there who had done nothing wrong and they'd been stuck for years. My concerns weren't for me, my concerns were for my empire on the outside, because as a man you have a lot of people who depend on you.
What were the conditions like inside there?
They were exactly how you'd imagine a Romanian jail to be. I mean, Romania is technically a poor country. If you actually ever visit here, you'll see a lot of fast cars and Lamborghinis and nightclubs and bottles, and there's a big wealth divide. There's a lot of money here. But technically, on paper, in general, it's one of the poorest countries in Europe. How can a politician justify to his constituents that he wants to send money to improve the jail system when they have medical problems with their healthcare system and the roads have holes? They have other issues to fix. The pensions need paying. I don't think they put any money into that jail since it was built. during communism. And a jail in communism is a dungeon to go and die in. And there's also the starkest reality was that there is no mental health divide between the criminal justice system and the mental health system in poorer countries. It's probably not Romania, it's probably most poor countries. In a poor country, they don't have the money to work out if you are a criminal or if you're mentally ill. You're just not doing what you're supposed to do, and you're a menace to society, so you all go to jail. So there's a huge mental health problem, and I'd argue it's probably like that in a lot of poor countries.
Was there multiple people in the cell with you, or were you solo before being Tristan in the cell?
So it was, at first, my brother and I were separate. I was in the room with 3 other guys, 3 other men. And my concern initially was to make sure there was going to be no physical confrontation, but I'm pretty good at picking up vibes, and I understood pretty quickly that I'd be okay. Tristan had a semi-different experience. And then after 2 weeks, I was put in the same cell as Tristan. We were put together, and we were put together so they could bug the cell and listen to us.
And you guys, of course, knew that.
Yeah, we knew that instantly.
Probably fucking around.
But we were, yeah, of course, but we were glad that they put us in there. And I've told my story about Ricky Tan and Rush Hour and how we started talking about all these imaginary crimes. We did it, one was to upset them, but 2, our logic was if we make them feel like they're getting something out of this, they'll keep us in the same room. It's better. So let's keep alluding to these crime bosses in Hong Kong. I kept describing the Rush Hour blogs. So they're listening in, calling the Hong Kong authorities probably. But I mean, I'll never forget the day they told me I was going to leave jail. I'll never forget that day. I'll never forget that emotion.
Well, in there, I know there's a famous question where someone said, Andrew, did you cry in jail?
Yeah.
And you said?
I said, tears ran down my face, but I did not cry.
And what did you mean by that?
Because it's a unique feeling of frustration. Unless you've ever been in that scenario, you never would have experienced it in your life. You're put in a room, the door's locked, okay. And for the first few days, you're in jail, whatever. But after a couple of weeks, you just look at the door and you're like, how can I not leave this room? Why can't I go outside of this door? It's in all the other scenarios in your life where perhaps you're put in a room, you have to argue with your parents, or you've got a job and you can't finish till a certain time, but you could leave the room. If you actually wanted to walk out, you could walk out. There may be consequences, but you could.
Sure.
Yeah, but in jail, you actually can't.
Yeah.
And it's very frustrating. And I think my brother actually did better than me, because my brother, the whole 3 months in jail, didn't make a single phone call. Didn't call anyone once. Didn't care. I was calling people, trying to check on them, making sure that everything was okay. And I thought that would make my life better and everyone else's life better, but it did the opposite, because it made me very concerned. And it's also amazing the difference between men and women, because I'd call like my guys or men who I rely on, or people who I do business with, whatever. And they'd be like, don't worry, we got it. You just worry about you. We got it, we got it, we got it. You call the women, and the women in your life obviously have to be depending on you while you're free. And they just start getting upset, crying. What if you're there for years? How will I pay for this? Or what's going to happen about this? Or what if, the kid? And all of their negative emotion, they're not cerebral enough to go, he's using his 20 minutes jail phone call.
Yeah.
And instead of making him happy, I'm just going to trauma dump him. And it's quite a surreal experience to be in a jail cell, counting the cockroaches on the roof, on a broken payphone, trying to convince some girl in the free world that she's going to be okay. You're like, you're playing the other side. You're like, don't worry, it's going to be fine. And you're the therapist in the jail, which shows the reality of masculine versus feminine when things get hard anyway. But that day I was particularly upset, but it wasn't about me. I never felt sorry for myself at any point. I never looked around at any point and said, oh, this is unfair, I can't believe this happened to me. Even though it is unfair, and even though it is a matrix attack, that's not a paradigm I operate under. I only looked around me and said, I need to get out of here because there's other things I have to do, and I'm worried about everyone else. I really wasn't that concerned. If you would have said to me when I was in jail, Andrew, you're going to be here for 10 years, but X amount of $1 million a month will be generated, and these people will be paid for, and this is the life they're all going to live, that I really would have been like, okay, and I would have done my time. It's concern for other people as opposed to over myself. I wasn't worried about me so much. And because truthfully, although I did nothing wrong, Or that's incorrect. Even though I was thrown in jail for a reason that didn't exist, for a crime that didn't happen, all in all, I feel like there's no light without dark in the universe. If I were to say to you, it's a genuine question, if I were to say to you, the age no didn't correct. Even though I was thrown in jail for a reason that didn't exist, for a crime that didn't happen, all in all, I feel like there's no light without dark in the universe. If I were to say to you, it's a genuine question, if I were to say to you at the age of 18, when you were carrying, let's say you had a job like me, or I were to say to myself, I'm carrying boxes of fish in a fish market at 7 in the morning for $40 a day. And they were to say, Andrew, you're going to become one of the most well-known people on the planet, and you're going to stay in a mansion in Dubai that's $1 million a month, and you're going to have all these beautiful children with all these beautiful women, you're going to drive a Bugatti and have 59 cars, and you're flying private jets, and you have this big mansion in Romania, and you have all these things. But at some point, they're going to throw you in jail for no reason. I would have signed that piece of paper instantly. I would have taken that contract. Who wouldn't? You have to be a total pussy to not take that deal. So, all in all, there's no light without dark. So I didn't feel sorry for myself. I understand you can't shine bright in the world without casting a shadow. And the shadow is where your enemies are going to attack from. And sometimes they'll get lucky and they'll hit you with a side swipe and you'll fall over and you're going to get back up. I never felt sorry for myself. It was the monumental responsibilities I had on my back and everyone else's panic around me. And you can also extrapolate that out towards life in general, where when I was only talking to Tristan or I was only talking to the strong people in my life, I felt fine. But as soon as I talked to someone who was weak, I felt bad. And you can also use that outside of jail.
The power of environment.
100%.
Quality friends around you, quality support system.
And your circle.
Absolutely.
I tweeted the other day, and it got me a lot of heat. I tweeted that male therapy is your friends just calling you a pussy until you don't mention it. And everyone was like, that's not therapy, and everyone had a mental breakdown. But if you go to your boys and like, oh, she left me, WK, get over it. Eventually you'll stop saying it, and eventually you'll get over it. But if you sit and you say she left me or whatever bad happened, and they sit there and they cry back and everyone's sad, that it drags you down the rabbit hole. So it's also very important that you create your reality so you're strong as possible. And I believe that your friends in a masculine environment, the primary objective of your friends should be, I like to say to my friends that if I'm with my guys, my enemy feels harmless. My enemy doesn't feel capable when I'm with my team. Now, my enemy is still very capable, but they feel less capable, which is stupid because my enemy is the government. And the government are the biggest gangsters on the planet. They can kill me, and they can still throw my ass in jail. But when I'm with my guys, I'm not afraid of it. Even now, post-jail, I live with all my best friends. We have this big house, and we live together. And every day we laugh. Are they coming today? Are we going to jail today? Who knows? Jail bag's packed. It's all a big joke. If I was living with just my woman and my kid, I'd be far more nervous and scared. Are they going to bust in the door? Are they going to kick my kid? She's young. Are they going to, the woman's scared. I'd go to bed worried each night. But when you're with your guys, you feel invincible. I think that's something inside of men that we've evolved to have. It's something biological inside of us. Because when enough men are in a large group, we'll charge at gunfire.
Yeah, camaraderie.
Yeah, if everyone starts going over the top screaming, you'll jump over the top and scream. It's something outside of us. So that was the thing that was interesting about jail. You learn how, I knew I had massive responsibilities in life, and that was no realization to me, but the realization was that even in your most difficult periods of your life, you're still a man, and the people who rely on you are still going to rely on you, and you're still going to have to find a way to perform. And I did it because I was prepared for it. All the bills were paid and everything was fine. But it was very interesting that I'd use my jail calls trying to cheer people up as opposed to being cheered up.
How did your brotherhood with Tristan grow in jail?
We were in a cell, the same cell, I think, for 81 days. And the cell was, when I say tiny, imagine a bathroom. It was about the size of a bathroom. And we never argued once about anything.
Is there beds in there?
There was, yes, that's right. So we had a bunk bed, and
who got the top bunk?
No, we had two. There was 4 beds. There was 2 sets of bunk beds, but but when they put us in the bunk cell, they left 2 empty. So we both had these bunks, and then our free space was around the size of a bathroom in general, and it was cockroaches, and there was a hole in the floor, and that was it. And we had a tiny window. And and that was the experience.
So
And
you literally go from like Dubai, mansion, Bugatti on the thing, yachts, girls, the whole thing, to like cockroaches and double bunk beds.
are I lucky? No, but I'm saying that without hyperbole. Are I fortunate? Maybe this is the wrong way to frame it, but I believe it is the best way to look at the scenario. I think that makes me hyper fortunate. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Wouldn't it be amazing to be in the Sahara Desert and be extremely hot and dehydrated and almost about to sunburn, and then in a flash, instantly, in an ice-cold Nordic pool with unlimited fresh water? Imagine the change in circumstance, the juxtaposition between the two, how crazy it would be. If you take a plane between the two, you lose the effect. It needs to be like teleportation, the instantness. People get out of the sauna and they jump into an ice bath for a reason. I literally went from, yes, private jets and Bugattis and being the most famous man in the world, living in a mansion, to that dungeon so quickly. And I feel like that puts me in a very fortunate position because it allowed me to recalibrate. And it's certainly a unique experience of life. And what are you looking at life for? Are you looking at life to be as comfortable as possible, or are you looking at life for the challenges and for the stories? I would argue that if Tristan went to jail without me, I would have been very jealous when he got out.
Ride or die.
One, because I wanted to protect him, but two, if he told me what he went through, I would have been jealous of him. Now, obviously, there would have been no animosity. We're brothers, but I would have been like, wow, that sounds cool. That sounds fun. There's some people who want to go through life and be as comfortable as possible, but if you're the kind of person who wants to challenge yourself, I'd argue that being thrown in a Romanian dungeon is a challenge. Being thrown off the back of living the most luxurious life that money can afford is a challenge. Trying to find a way to escape and preserve your mental rigidity is a challenge. And I'm very glad God gave it to me. And I'll say this right now here on camera, part of me, a huge percentage of me, will be disappointed if I don't go back. And I know that sounds crazy, because I feel like I don't care about what the media are going to say, and I know I've done nothing wrong, and God knows I've done nothing wrong. I'm not interested in any of that. But when I'm 70, will it be cooler if I had to go back and do 5 years in the dungeon, or will it be cooler if I spent those 5 years flying around on jets, sleeping with beautiful women, and being Mr. Rich? I mean, okay, maybe the Mr. Rich stories will be cool. I'm not going to complain. They'll be fun. But part of me will always be in the back of my mind for the next few years after I bust this case, which I believe is going to happen. I don't think I'm going to go back. If I was in jail, would my life story be cooler? Would the lessons be worth more than what I'm currently doing? And maybe that makes me insane. Maybe that makes me nuts. I don't know. But I'm really not afraid of it. It's up to God, and God will decide, and Allah is the best of planners. Perhaps I learned all the important lessons I needed to learn in those days. And if I haven't, He's going to put me back in there, and we're going to find out.
And there's a beautiful saying, too, in Islam, as a married Muslim, where God doesn't put anything on the soul that it can't bear.
Absolutely.
And so there's a divine meaning in it. Obviously, time will tell. But I want to ask you this, too. And this is really interesting before I forget, is when you were in prison, I heard someone ask you something to the effect of, how did you spend time? What did you and Tristan do? And you said that you did like X amount of push-ups.
Yeah.
What did you do to be as productive as possible in there? Whether you and Tristan or solo, what did you focus on? What was your mental frame of mind?
It was fantastic for so many things, jail. Jail was fantastic for training.
How many push-ups did you do in there?
I did 1,000 push-ups a day.
Every day?
Every day.
Anything else in the workout?
I did 1,000 push-ups a day. I did like 300 or between 300 and 400 squats a day. And then I had no weights and we had no access to a gym. So I had a 6-pack of 2-liter water, which weighed around 12 kilos. And it usually it'd be around 4:30 by the time I finished the push-ups, I remember. And between 4:30 and dinner, so that's 2 hours, and 6:30 we got fed, I'd lift the water above my head over and over and over as many times as I could.
So you literally got stronger mentally and physically.
Absolutely. And it was fantastic for training. I kind of miss that single-mindedness I had in jail. Now I don't do 1,000 push-ups a day, not because I can't, but because I have things to do.
Right.
And I have work, and my phone's ringing, and I've got things to do on my laptop. Back then, it's like, I'm going to do 1,000 push-ups, and I have nothing else to do. That single-mindedness was actually quite beautiful, because in the world we live in today, we're all permanently distracted. At least half of the time, at least a fraction of you is always thinking, what's on my phone? What's that person doing? What's this girl doing? Or what's this work I have to do? But when you're in jail, after a while, you lose access to anything outside of your immediate, so you focus on the immediate. It's like going back in time. Do you remember the 90s? You remember? Maybe I'm an old man. The early 2000s, before we lived inside the Matrix and the metaverse, when you were just in a room with someone and that was it, I had conversations in jail. Me and my brother would talk for days about the same subject. We've never spoken like that since. There's been time, I've said this to Tristan only a few days ago. 2 days ago, we were having a cigar in the cigar room, and we were talking about something. I was like, we talked about this for half an hour. We would have talked about this for days in jail, weeks perhaps. So much magic is lost outside of a jail cell. So what a blessing from God that I got to experience that for those 3 months and be cerebral enough to retain those lessons, or at least be aware now of what I'm missing in the real world. Because you don't realize what you're missing until you're put in a position like that. And what suffering did I have to go through to get such a blessing from God? Well, I had to deal with the media saying bad things about me, but I don't care. I genuinely don't care. They can print bad things about me for the rest of my life. I'm not going to shut up. I don't care. I had to deal with the cockroaches, and the bed bugs, and the spiders, which I must admit was probably the worst thing about jail. And I had to deal with some nightmares when I got out. But all in all, and I was saying this to Tristan in jail, we were sitting there, I was saying, we'd often have conversations when we were at our lowest, when we felt particularly depressed. We'd say, let's name things worse than jail.
Ooh, friend control.
Yeah, because we're supposed to be in a bad situation.
The worst of the worst.
What's worse than jail? That can happen in everyday life. You know, cancer is worse than jail. A car crash is worse than jail. Getting drafted into a war you don't want to fight in is worse than jail. I argued, we started finding, and over time, we ended up with a huge list of things that everyone suffers from every single day that are worse than a jail cell, right?
There's a beautiful quote by Tony Robbins who talks about nothing in life has any meaning except the meaning that we give it. And so the fact that you guys were giving it an empowering meaning, you own the narrative, it didn't own you.
Oh, absolutely. My enemies think they damaged me by putting me in jail. All they've done is make me more powerful and give me a story and give me an experience and make me more aware and acutely interested in ensuring that I am, I wouldn't say present, because I've always understood that I'm, semi-distracted and busy people always are. But I kind of feel like, would I be crazy to call it a health retreat? Like kind of like a mindfulness retreat.
Yeah.
I went to a mindfulness retreat, and because of and we'll say the insects were nature. I went to experience nature in a mindfulness retreat with my best friend and brother, and there was no distractions. They only allowed me to be distracted for 20 minutes every 2 days with the jail phone. Besides that, I had to focus on what I was doing at the time. Lucky me.
How did your
I kind of want to go back.
How did your faith grow? Your relationship with God. I know that you also, in recent years have reverted back to Islam and being Muslim. When did that occur specifically, and what led to that series of events? Did jail play a role in that?
I always had massive respect for Islam. I am very careful what I say because I don't want to offend any other religions, because I think that anybody who's really true to God and they believe is the correct religion is somebody who I respect, but I feel like it's the last true religion on earth. In the West, at least, if you look at Christianity, it has no meaning anymore. I don't know how you can be a true person of religious conviction and faith and then call yourself a Christian without feeling, not embarrassed, but at least angered.
Within the context of not the religion itself, but how it's implemented and how it's, right?
They stick up for what they believe in. If you don't stand for something, then you don't believe in anything. If you don't have hard barriers, if you're not prepared to say no to certain things and certain ideas, then you don't believe in anything. Islam is simple. Book says no, haram. Next. That's it. Whereas and Christianity is super subjective now. And there are things that everybody knows go against Christian teachings, and they know go against the Bible, but the church and the culture of Christianity, when we talked about culture earlier, proves how important it is so accepting of everything that they have no firm barriers and they don't believe in anything anymore. And the point of a religion is to have restrictions. That's where the faith comes in. If you can do whatever you want, then it's not a religion, is it? And if you'll ignore all the rules of your own holy book, then it's not a religion either. And I just feel like the fact even that Christianity is so openly mocked and Christians don't stand up and defend it is, again, proof that the religion has lost a lot of its power. And I think my respect for Islam is in the very simple fact that they stick up for what they believe in and they mean what they say and they refuse to be mocked. And I don't know, you can apply that from a religious perspective, but you can also apply that from a general perspective of life as a man. I think any man with self-respect doesn't want to be mocked, and he doesn't want his views to be mocked about anything. And if you're going to believe in a religion, you should at least respect it. And I respect their rigidity. And I respect that people treat them in a certain way because their religious convictions are true. We can go down the argument of which religion is true, which religion is right, but I think we could all agree, and even Christians will agree this with me, that it's a sad state of affairs where Christians will allow their prophet or Jesus to be openly mocked and they won't say anything about it, won't do anything about it, and just allow it to happen within Christian nations. I think we can all agree that's sad. And it's beautiful to be part of a religion where you don't have to suffer that embarrassment, truthfully.
How did Islam change you personally? Because I'm sure there's been an internal shift, right? Not just the religion, but
It gave me a lot of clarity and it gave me a lot of peace, and it confirmed a lot of things I already knew were right and already knew were wrong. Reverting to Islam didn't make me say, okay, this is now wrong and I used to believe it's right. There wasn't very many of those. It was far more, I always knew this was wrong. And now I'm glad I get to read the Quran and be told a new reason why it is wrong. And it gave me a lot of peace, because you have to live for something, and everybody's trying to live for something outside of God. And truthfully, you're going to get to a point in your life sooner or later where you realize nothing else matters. And you're going to come to a conclusion, especially if you're monumentally successful, that all the things you think you own, you don't even own, and that you don't have control or power over very much. And the only thing that's going to give you true satisfaction in this world is waking up and knowing that you're doing the right thing because it's what you believe is right, and you have the faith and the courage to continue to do that despite your persecution. And ultimately, if what you are doing is trying to take care of your children and preserve society so they have a world to grow up in which is worth living in, that is the will of God and the act of God. And I think that having peace and clarity in regards to knowing I'm living for the right thing was the biggest change. I wouldn't say it changed many of my views. It just made me feel more at peace with the suffering that comes with doing the right thing.
And you know, it's interesting because I'm actually Muslim as well. And I want to ask, it's very interesting that you use the language as revert to Islam versus converted to Islam. Yeah. I'm curious. I know I understand the answer, but I'm curious if you could elaborate, because I'm sure there's people wondering. So why do you use the language of revert to Islam versus convert to Islam?
Yeah, I was corrected on this, and someone said to me that
Andrew Tate was corrected.
Yeah, I've been, bro. my whole life has been corrections. I'm just good at listening. You know, I just pay attention. But we all start off as Muslims. Right? You can probably explain it even better than I can.
Yeah.
But and especially when it comes to the Islamic journey, I'm paying a lot of attention and I'm learning as much as possible, because there's a lot to learn, especially when you're not born into the faith.
Right.
There's certainly a lot of studying to be done. But it's interesting when you said Andrew Tate was corrected. Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to believe the only reason I'm so good at trying to make people understand what I think and teach people things is because I was such a good student for so long. I spent most of my life listening. One of the weirdest things about the internet is I see all these 21, 22, 23-year-old kids talking about how life should work.
You have it all figured out.
Yeah, they all figured out. They're in Miami and they've rented a Lambo and they're
buy the course for $9.97.
King of the world. I spent my 20s shutting up and doing as I was told. I only became a world champion kickboxer because I listened to my coach. I only became wise because I listened to my father. I spent most of my life listening before I started to talk. The internet has kind of accelerated it now, where people are getting a voice much earlier on. But before the internet, you didn't get rich at 21 unless you were born rich. How? Yeah. And you didn't have a voice at 21 because no one would listen to you. You know, so you had to have that age to have the real world successes and the wisdom. And with that age, you often learned the life lessons that allowed you to teach people things. But I've been a very good student for a very long time, and I like to pay attention to things. And I'm constantly being corrected all the time. And now especially, you can call it God, you can call it universe, you can call it life. There's lots of different things you can call it. But the feedback I'm receiving every single day, I'm trying to pay a lot of attention to. And we can even apply it to other things, right? So I understand that I was joking when I said some of the videos, that when I made some of the videos I've made that have been used against me now by the people who are saying I'm a misogynist, I'm not misogynist. Everyone with a brain knows I was joking, that's true. But I would be a fool to not sit and say, okay, well now I'm monumentally more famous, I have to be slightly more careful how I say certain things in case they're weaponized.
Right.
You have to take feedback from things in life and use it to your advantage all the time.
Right.
So I'm constantly and always trying to do that. And jail was a fantastic example of it, but one of the things I like most, and I won't say their names, but there's a few very prominent Muslims who I'm speaking to every day and learning from them. And the lessons in it are so important and so pertinent. And the only reason I believe I'm going to get where I want to get is because I'm a good student and I'm prepared to listen and learn. And there's a lot of people in the world who aren't prepared to listen and learn, and I find that quite interesting. And I don't think it's because people are stupid. I think the majority of people are actually brutally arrogant. Because I've had a lot of people ask for my advice on different things as well. And when I try and give it to them, they just start arguing with me back. I don't know if you've ever had that. Someone comes to me and says, I want to be successful, I want to be rich. I'm like, okay, you need to do this. Oh, but I can't do that because of, why did you ask me? Why did you ask me if you have all the answers? If you have all the answers, why are you not where you want to be? There are 3 reasons most people are not successful in life. It's either stupid, lazy, or arrogant. I think less than 5% of people are too stupid to get everything they want. I've yet to see anybody truly dedicate themselves to something in life and not get it. I've never seen somebody get up at 6 a.m. every day, go to the gym every day, eat right every day, and not get shit. Now, I've heard people say they're gonna do it and not do it, or say they're doing it and lie, or say, oh, but my thyroid, or every excuse under the sun. But I've yet to see anybody just do it and not get the result they want. And it's the same with most things. It's the same with making money. Not many people are too stupid to make money. Not many people, if you were to give them the formula, the blueprint, and say, here, do exactly this, copy it, and do it word for word, would be too stupid to interpret what they must do. But people are too lazy and they are too arrogant. 5% of people are too stupid. The majority of people are not where they want to be, whether it's physical, financial, anything else, mental, spiritual, because they're too lazy or they're too arrogant. And laziness is a scourge, but I think arrogance is the true one, where people just truly, they want the answers, they want the shortcuts, but when you're actually trying to explain it to them, they have all the answers under the sun as to why they can't possibly do it, or it doesn't work for them, or yeah, I can't go gym at 6 because of traffic, and I have a thyroid problem, and it's all arrogance. It's all just trying to pretend they're special and different and better than everyone else, and it's not the case.
So what about things you do to stay zen with the heat of the pressure, the world on you, the matrix after you?
I've adopted all of that into my everyday life. I don't have time to sit and deliberately do something specific to keep myself down.
What do you do for fun?
I'm ready for all of it. No, maybe I've lost my mind. I'm ready right now for someone to walk in here and for us to all fight to the death and end up covered in blood. I'm ready also to do a podcast. Go home and make some money. Ready to go make another child with my beautiful girlfriend. Ready to drive my Ferrari or my Aston Martin or my Lamborghini. I'm ready for it all. I'm permanently ready for all states of life. It's fine. And as for fun, I'm not sure I believe in fun. Is fun a thing? Is fun real? Isn't that just made up? I'm not sure what fun is. I really, truly enjoy purpose much more than fun. If you were to say to me, Andrew, this will be fun, or I could clear my notifications on my laptop, I would choose to clear my notifications. It gives me a sense of peace. Peace is fun. And when your life is chaotic like mine, it's only peace that will be truly valuable. I do like to drive super fast cars. I drive cars around. That's fun. With a simple answer. But truthfully, I look for peace all the time because my life is chaos and my life is war. And the most fun thing I could do is the most fun thing I could do is go to the Dolomites in Italy and stay in a 5-star hotel and overlook the Alps and sit with 1 or 2 or 4 or 5 people. 5 minutes. Just do nothing. That is the most fun. Going to a club is not fun. Going out and trying to find fun is what you do when your life is not chaotic enough. When your life is truly chaotic, fun is doing nothing. And I have plenty of today. She was talking about swimming with sharks, and I was explaining to her that she's crazy. And I would never do that. She said, oh, but it's exciting, it's dangerous. And I said, see, this is how you know you have a nice life. When your life makes you want to go swim with sharks because you're looking for danger and excitement, that shows your everyday life is nice. When I leave here, I have to make it all the way out of the hotel without getting assassinated or arrested. I'm nervous, on edge. I'm not going to be happy in my armored car with my armed guards. That's super stress, walking to the car. That's my life. I'm stressed walking to a car. I'm not going to do anyone here. So fun is doing nothing. Doing nothing is fun.
How about Mario Kart? I know I've seen videos where you play some video games.
One of the video guys who works with me is so ridiculously good at Mario Kart. It upsets me. I've only played him once.
Yeah.
And I can't stand the music. It's so ridiculous. We had to spar afterwards. I had to beat him. It upset me. I've never played since, and I never will.
Yeah. It's funny, I ask because we're actually thinking about starting like a video game streaming thing on Kick or Twitch or whatever. And we're talking about interviewing people while playing the video games. So
Nice.
it's cool. We'll have to play Mario Kart perhaps.
All
Hopefully
right,
I'm not
not
as
Mario
good.
Kart. There's a couple games I'm okay at, but I'm not a video gamer. But
Yeah.
if you do start that channel, let me know. We'll see.
How about FIFA?
I've only ever played Super Smash Brothers. It's the only game
Super
I-
Smash Bros?
the
Yeah,
only game
that's
I
fun.
can
Yeah, yeah. How about Mario Party? Never played that game?
I've been busy. I was in jail, bro.
Yeah,
We
got
didn't
shit
have,
to do.
We didn't have Nintendo in Romanian jail. We did.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
No, it makes
It's not
sense.
an English jail. I'm sure in English jail you get Nintendo and a flat screen TV and everything.
Yeah. Well, the reason I ask is because I'm so curious. You know, you talk about beating the Matrix, and you have the world on your side, and obviously you got people in power that are not exactly on your side. But I'm curious for you.
To interrupt you, sorry.
Go ahead.
Are the people in power on anyone's side? Does anybody in any country in the West now agree with anything their politicians do? I'm actually asking this question. Every time I see a politician talk, I think you will not find a single person on the street who agrees with that crap. We don't want to bomb these countries. We don't want to give money to these places. None of these things they're doing, anybody wants us to do. Democracy in action. They're not on my side. They're not on anybody's side. It doesn't matter if you're in France, Germany, England, or America. I can't find
Wrong.
a single democratic nation where any of the decisions they make benefit their own people ever, and anybody agrees with it at all. It's a miracle it's still being,
How wrong?
it still operates. It's a miracle somehow they're still pulling it off, where they stand in front of us and go, you're all gonna pay loads of taxes, we're not gonna fix your roads, you can't afford to eat groceries, we're giving $100 billion to someone else, thanks. Bye, going home now for the day. Oh, and my wages. What the, this clown world? Of course they're against me, they're against everybody. And what do? I tell people to think and be brave. I say, get some balls and think for yourself and say what you think. So that can't be allowed to happen because they don't want to fix the sickness of society because society is sick. Instead, what they want to do is get rid of the person who points it out. And we have all these problems and everyone's pretty much accepting it. But when this guy reminds you, it causes an issue. We're not going to fix the problems, get rid of man. That's why I have to go. So sorry to interrupt you, but the people in charge don't agree with anything I say. The people in power, you're right, they don't agree with any normal person's point of view. They don't give a shit about any of us. When's the last time you've seen any of the people in power talk about inflation, talk about the fact that the border crisis, the border's not closed, talk about rampant crime, talk about the educational system being under attack? No, what do they talk about instead? LGBT, the climate, crap no one cares about. No one cares about this crap. All they talk about is the crap no one cares about because that's the people who put them in power, those with the money who are trying to purport these garbage agendas. And all the things you do care about, you're not allowed to mention. If you mention them on a podcast like this, you're going to end up in a jail cell. Take me to fucking jail then.
Top G.
Take me to jail. Just, I don't know what the delay is. Let's go. Let's just do it.
So, but again, I keep kind of harping on that, but it's like I'm so curious how, or maybe you don't even think of it that way in terms of how you see you coming out the other side with the heat waned off, or do you think do you think that's a possibility, or do you think it's going to be like a fight till the death?
I think as this war ends, another one will begin. I think that life just morphs from one war to the next. Even if you think about the average person's life, you think, I'll be happy once I just get over this one thing. I'll be happy once this is done. I'll be happy once I bought this, and it never works out. As this war ends, another war will begin. Life is constant and never-ending war. You can either try your very best to have an easy life and be an unimportant nobody, or you can get very good at having a hard life and at least matter as you suffer through the human experience. And I don't see an ending because I don't think war is ever going to end. The war will change. Perhaps it's or perhaps it's something else, but the war is going to go on forever. And every single day I'm going to get up and do my best while I'm breathing. That's the reality I'm going to live for as long as they let me live, until they decide that they don't want me around anymore. And I would never kill myself.
I love that you say that, so you always say, I never kill myself.
I wouldn't. When I was in jail, the first month I was in jail, I think there was 4 suicides. I got really nervous that they were trying to set up a pattern. I kept tweeting, never kill myself, never kill myself, never kill. I tweet it every other day. So that's the one psyop I don't want anyone to do. There's no circumstance on earth in which I would kill myself ever. You're going to have to kill me. You're going to have to do it. I'm not going to make it easy. I'm not going to allow them to upset me. Take my ice cream away, the little girl. Boo-hoo. And me do it for them. No, do your own dirt.
Unless, well, you were born in Washington, D.C., right?
Correct.
Unless you run for president of the United States.
How many cases has he got against him? 100? I'm only dealing with like 3. I don't know. Well, it's 97 more.
Well, Trump's catching up.
I am praying for the West because if he doesn't win, I can see it. And America.
In a hypothetical universe, obviously it's totally hypothetical, but if you ran for president, what were the first things? If President Tate was in office, as crazy that sounds, what
Well,
would
it would
you
be
do?
20 years from now, and I think the world would be a dramatically different place in 20 years. But I do believe that the core tenets that Western leaders are lacking are a degree of nationalism, a degree of care for their own people. I think that would be refreshing to see. Wouldn't it be nice to see a president who cares about Americans over everything else, which is what Trump was. I think nationalism and competence are probably the 2 things that you expect from a leader of a global power like America. It's a shame that none of the current leaders have those 2 tenets. But I think that a prioritization of your own people should be your primary objective in all things, regardless of how different the world is in 20 years from now or the geopolitical landscape. My intention would be to serve the people who put me in power. Radical idea, no, crazy. But perhaps the people who vote for me and pay for the government that I'm in charge of should be the ones I'd be concerned about, as opposed to everything and everyone else. I know, crazy, I know, but it seems the people who are in charge are more interested in global money and global finance, which people put in there in the first place. Obviously, if you're global finance, you're no different than one geographical area or nation. In fact, if you're global finance, you can benefit off the burning of the nation, off the destruction of the nation, the light without dark. Global finance has benefited off the exploitation of the second and third world for a very long time to enrich the first world. And it can also benefit just as well off the destruction of the first world to enrich other parts of the planet. Most people don't understand that. People think they need to keep America alive because of the dollar and because it's America. No. They can live in Saudi or Tanzania. They can live in a mansion anywhere. They have a road access. They can fly anywhere they want. And if America being decimated or destroyed would benefit them and make them forever profit, they have no problem because they are global. I know what I'm talking about. It's original stuff. I'm talking to a certain point where you can be your allegiance is to the land. Let me put it this way. There are very powerful people in the world today who you could say, and they could be American, born American, and you could say to them, you will make forever profit, but America will degrade at a rate of 1.2% every single year for the rest of your life. You will make forever profit in your company. And they will say yes. It'll be okay, because all of the crime and all the degradation in the areas they don't live in, the cities they don't live in, the neighborhoods they don't live in, while they're in America, if they're in America at all. And if you compound that across a bunch of people with power, 1.2%, 1.1%, 1.3%, 1.4%, it all adds up. And you start to realize why society is being destroyed and why these people don't care, because they don't experience it. The average person experiences it. The average person is stuck with it because they can't move. They don't have a private jet. They can't leave. They don't have global money. They have one job, one place, and they're stuck. And that's the reality. And then these people get the people who are in charge to power, represent the people, but they don't represent the people. They represent the money. That's why they make the decisions they make, talk about the things they talk about. They talk about things important. Try and distract you, keep you confused. Inflate the currency to zero, but keep us arguing about whether men can get pregnant. All a clown show, it's all garbage. Andrew points out the truth, destroy him to believe the system. Now we're in a current predicament, our current quagmire. If Andrew walks, he becomes more powerful than ever before. Romania is embarrassed, DCOT is embarrassed, FBI is embarrassed. MSN is embarrassed. BBC said he's a human trafficker. You can't just lose the credibility of the BBC, you need them to lie to people. Oh, but he's innocent. Yeah, but no, he may be innocent, but look at all this mess it causes. Isn't it easier just to put him in jail?
If it bleeds, it leads, yeah. If you beat this case, and when you beat this case, and you have the whole world's support with you, a lot of people.
Isn't it easier just to put him in jail?
If it bleeds, it leads, yeah.
Don't lie to people. Oh, but he's innocent. Yeah, but no, he may be innocent, but look at all this mess it causes. Isn't it easier just to put him in jail?
If it bleeds, it leads, yeah. If you beat the...
Just to put him in jail?
If it bleeds,
You lose the credibility of the BBC and you need them to lie to people. Oh, but he's innocent. Yeah, but no, he may be innocent, but look at all this mess it causes. Isn't it easier just to put him in jail?
If it bleeds, it leads, yeah. If you beat this case, and when you beat this case, and you have the whole world's support with you, a lot of people, where do you see yourself moving to?
Maybe I'll live on a little boat. Cape yacht. With my 11 wives, settled down. All my children. Some machine guns.
What would you call your yacht? Everybody has a name for their yacht. What would you call yours?
The International Master. Which is not a girl's name, but my father's name.
What would your pop say if he was still around today about where you're at right now?
Part and laugh. I don't think he'd be surprised.
Son of a gun.
Yeah, I knew it. I don't think he'd be surprised at all. He understood how the government, how the world works. He'd be 0% surprised. He'd certainly be proud of me. I know this sounds crazy. This was all meant to happen. I can't tell you. My father was telling me things from a very young age, which made no sense until I was perhaps this version of reality has existed before, perhaps in this image, I'm not sure. But I don't think you'd be 1% surprised. We came back to life for an hour, and I don't know what happened. You knew? Anything else? Yeah. Biden's president. And that would be it. Like, if you're a man who tries his absolute best and is brutally competent and speaks against authority, there's only one path. Where else was this going? Where else does this end? Where else have people who've inspired millions who spoke against authority ever ended up besides jail?
The Matrix is calling.
Time's up.
Yo, why is that so weird? Like, literally said, Matrix is calling. Like, man, get out of here. Probably end stream right there, cause I kinda have to go, but I'll probably be on later or tomorrow. See y'all.